Chapter 3001 The Apocalypse. The world had moved on, and it was still in motion. The world was rolling down a steep slope. It moved slowly at first, but as the wheels of history gained momentum, things changed. Time seemed to flow faster and faster, endlessly accelerating. By now, it felt like the world was barreling forward at a frightening speed, impossible to slow down and out of control. Not even those who ruled it could stop the inevitable. All they could do was try to steer the world in the least damaging direction, hoping that something would change before it reached the end of the road, before it fell into the bottomless abyss that waited at the end of the slope. Change and hope. In the face of apocalypse, the two became synonymous, shining a light upon the dark expanse of the ominous future. A year had passed since the dream spawn plague had been purged from the world. 57 years had come and gone since the nightmare spell descended upon the world, and the end was closer than ever before. The dream realm was said to have begun consuming Earth, and even if people could not observe the destruction of their world yet, they could already feel the consequences. Beyond that, humanity was recovering from a devastating loss. Years of memories were gone, plunging countless people into confusion and uncertainty. The shock of this collective amnesia was hard to describe with words, let alone cope with. Needless to say, myriad problems and conflicts had emerged as a result. For example, on a bright day soon after the disaster, a woman named Beth had glanced at a stack of papers handed to her with a dazed expression. Her hair gathered in a messy bun, her eyes red-hot from the lack of sleep. She rubbed her face. "So you're telling me that I successfully reinvented electricity? Built a hydroelectric power station in the dream realm? Lit the entire bastion? Yes, you should recognize your own handwriting, no? These are your own notes documenting the entire process." Beth glanced at the gallant man who had handed her the papers, the infamously dreamy Master Quinton. "Right. And you are also claiming that we are lovers now?" He nodded silently, then smiled. Beth sighed deeply and glanced away to hide her blushing cheeks. "Damn. No, but go me, I guess." Or, in a different part of the dream world, awakened Yutra was nursing a toddler while his wife was staring at them with glistening eyes. "He's ours? Our son?" Yutra chuckled. "Naturally. Whose else would he be? Just look at that nose. That's your nose." He shook his head. "Life sure is funny, though. I remember having this exact conversation, only it was you insisting that the cute rascal was mine." Conversations like that had happened all over the world. Of course, not all of them were happy. In fact, most of them weren't. Humanity had endured a lot in the years that were gone now, after all. The conquest of new territories in the dream realm, the war campaign against the Skinwalker, the partial loss of the Eastern Quadrant, the rise of the King of Nothing, the war between him and the human domain. There were countless gates that opened in the waking world as well, bringing an ocean of nightmare creatures with them. Many lives had been lost trying to contain the swelling tide of abominations, and people had to mourn these losses all over again. But no matter how deep the wounds of those who had forgotten were, those few who remembered were equally scarred. Sation, Morgan, Kai, Effie, and the rest of them, they still remembered what the dream spawn had done to them, as well as what they had made them do. And even if the cruelties that had been perpetrated or endured by them were the result of mental manipulation, the memories of experiencing that nightmare were real. But the world was moving on. The world was in motion, and the pressure of the present left humanity no time to wallow in the forgotten past, especially because of what awaited them in the future. The official explanation for the calamity that befell humanity was that a nightmare creature of a high rank had infected the world with a mental hex, and that the memories of mankind had to be cleansed in order to destroy that hex. The sun still rose every morning, and the immortal flame still burned. Changing Star was still ruling humanity from her radiant throne, and if she said that the nightmare creature had been dealt with, that they had to continue living, then that was what they had to do. It was not like people had another choice. An official memorial day was established to honor the forgotten, those whose lives were swallowed by oblivion. The first Remembrance Day was celebrated in a solemn atmosphere on the first anniversary of the calamity, giving those who had lost something a bitter kind of closure, while those who had gained something precious were reminded to appreciate what they had. The world had been changed by the disaster, and it was changing still. The changes were staggering. The dream realm was in the throes of a global crisis. The war between the human domain and the King of Nothing, which had apparently taken place during the forgotten years, had rewritten the geography of both the East and the West. In the East, the devastation of the Black Mountains and the resulting floods had disturbed the nightmare creatures populating the surrounding regions. In the West, the River of Tears had changed course, completely reshaping the balance that had existed for thousands of years in its basin. New horrors are emerging from the lands that had been hidden in the dark depths of the great river once, while the old ones are forced to abandon their territories to seek new hunting grounds. As a result, the abominations everywhere are migrating, flowing towards the citadel kingdoms. The battles to protect them have become both fiercer and more frequent, while traveling between citadels is more hazardous now. Humanity had been at war to expand its territories and prepare for the arrival of the settlers from the waking world, but now it was at war to keep its lands. The subjugation campaigns had been suspended during the clash between the human domain and the King of Nothing, and now they were simply over. The soldiers were desperately needed all across the dream realm simply to hold on to the human-controlled regions. The waking world wasn't faring any better. In fact, it felt like it was swiftly approaching the moment of complete collapse. All across the three remaining quadrants, the frequency and category of the emerging gates were increasing. Hordes of nightmare creatures poured into the desolate wastelands of Earth and congregated towards its megacities, threatening to overwhelm their defenders. Nightmare gates were opening within the cities as well, doubling the difficulty of keeping the population safe. But perhaps even worse than the damage these gates were dealing to the technical infrastructure of humanity. Even if the nightmare creatures who had emerged from the gate were eliminated and the gate itself sealed behind a containment dome, the interference of the call still persisted, disrupting all the technical systems in a wide area around it. And with the number of active gates constantly increasing, the areas of disruption constantly grew, overlapping with each other and taking entire swaths of city infrastructure out of commission. Humanity was resisting that harmful process, of course. The gates negatively affecting the most vital hubs were prioritized when sending Awakened to challenge nightmares, and progress achieved by the scientists working on adapting human technology to the dream realm was swiftly reverse-engineered to improve the situation on Earth as well. But it was not enough. The progress was woefully insufficient to contend with the spreading nightmare, and so the waking world was slowly sliding into a state of emergency. The billions of people still populating it were anxious and suffering under immense pressure, of course. Nobody knew if there would be a place for them in the dream realm, since sustaining such an enormous population there was beyond the capability of the human domain at the moment. A tense mood suffused the struggling cities of Earth. But there were positive changes that had happened during and since the forgotten years as well. There were more awakened, ascended, and saints among humans now than ever before, and more still are emerging every month, as if all of humanity was rallied by the approaching end.
Chapter 30:30 Vague Boundaries. Sunny stared at the seed, feeling somewhat baffled. It wasn't located near Low 49, but in its very center. So, it could not have been a remnant of the chain of nightmares. It had to have appeared in the ruins of the research facility sometime between now and the day Sunny reached the edges of the dream realm for the first time. No, what am I even thinking about? Of course, the seed was not a remnant of the chain of nightmares, because there were no seeds of nightmare in the waking world. There were only nightmare gates, but now that the nearby gates had expanded, pulling this piece of the waking world into the dream realm, they were gone, and this seed of nightmare appeared instead. So it was pretty obvious what the content of the nightmare contained within it was. It was the harrowing time Sunny had spent here before the terror of Low 49 killed everyone. Unbelievable. Sunny's own nightmares had all happened before the Doom War, except for his third nightmare, which did not really fit in the timeline of history. But not all nightmares were the same. Some challengers were sent to the aftermath of the Doom War, trying to survive in the mortal realms that were being consumed by corruption. Some, like Tamar and her cohort, were even sent to nightmares of the divine realms that had survived for quite some time after the gods fell. But Sunny had never heard of a nightmare seed that contained the story of modern times, a story from the history of the waking world. Until now. How does that even work? What was the rank of that seed? Were awakened meant to challenge it to become masters, or were masters meant to challenge it to become saints? Either way, it did not seem fair. Sunny had been a master during the chain of nightmares, but even he was surprised sometimes at the fact that he had survived. And whose roles were the challengers going to take? Was someone going to inhabit the body of Vern, the chief security officer of Low 49, and Sunny's own body? Were they going to take the roles of his soldiers? It all felt very wrong. A nightmare with MWPs, railguns, and the Rhino was simply bizarre. But then again, perhaps it was only reasonable. The seeds of nightmare usually appeared in places where awful things had happened, and where great terror and heartbreak had been felt, where blood had been spilled. Low 49 checked all the boxes. It passed the test with flying colors, even. Still, Sunny pitied the poor soul who would get the dubious privilege of experiencing any of the horrid things he had endured. He shook his head. Good luck surviving that. The existence of this seed was reasonable, but posed a number of questions. The most important of them was, what would happen when this seed matured and was ready to bloom? The nightmare seeds were born in the dream realm, matured, and eventually bloomed, therefore creating a nightmare gate and allowing the dream realm to invade another world. In the end, the gate consumed a part of that world, transporting it back to the dream realm. But after the waking world fell, there would be no more worlds for the dream realm to devour and nowhere for nightmare gates to appear. So, what would happen to this seed? In fact, what happened to all the nightmare seeds after the worlds their blooming infected were consumed? Did they simply vanish, having served their purpose? Since people from Earth had never witnessed a world being consumed by the dream realm before, this was all uncharted territory. Perhaps the descendants of Daeron and his saints knew, but Sunny did not. Somehow, he doubted that the seeds simply disappeared, though. Rather, his intuition told him that the seeds did what all the flowers did when blooming. They spread pollen. In the case of nightmare seeds, the pollen they would spread was probably corruption. They simply remained, serving as eternal sources of corruption and slowly tainting the world around them. Lovely. Sunny stared at the infantile seed of nightmare for a while, feeling cold despite his supreme physique. On the bright side, he knew all there was to know about what had happened at Low 49. So, if he wanted to, he could gather a cohort of challengers, give them the detailed information of what to expect, arm them with the precise combination of memories they needed to return alive, and throw them into the nightmare. Despite how harrowing it was, they would probably stand a better chance of conquering it than any cohort going into a normal nightmare blind did. So, if there were many such seeds in the future, seeds that were born from the horrors that had transpired in the waking world, researching a nightmare before challenging it would become a distinct and incredibly beneficial possibility, increasing the number of challengers that survived their trials. That is valuable intel. But that was not why Sunny had come to the edge of the world. Staring at the Rui, NS of Low 49 and reminiscing about the past was not his purpose either. So, after looking at the seed with a deep frown for a while, Sunny sighed and turned away. He continued, moving north, further and further and further away, testing how much of the Antarctic center had already been swallowed by the dream realm. Sunny found the spot where he had met Sergeant Gia and his small conv and refugees. From there, he scaled the mountains and reached the abandoned underground complex he and his soldiers had cleared once to allow the refugees to sleep in safety. Moving further, Sunny eventually reached the old tunnel where he had first encountered the Heart of Darkness. Even knowing that it was long gone, he still decided not to go inside the tunnel. Instead, Sunny descended to the coastal highway and passed the spot where Goliath had almost killed him once. By then, he was feeling a slight discomfort. As Sunny moved further north, the discomfort slowly grew more pressing, eventually starting to resemble a familiar feeling, the feeling of being rejected by the world. That feeling finally reached its usual state when Sunny discovered the ruins of Erebus Field. And so, at that moment, Sunny knew that he had crossed the realm boundary and returned to the waking world. Only he did not cross anything. There was no boundary between the realms here, meaning that Earth was now seamlessly connected to the dream realm. And that was not all. On the shore of the ocean, west of Erebus Field, Sunny found something that made him scowl. There, sprawled on the edge of the rustling water, a dead nightmare creature was lying on the icy ground, towering above it like a black hill. Its carapace was broken, and crude spears made from flint were sticking from the ghastly wounds. The dead nightmare creature was a member of the Black Millipede tribe. The flint spears, meanwhile, undoubtedly belonged to the Barrow Wraiths. But there was no sign of either around. Sunny stared at the dead nightmare creature for a long while, his expression grim. So they reached that far north. He shifted slightly, looking at the undulating expanse of the ocean behind the Black Millipede. Not only was the realm boundary broken, but nightmare creatures were also freely crossing from the dream realm to the waking world. And that did not promise anything good. Damn it! The apocalypse was not simply drawing close. It was already here. Chapter 30-31, the end is nigh. Things had to move swiftly after Sunny's disturbing discovery. It had already been known, of course, that the dream realm was slowly consuming the waking world, but as it turned out, it wasn't as slow as they had believed. The timeline of the apocalypse had moved forward, which meant they did not have a lot of time left. Not decades, mere years. And those years were not going to be peaceful either. On the contrary, the situation was going to turn worse and worse until it finally reached a terrifying culmination. There were several reasons why things were so dire. The most obvious reason was that the boundary between the realms was broken, and nightmare creatures could pass freely between them. The carcass Sunny had found on the shore proved that both the black millipedes and the barrow wraiths had already made their way to Earth, and something as trivial as an ocean was not going to stop them from reaching the remaining quadrants. More abominations from the burned forest were sure to follow as well. That alone was a chilling crisis. Out in the dream realm, these two tribes of nightmare creatures were powerful but manageable foes. Sunny had already defeated the black millipedes once, and while the barrow wraiths were giving him trouble on the forgotten shore, he was still holding them back. But the situation was entirely different now that they could cross over to Earth freely. Neither Sunny nor Nephi's could truly unleash their powers on Earth. Even if they held themselves back, though, the waking world was going to banish them back to the dream realm after only a few hours, a day or two at most. Their enemy, meanwhile, was both numerous and powerful. There were countless corrupted members of the Black Millipede tribe, ruled by 6 great tyrants. That force alone was enough to threaten every human on the planet. The barrow wraiths seemed just as powerful. Worse than that, Sunny did not know a lot about them. They were a complete mystery, and all he knew about these ferocious abominations was that they used weapons made from flint and had come from the barrows near the border of the burned forest. Sunny did have his theories, of course. He still remembered the story of how Rhyme, the demon of repose, created the seasons. In one version of the myth he glimpsed, a vicious cold chained the primordial forest, forcing the ancient people who had lived there in peace and harmony to abandon the blessed garden of Heart God. In another Sion, Heart God's forest was a terrifying hell instead, and it was Rhyme herself who had summoned the deadly cold to cull it. No matter what version of the myth Sunny believed, it seemed like the Heart Realm had been the cradle of all living beings once, at the dawn of time. Later, the inhabitants of the forest, including the first humans, had to flee it due to a mysterious calamity spreading across all other realms. Sunny suspected that the barrow wraiths were the remnants of those primordial humans. The barrows had most likely been built soon after they fled the Heart Realm, albeit he did not know what exactly they had buried and left behind there. The waking world was in danger. The southern regions of the eastern quadrant had already been devastated by the Skinwalker, so even if the nightmare creatures pouring through the breach in the realm boundary reached it, the damage was not going to be immediate. The southern regions of the western quadrant, though, were immediately vulnerable. However, it was the remaining human settlements in South America that were the closest to Antarctica, so they were in the greatest danger. That wasn't all, either. Far more dangerous than the black millipedes and the barrow wraiths was the breach in the realm boundary itself. Sunny had traveled all the way to Erebus Field before finally feeling the repelling force of the war realm, and that distance was increasing swiftly. Which meant that more of the waking world would soon become indistinguishable from the dream realm. Who knew? Perhaps there were already other swathes of Earth fused with the terrifying world of the forgotten god. And that put everything at risk. As far as Sunny knew, there were at least 2 nightmare creatures above the great rank in the waking world. One was hidden somewhere in America, while the other dwelled on the moon. Considering how swiftly the number and the potency of nightmare gates were ramping up, there were going to be more very soon. Any one of those creatures could wipe out all of humanity that still populated Earth in a matter of days, if not hours. So why had they not done that yet? It was because the war realm was suppressing them the same way it was suppressing the human sovereigns. More so, really, considering that these fallen deities were of higher ranks than the supremes. These powerful abominations were chained to the vicinity of the nightmare gates that had brought them to the waking world, unable to leave. That was why Earth was still in one piece and capable of sustaining human life. However, what was going to happen once the realm boundary began to crumble? The fallen deities would be free to go anywhere and descend upon the quadrants in all their profane glory, turning all of Earth into a desolate wasteland. Not only that, but they would be able to cross back into the dream realm to devour the citadel cities where humanity was seeking shelter as well. There was no time to waste. There was so much to do. As soon as Sunny brought the news of his discovery back to Bastion, the gears of the human domain went into overdrive. But even then, he knew that they were not going to escape this crisis without incurring heavy losses. For now, things still seemed stable. That did not last long, though. Chapter 30-32, Escalating Peril. The first sign of the impending disaster came mere days after Sunny's discovery. A naval convoy sailing from the Western Quadrant toward the South American colonies went dark, failing to respond to any communications. Usually, that would not have caused immediate alarm. The sea corridor to the tip of South America had been lost during the chain of nightmares and re-established only recently. The ships had to travel along the coast of Antarctica to avoid deep waters, staying a good distance away from the lost continent, but not too far away. As a result, it wasn't unusual for them to suffer from the interference of the call, and communicating with the mainland was difficult at times. The convoys often lost contact for a day or two, continuing the dangerous voyage in isolation. This time, however, things were different, because Sunny and Nephise knew that there were new dangers lurking in those waters. The last known location of the convoy was quite close to the tip of South America as well. So even if there was no substantial evidence suggesting that something out of the ordinary was happening, they decided to commit serious resources to preventing a potential disaster. Nephise pulled the Night Garden from its current mission, sending it to patrol the coast of South America instead. At the same time, Neve and Bloodwave were sent to search for the traces of the missing convoy. They found it before too long, lying on the bottom of the ocean. The armored hulls of the alloy behemoths were shredded and torn apart, having been attacked from below. The crew members and awakened warriors, including the ascended Gui, from the House of Night, had met a grisly fate. Mere hours after Neve reported their findings, no more than a kilometer off the coast of South America, the Night Garden engaged in a fierce naval battle against the mysterious foe who had destroyed the convoy. The water foamed, revealing countless shapes moving beneath it, the wet chitin glistening in the deep darkness of the starlit night. It was as if an entire swath of the ocean boiled, the turbulent mass of seething water rushing toward the titanic ship that stood between the dark depths and the shore. They were the Black Millipedes, a raiding party of them, numerous enough to pose a serious threat to all human settlements in South America. Only these ones were subtly different from the abominations Sunny had fought in the burned forest. They were larger, stronger, and more ferocious than the previous generation of the Black Millipedes. Many of them were great nightmare creatures as opposed to merely corrupted ones as well. The battle was brief, but fearsome. In the end, Nightwalker managed to repel the raiding party, preventing the Black Swarm from reaching the shore. The Night Garden sustained some damage, and although the hull of the living ship was already healing, the warriors aboard wore grim expressions. If Sunny and Nephise had lingered just a little longer, contemplating the decision, the settlements in South America and all the people populating them could have been lost. Even if the settlements weren't destroyed entirely, the damage would have been devastating. The situation was dire because this raid was not going to be the last one, and South America was not the only human territory under threat either. Sooner or later, the nightmare creatures spilling into the waking world through the breach in the realm boundary were going to discover the Western Quadrant as well. There were far more people living in the Western Quadrants and far more cities that needed to be protected. Sufficient forces had to be relocated to defend from the new threat, and considering the number and rank of the abominations they would have to face, that meant sending Saints into battle. The problem was that the Saints were already engaged in countless battles across the Dream Realm. The Citadel cities they were under siege, and the pressure on their defenders was only mounting. Nightmare creatures across the entire dream realm were slowly beginning to migrate, abandoning their ancient hunting territories and moving toward the human settlements. It was partially a result of the battles between Mordred and the Dreamspawn. Another reason was that somewhere out there, small pieces of the waking world were being sewn into the fabric of the dream realm, disturbing the established order. And the most chilling reason of all was a suspicion that the great horrors of the dream realm, the cursed and unholy abominations slumbering in the depths of the death zones, were stirring and changing their behavior as well, causing the lesser nightmare creatures to flee in panic. The human domain mobilized all its forces, with both Nephis and Cassie entering the fray personally. Sunny, meanwhile, deployed his shades away from the Citadel cities, ambushing and slaughtering swarms of nightmare creatures before they could reach them. However, even with the Shadow Legion growing every day, Sunny did not have too many shades to spare. He had to fight his own war on the Forgotten Shore, after all, where the invasion of the Barrow Wraiths was slowly growing more forceful. Under these circumstances, it was only a matter of time before humanity suffered a defeat. That defeat came sooner than Sunny and Nephis had hoped for. There was a citadel hidden in the mists of the Storm Sea. The citadel did not have a big population, since the craftsmen of the river people had not reached it yet. The floating settlement around it was modest, only housing tens of thousands of people, but it was a strategically important point. That was because the citadel was located further into the nebulous expanse of the Storm Sea than any other human stronghold. It had unique properties that allowed it to safely weather any storm as well, so it served both as the staging ground for further exploration of the Storm Sea and as an advanced outpost that warned other, more populous citadel cities about the coming storms. At the moment, a radiant dream gate towered above the settlement, and people were retreating into its light with frightened and panicked faces. Not too far from the dream gate, tendrils of turbulent black water were crawling up the white slopes of the citadel, slowly swallowing its stone ramparts. All the way to the horizon, the surface of the sea was entirely black, emanating an eerie feeling. The water seemed to possess a mind of its own, moving with purposeful malice, and there were countless appalling shapes hidden beneath its surface, as well, on the highest spire of the Ankh. In Citadel, Nephis and Sunny stood in silence, one in the light, one hidden in the shadows, both watching the black water consume the citadel with grim expressions. Eventually, Sunny spoke. "Are we really not going to fight it?" Nephis lingered for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. "You saw it. My first attack barely had any effect, and you can sense its will as well. Whatever that thing is, dealing with it won't be easy. We can try, of course. We will probably win, even, but we will also spend too much of ourselves to repel it." Sunny sighed. "And our strength is needed elsewhere, everywhere, all the time." It was simply a question of logistics. Allocating too many resources to retain an asset of little significance would only put other, more valuable assets at increased risk. In other words, Sunny and Nephis had to choose their battles wisely. They could not spread themselves too thin and were not in a position to commit their full force to every crisis. Nephis nodded. "Losing a citadel is an undesirable result, but as long as we can save the people, it's a win." She looked at him, a somber expression on her face. Nephis remained silent for a moment and then sighed quietly. "I am not sure that we will be able to save the people every time, Sunny." He did not answer, knowing that she was right. Soon, the last of the citadel's inhabitants disappeared into the Dream Gate, and the two of them retreated as well. The citadel itself was gone, shattered, and swallowed by the encroaching mass of black water. That was a historic moment. It was the first time in decades humanity lost a citadel to nightmare creatures. Things like that used to happen often before, in the early years of the nightmare spell, but for as long as Sunny could remember, human territories in the Dream Realm had only expanded, not shrunk. Now, the Dream Realm was starting to take pieces of itself back. Chapter 3033, Brave Souls. The situation continued to worsen, little by little, for a few months. Sunny, Nephise, and Cassie had played their cards well, managing to avoid major losses. However, it was hard to call their achievement a triumph. If anything, it resembled a controlled fall. The human domain had reached the bottomless abyss and was now careening dangerously on its very edge, slipping lower and lower with each day. There were more nightmare gates. Abominations continued to threaten the southern coast of the western quadrant and were already drawing close to the remaining cities in the eastern quadrant. The settlements in South America had to be evacuated, dealing a blow to the food supply across both the waking world and the dream realm. In the dream realm itself, more and more battles and skirmishes were being fought to defend the citadel cities. If there was one piece of good news, it was that Sunny and Nephise did not have to worry about the climate in the waking world gradually changing due to the cold seeping into it from the dream realm. That was because the waking world was not going to exist long enough to suffer the consequences. Still, they tried to handle all these threats with minimal losses. They moved strategically, engaging in those battles that threatened widespread damage and avoiding those that did not. The champions of the human domain threw themselves into the fray, as well, guided and coordinated by Cassie's voice whispering into their ears. All across the dream realm and the waking world, warriors of humanity were fighting countless battles. The tide of nightmare creatures was already overwhelming, and little by little, it was growing more and more dire. The casualties would have been crippling if not for the miraculous flames that healed the wounded soldiers and pulled those who were gravely wounded from the jaws of death. Because of Neph's flames, the losses among the soldiers were minimal. And because the losses were minimal, her armies could do more, pushing the abominations back over and over again instead of succumbing to attrition. Unseen and unknown, Sunny was supporting humanity from the shadows. The ranks of his Shadow Legion were swelling, but the new shades were immediately sent into battle, since the number of enemies he faced was growing as well. Even Mordred seemed to have joined the effort to stem the tide of nightmare creatures, even if his involvement was limited to the regions surrounding the Hollow Mountains. But of course, it was not enough. Sunny and Nephise were both painfully aware that even if their efforts were enough to prevent humanity from suffering heavy losses for now, that was not going to last. The severity of the threat they faced was growing far faster than the collective power of humanity, and the worst of it had not even begun yet. Things were going to turn much worse before too long, and so they had to prepare. It was not quite time for truly desperate measures yet, but it was no time to hold back, though they had to move fast, even if that meant that their plans and preparations could not be as thorough as they would have wanted. And so, the winter solstice arrived. On that day, Sunny turned 30. 30. He was not a young man anymore. That was an outstanding achievement in and of itself, considering the life he had lived. It was also a momentous occasion, but he did not have time to think about it at all. In fact, he had forgotten about it completely. That was because something far more important was happening on that day. Piercing the howling winds with its bow, the chain breaker flew above the undulating waters of the ocean. Soon enough, a dark line appeared on the horizon, and not long after that, the flying ship reached a snowy shore. The shore was desolate, with not a living being in sight. The nightmare creatures seemed to have retreated, wary of the beings aboard the flying ship, or perhaps they had all been eviscerated by fellow abominations a long time ago. Here and there, wrecks of alloy battle machines lay sprawled on the frozen ground, covered by patina and rust. It was Antarctica, of course, East Antarctica to be more precise, the place where the sovereigns had first revealed themselves to the world all those years ago. Those sovereigns were gone now, and new supremes had taken their place. The chain breaker continued forward, moving deeper inland. Below the flying ships, old battlefields flashed one after another. Spent casings, ruins of abandoned cities, scattered debris of devastated military camps. Sunny, who had once traveled all across this vast landmass as a member of the Special Reconnaissance Unit, recognized many of these places. Of course, they looked very differently now, hollow, forlorn, desolate, silent. Utterly devoid of people. Only nightmare creatures remained, staring up at the chain breaker with mad, frenzied hunger burning in their bestial eyes. Looking at the dead, tainted, deserted expanse of East Antarctica, Sunny could not help but wonder if all continents of Earth would look like this one day soon. If all of existence would look like this, rather. This dreary landscape was an illustration of what would happen to the world if he and Nephis failed. Being here is pretty disheartening. Sunny sighed. The waking world was pushing down on him, straining to force him out. He wasn't going to stay for long, anyway. In truth, his visit to the cradle of humanity had not been dictated by any practical reason. Sunny had simply wanted to be here for what was about to happen. Eventually, they reached their destination. It was the snow-covered battlefield where the Battle of the Black Skull had once taken place. And the three enormous nightmare gates that towered above it like appalling fissures in the fabric of the world. Sunny studied the gates for a few moments, then turned to look at the 6 people who were gathered on the deck of the chain breaker. These were the valiant souls who were going to challenge the 4th nightmare today. Chapter 30-34, Forlorn Battlefield. Apart from Nephis and Sunny, there were 6 people aboard the chain breaker. Effie jumped down to the ground first. She landed nimbly, straightened, and looked around with a humorous expression. Well, this certainly brings back memories. Last time she had seen this field, she had been one of the government soldiers observing the battle between the great clans. Of course, that battle did not end like anyone could have expected it to end. Effie's voice sounded easygoing and carefree, but behind her outward lightheartedness, there was a somber note. She had said goodbye to her child and her husband, knowing that she would not see them again for a long, long time, if she ever saw them at all. Out of all of them, she had the most to lose, but she also had the most reasons to come back alive as well. Next, Kai glided down from the deck of the chain breaker and landed softly near her. He looked as dashing as ever. If anything, leaving the post of a steward seemed to have lifted a burden off his shoulders, making him seem even more dazzling. But he was also full of dark resolve and determination. A faint smile twisted his lips, then a grimace. Kai winced and raised a hand to his ear. It's a good thing that we are here to challenge a nightmare. The call is overpowering. As soon as he said that, a ghostly figure walked calmly out of the chain breaker's hull, assuming a corporeal form as she regarded the desolate battlefield with an aloof expression. You know, this was where I disobeyed a direct order from Wake of Ruin for the first time. I honestly thought that I'd get fired. In fact, I probably would have been, if not for the fact that I returned as a saint. Who would fire a saint? Jet chuckled, looked around and sighed. In the end, her retirement had only lasted a few months. Now duty called, and she was about to challenge the Fourth nightmare in the service of humanity. If Saint Core was still alive, he would have been proud of his problematic employee. There was a rustle, and a current of liquid metal fell from above, pulling on the ground and soaring in a graceful spiral to form a human shape. Then, an exquisitely beautiful woman with flawless grey skin jumped down, landing with poised grace. Morgan and Sation studied the battlefield for a few moments, then looked at each other with strange expressions. They were the ones who had led the armies of the great clans into the Battle of the Black Skull, after all. Back then, they had been trying to defeat each other. Today, many years later, they unexpectedly returned as allies. Morgan studied the 3 towering gates for a while, then smiled darkly. I would have won that battle if not for these things. Sation gave her a curious glance. Wouldn't you have died by your brother's blade instead? Morgan chuckled. That is true as well. Finally, the last of the challengers took a step off the deck of the chain breaker. In just one step, he was suddenly standing next to them. It seems that a lot of fun things happened while I was gone. Nightwalker grinned. Song and Valor killing each other. I hate to have missed it. By then, Sunny had already stepped out of the shadows. Believe me, you didn't miss out on much. Nephis descended from the deck, as well, stopping to look at the nightmare gates. Sunny, in the meantime, scratched the back of his head. Actually, I take it back. You really did. History was made here, you know. He smiled. This is where Nephis and I killed Dire Fang. That was the first time in history two masters managed to kill a saint. After that, they all fell silent. Indeed, these were the people who had dared to challenge the fourth nightmare. Saint Effie, raised by wolves. Saint Kai Nightingale, the Dragon Slayer. Soul Reaper Jet. Morgan, Princess of War. Seishan, Lost Princess of Song. And Nightwalker, the legendary founder of the House of Night. Sunny looked at the latter. I know why the others are challenging the nightmare, but why are you here, old man? Nightwalker, who looked like a young man, smiled. I have a granddaughter now. She's not very impressed with me, so you might say that I am here to impress my granddaughter. Sunny scoffed. All 6 of them were among the strongest champions of humanity. Their absence on the battlefield was going to be felt. In fact, the world could very well plummet into the abyss without them. But no matter how much pain humanity would suffer without them, sending them into the nightmare was more important. Because humanity was not going to survive otherwise. Sunny and Nephis needed to become spirits, but they could not leave the world unprotected. So, someone had to rise to the throne of supremacy in order to take their place. And there were no better candidates than the people gathered on the forlorn battlefield today. But of course, Sunny did not feel at ease, knowing that he was sending his friends into a peril far more deadly than anything he had experienced before. There was a complicated storm of emotions raging in his chest, and yet all those emotions were meaningless in the face of necessity. Well, no point in wasting time, let's go. Effie was the first one to move. She walked across the melting snow toward the nearest nightmare gate, stretching her shoulders as she went. It was as if she were preparing for a light jog instead of the horrors of the fourth nightmare. Kai followed, and soon all of them were approaching the gate, the persistent call growing louder and louder in their ears. Sunny and Nephis stayed back a little, and the 6 saints were now arrayed in front of them, facing the nightmare gate. At that moment, they seemed to have forgotten about the 2 supremes behind them, their attention drawn solely to the appalling darkness rippling in front of them. From here, they would travel to the dream realm and allow the call to drag them toward the seed of nightmare connected to the gate. And then they were going to challenge it. Nobody knew how long conquering the nightmare would take them, but it was most likely going to be a long while, months at best, probably years. Sunny and Nephis would just have to hold the world together while they were gone. In the end, the 6 saints turned around to throw one last look at them. Kai sighed. Don't worry, we will return victorious. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then scoffed. Who is worried? Just be careful. I prepared you for the nightmare myself, so if you have any conscience, you will come back alive. Otherwise, it will be very embarrassing for me. Effie shook his head. Well, we are worried. Not about ourselves, mind you. We're mainly worried about what you'll do to the world in our absence. Jet simply shrugged. If you think about it, we survived the chain of nightmares. Oh, what's one more nightmare, really? She smiled and then gave Sunny a nod. You be careful, too. Don't do anything too crazy. Sunny coughed. No promises. At that moment, Morgan looked down at a puddle of melted snow beneath her feet. A subtle smile twisted her lips. You've come, after all. There, an unexpected figure reflected in the water, standing next to her. It was Mordred. However, if he said something to Morgan, their conversation remained private. Nightwalker, meanwhile, looked at Seishan and sighed. It seems no one has come to see us off. How about it, young lady? Should we have a poignant emotional moment between each other, not to feel left out. Seishin spared him a glance and shook her head politely. I think I'll refuse. Nightwalker laughed quietly. Fair enough. And then there was nothing more to say. Sunny and Nephi stood side by side, watching as the six figures in front of them vanished. Vanished to challenge the fourth nightmare. They were left alone under the cold sky. Chapter 30-35, Grim Reality. In a time of dire need, six of the strongest champions of the human domain disappeared, entering the depths of a perilous nightmare. Effie, Kai, Jet, Morgan, Seishin, Nightwalker. Humanity knew them as brilliant warriors and leaders. In the pantheon of heroes who walked the path of ascension, they were only half a step behind the true deities, Changing Star, Song of the Fallen, even the King of Nothing. Each of them was a living legend. Raised by wolves and nightingale were known as Changing Star's loyal companions, having braved myriad dangers side by side with the goddess of humanity. They were both revered and beloved, having conquered and ruled two of the greatest human settlements in the dream realm, Bastion and Ravenheart. Soul Reaper Jet needed no introduction either. Her fame could only compare to her infamy, and there was not a human alive who didn't admire or fear her, or both. However, everyone agreed that there was no deadlier saint. Among the government forces, meanwhile, her reputation could rival the dead gods themselves. Morgan of Valor and Seishin of Song carried legends of their own, legends that they built themselves, as well as vast legends they had inherited from the fallen great clans. Needless to say, Nightwalker, one of the most accomplished and mysterious paragons of the first generation who had vanished without a trace, then returned from being dead decades later, was a living legend as well. The information about where they had gone was not hidden, so soon enough, both worlds were buzzing with conversations about whether they would become the second cohort to conquer the fourth nightmare, or if they would perish in its depths. The six of them were storied heroes for ordinary humans. But for Sunny, they were simply friends. The world felt strangely empty without Effie, Kai, and Jet. In one of the rooms of the Tower of Hope, 6 memories lay on a slab of white marble. Each belonged to one of the 6 saints who had challenged the fourth nightmare. For as long as they were still alive, the memories were not going to disappear. If something happened to them during the trial of the spell, though, the memories would collapse into a whirlwind of sparks and vanish forever. In the weeks following the journey to Antarctica, Sunny developed a habit of visiting the memory room and looking at the memories, wondering what his friends were going through somewhere out there in the violent ordeal of the nightmare. Of course, there was no answer. There wouldn't be for quite a while, but seeing the intact memories brought Sunny a measure of solace. Naturally, he did not have a lot of time to stare at the 6 memories. The world was still falling apart, after all. Everything that had been plaguing the human domain before was now exacerbated, both because the apocalypse was gaining steam and because 6 pillars of humanity were missing. It was not only their personal strength that the world was lacking now, but also their influence and leadership. Others rose to the occasion, of course, trying to fill the vacuum, but no one could really replace the 6 people who had gone into the nightmare. As a result, the situation turned grim for a long while. The breach in the realm boundary continued to expand, and more nightmare creatures poured into the waking world. Sunny and Nephi's had to abandon the established plan of resettlement and swiftly evacuate millions more people into the dream realm, despite the fact that it was not ready to support that rate of population growth. The saving grace was the Storm Sea, where the floating cities were swiftly expanding with the help of the river people. Anank joined the construction effort personally, vastly accelerating its progress. Of course, expansion of that perilous region of the dream realm was not without risk, so terrifying naval battles began to happen there with increasing frequency. In these circumstances, a new generation of warriors received a chance to distinguish themselves. The daughter and grandson of Windflower proved themselves to be worthy successors of their storied bloodline. The Saints of Night and their warriors forged a new reputation for their fallen clan in the absence of its founder. Quite unexpectedly, or perhaps quite the opposite, a man named Gunlorg also rose to prominence, fighting side by side with Saints despite being merely an ascended. His aspect was uniquely suited for grueling battles in the depths of the Storm Sea, and his grim determination reminded people why he had been known as the Dark Diver once, before becoming the Lord of the Bright Castle. Another cohort that earned fame and respect in the Storm Sea was Tamar of Sorrow and her warriors. The importance of the Storm Sea citadels had drastically increased, so naturally, the human domain had to commit more forces to defend them. Sunny sent several cohorts of the Shadow Clan there as well. At the same time, Stormsea was the next destination chosen by Rain, who wanted to participate in the construction of floating cities alongside the river people. So she became one of his envoys there. Rain and her cohort were not meant to engage in too many battles, but no awakened could stay away from fighting during the apocalypse. Since Ascended was still relatively rare, Tamar swiftly became renowned among local warriors, earning a reputation as a powerful young master who commanded a cohort of exceptional fighters. But of course, the moderate success in the Storm Sea did not mean that all the other problems Sunny and Nephis had to contend against disappeared. Humanity was besieged on all sides. The realm boundary was growing more brittle with each month. Nightmare gates continued to open all across the waking world. The nightmare creatures of the dream realm were attacking citadel cities with increasing ferocity, and amidst all of this, their most cherished companions were missing, risking it all in the nightmare. Sunny and Nephis dove into the crucible of the apocalypse, unleashing their supreme powers without holding anything back. They fought more often and more intensely than ever before, barely getting any time to rest. It was a stressful time, a terrifying time. But funnily enough, Sunny felt happier than he had ever felt before. Chapter 30-36, A Feast in Time of Plague. The world was falling apart. The fate of humanity was hanging by a thread, and all of existence was being consumed by war. And yet, Sunny felt at peace. It was peculiar and borderline immoral, but he was content and happy. He was happier than he had ever been before, even. Objectively, his life had become a never-ending nightmare. All 7 of his incarnations were constantly engaged in bloody battles, and more often than not, he returned from the battlefield battered and broken. Worse than the violence and the pain of having his body ravaged and torn was the crushing weight of responsibility that pressed down on his shoulders. Humanity was facing extinction, and Sunny was responsible for humanity. His failures cost countless lives, and his victories were never swift and decisive enough to make him feel like he couldn't have done better. Scores of cities, billions of lives, the very future. All of it depended on Sunny, on him personally, and that burden was too harrowing for anyone to carry. So by all accounts, he should have felt suffocated and exhausted. But he didn't. Instead, every morning, he woke up with a smile. Well, not every morning. Sleep was a luxury Sunny could not quite afford at the moment, after all, so he slept no more than once a month. Other than that, though, his life was weirdly idyllic. He got to spend his days side by side with the woman he loved, and who loved him back, knowing who he was. And even if their days as a couple were a bit peculiar, spent all across the 2 worlds battling harrowing nightmare creatures, they found time to enjoy each other's company amidst the carnage. There were quiet moments as well, the mundane moments that were as sweet as moments of passion, having meals together, watching the sun rise in the silence of an early morning, talking about meaningless nonsense, sharing stories of the past, cutting each other's hair, confessing nonsensical opinions and arguing over them, reading a book over the other one's shoulder, witnessing your partner in their most natural, ordinary moments. And so much more. Sometimes, Sunny caught himself watching as Nephis quietly read the reports that piled on her desk or meditated between battles, feeling like he couldn't be happier. As for the endless clashes against nightmare creatures, despite the grotesque violence and agony of it all, Sunny was enjoying himself on the battlefield too. After all, whether he liked to admit it or not, Battling nightmare creatures was more or less his profession. Unni had spent his entire adult life slaying abominations, and he was damn good at it. And there was immense satisfaction in doing what you knew best, and doing it well. The wounds, the bloodshed, Sunny did not mind it, not only because that was all he knew, but also because it was not meaningless. He was not fighting to survive, no matter the cost. He was fighting so that others could survive, and his wounds were the cost. So no matter how screwed up it sounded, he was doing what he loved side by side with the woman he loved. What was there to be unhappy about? At the same time, he was spending time with his sister, and his sister knew that they were family. He was watching her grow into a person who was softer and gentler than he was, but also immensely strong in her own way. Rain did not have to receive the same scars he had received and be forged into the same kind of adamant blade he had become. And that was wonderful. That soothed Sunny's weathered heart and brought warmth to it. Once upon a time, a long time ago, Sunny had watched Rain through a window and then turned away, choosing not to reveal himself. Because she did not need him, because there was nothing good he could offer her and nothing positive he could add to her life. But now he could offer her the world, and her life was brighter and warmer because of him. There was no cold glass between them, and even if she liked to tease him, like a brat, they had grown as close as siblings were meant to be. Sunny had Nephi's and Rain. He also had Cassie, who had once again become his friend and companion. The two of them had gone through so much, had achieved so much. Their turbulent and complicated relationship spanned most of their adult lives, encompassing both deep affection and scathing resentment. Now, finally, those tumultuous emotions settled, cooling to reveal a profound bond. Sunny and Cassie continued to develop sorcery together, reinforcing the citadel cities of humanity to help their walls withstand the incessant attacks. Her voice accompanied him into every battle, guiding him and helping him understand his foes. That felt nice. Having grown used to it, Sunny knew that he would feel lonely if Cassie suddenly stopped watching over him one day. There were a lot of other things Sunny enjoyed as well. His ragtag group of misfits, led by Revel, helping him defend the Forgotten Shore, academic pursuits with teacher Julius, teaching Anank how to weave, developing his own skill as a sorcerer, exploring the limits of shadow dance. In short, Sunny was enjoying being alive. Well, technically he was dead, but even then he felt more alive than ever. The dissonance between his own personal happiness and the dire state of the world was nothing short of jarring. Sometimes Sunny wondered if he had finally gone completely crazy. After all, only a lunatic would feel content while watching the world end. But then again, if he really thought about it, he had been born into a dying world. In truth, the apocalypse had always been there, hidden in the background. Now it had merely entered its final act. Sunny must have developed a tolerance to it. Months passed, then a few months more. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, but also in what felt like an eternity, another winter solstice came along. It was then that the situation began to change once more. Chapter 30-37, one calamity after another. The winter solstice and the weeks following it were usually the most tense and the most beneficial time for the embattled humanity. That was, naturally, because sleepers entered the dream realm for the first time on that day. The awakened warriors guarding the citadels ventured into the wilderness to help them reach safety, which at times resulted in casualties among rescue parties and increased pressure on the weakened garrison forces. As a reward, however, the number of awakened capable of defending humanity swelled, with new recruits joining the seasoned veterans and lending their strength to that solemn duty. Familiar ways were slowly changing over the past few years, since there were more sleepers who challenged the first nightmare from within the dream realm, and those sleepers who had conquered it in the waking world had more ways to enter the dream realm and tether themselves to a citadel in advance. But the old challenges of the winter solstice still persisted. In fact, this year, they were more dire than ever. Nightmare creatures were on the move all across the dream realm, converging toward the citadel cities, So, a far more perilous journey awaited those sleepers who met the winter solstice in the waking world. Even if they managed to survive the journey and make it to the walls of the nearest citadel city, there was a high chance that they would find a swarm of abominations laying siege to it and find themselves in the middle of a fierce battle. Correspondingly, those awakened who had ventured into the wilderness to support the sleepers faced far more danger. And that was not all. In the days prior to the winter solstice, several consecutive disasters struck humanity, sending both worlds reeling. First, several Category 4 nightmare gates opened across all quadrants, unleashing swarms of powerful abominations into the waking world. That instantly threw the forces of humanity, which were already struggling with keeping Earth under human control, into disarray. Almost at the same time, the situation in the dream realm took a turn from bad to worse, with drastically more powerful nightmare creatures emerging both on land and in the sea. Several citadel cities were suddenly under immense threat, forcing both Sunny and Nephis to scramble in an effort to protect them and minimize the casualties among the local garrisons. Although there was no confirmation yet, it was most likely a result of the realm boundary continuing to deteriorate, with pieces of America and Earth's oceans being integrated into the dream realm, and therefore pulling the nightmare creatures inhabiting them back. The worst crisis, however, took place in the eastern reaches of the dream realm, where several citadels had only recently been conquered by the subjugation crusade of the human domain. There, an eerie and inexplicable phenomenon emerged, swallowing one of those citadels and putting the rest of them at risk. That phenomenon was a wall of unnatural darkness that devoured the world, reaching toward the sky and spanning hundreds of kilometers across. Worst yet, the darkness was slowly expanding, swallowing more land with each day. The easternmost citadel had been covered by the darkness, its entire garrison perishing, all of the awakened stationed there turned hollow in their sleep, and both the masters guarding the citadel and the saint ruling it vanished without a trace. Now, the darkness was slowly spreading in all directions, threatening the nearby citadels as well. Sunny and Nephis had ventured into the darkness, reaching the lost citadel in hopes of understanding what had happened there. However, they did not find anything, no bodies, no traces of a siege, no signs of a struggle. Only an eerie, chilling silence. They could not determine what the mysterious darkness was and where it had come from. Even Cassie failed to glimpse its true nature. All she felt was that venturing deeper into it posed a dire, existential threat, even to someone as powerful as Sunny and Nephis were. Suspecting that the eerie phenomenon was the manifestation of a powerful cursed nightmare creature's influence, or possibly even of an unholy one, all they could do was retreat in grim dejection and prepare the nearby citadels for evacuation. Both worlds hung in fragile balance in the wake of the winter solstice. Nephis led the warriors of humanity into battle, shining like a beacon of light. Sunny, meanwhile, assisted mankind from the shadows. His shadows had scattered to defend the key strongholds of humanity. Nightmare was in Bastion, defending the dreamscape and the city itself. Fiend was in Ravenheart, lending his strength in the fight against the harrowing abominations that came from the frozen wastelands in the west. Serpent was in the Stormsea, guarding Web and the sprawling city that had grown in the estuary of the River of Tears. Saint and Slayer led the warriors of the Shadow Legion in the fight against the Barrow Wraiths, using Mimic as their mobile stronghold. Vile, meanwhile. Sunny wasn't reckless enough to let Vile out of his sight, so he kept the sinister Spawn by his side, using its powers to assist him in the more dire battles. Even then, there seemed to be no hope of the situation improving anytime soon. But then, unexpectedly, it did. Just when the developing calamity seemed to be nearing critical mass, help came from an unexpected direction, from Mordred, who had remained mostly withdrawn since the Dreamspawn was sealed. The King of Nothing did not emerge from his self-imposed exile in the mists of the Hollow Mountains, but he did send an envoy to assist humanity in its time of need. That envy was an immensely powerful reflection, a supreme terror who wielded more power and was seemingly in possession of more sapience than the reflections the original Mordred used to create, which allowed it to act with a measure of independence and battle abominations of higher ranks more effectively. From what Sunny knew, as shared by Cassie, that reflection was born from the very shard of mirror that Mordred had used to kill his other self. With this powerful creature adding its strength to the forces of humanity, the flood of disasters was stemmed somewhat, and soon after that, the true relief came. It was the Fire Keepers, returning triumphantly after conquering their nightmares. Chapter 38, Saints of the Dark City. In a short succession that could only be interpreted as a confluence of fate, all cohorts of the original Fire Keepers returned from their nightmares. Almost at the same time, the Blood Sisters of Sation, the women who had been the handmaidens once, returned from their own trials. The casualties among the two groups of challengers were minimal as well, which meant that in the span of only a few months, humanity had gained more than 50 saints, and not just any saints at that. Both the Fire Keepers and the Blood Sisters were elites among elites, so naturally they were exceptionally powerful transcendents. The overall number of saints humanity possessed easily crossed the 200 mark, and in almost an instant, its overall strength greatly increased. Needless to say, it was a tectonic shift. The situation on the many battlefronts changed rapidly as the Fire Keepers and the Blood Sisters joined the fight. In many cases, the pressure on the forces of humanity was greatly lessened. In some cases, the dynamics of the bloody confrontation between humans and the nightmare creatures were even completely reversed. Observing that stunning change, Sunny could not help but remember the time the dreamers of the Dark City had just escaped the Forgotten Shore. Back then, their return sent waves through the awakened society, becoming the most discussed issue and threatening to upset the balance of power between various powerful factions. Everyone scrambled to recruit the newly returned awakened, mobilizing their treasuries and assets to offer the most alluring incentives. It was not because skilled awakened were that rare or valuable, of course. In the grand scheme of things, the resurgence of 100 or so awakened warriors meant little to the world or to those who ruled it. Neither did the world care about how skilled or powerful those who had escaped from the Forgotten Shore were back then. However, what everyone did care about was their potential. After assessing the information provided by the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, the government assigned each of them a special status. Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, Sation, and Sunny were assigned the special strategic asset designation, while the rest of the dreamers of the Dark City were designated as strategic assets, which meant that all of them had the potential to go far on the path of ascension. And now that potential had finally been realized. The result was just as staggering and impactful as those in power had believed it would be. Now Sunny could better understand why Clan Valor had been so determined in its attempts to recruit Nephis and her followers, even resorting to forceful methods to get them. If it had managed to survive until today, its already fearsome power would have exploded, leaving Clan Song no choice but to be crushed. It was quite an irony, therefore, that neither Clan Song nor Clan Valor existed anymore. Their decision to go after the dreamers of the Dark City had been quite shrewd, but neither side managed to reap the rewards of their foresight. Instead, it was the human domain that ended up benefiting. And that benefit was immensely impactful. Now, finally, the tides of the apocalypse were shifting in favor of humanity, with 5 Supremes, Nephis, Sunny, Cassie, Mordred, and Anank, as well as hundreds of saints led by the Fire Keepers and the Blood Sisters resisting the onslaught of nightmare creatures. The situation had finally stabilized. At least for now. There were still unsolvable problems facing the human domain, of course. Even if its direct combat power had been drastically increased by the arrival of dozens of new saints, and even if some of its non-military crises had been solved or alleviated by those of them who possessed utility aspects, many issues remained just as dire. The gradual collapse of Earth's infrastructure because of the spreading interference of the call, for example, or the realm boundary that continued to crumble, or the darkness, which continued to slowly expand and swallow more land in the east. But still, Sunny and Nephi's finally received a chance to catch their breath. Both of them were demigods, and therefore possessed absolutely inhuman levels of endurance and stamina. And yet, having gone directly from the Dreamspawn plague into the jaws of apocalypse, even they were feeling the weight of mounting fatigue. The past year, a year of unrelenting pressure and ceaseless bloodshed, had been tiresome even for Supremes. Especially for Supremes, perhaps, who had to do more and carried greater responsibility than anyone else. Now that things were looking, if not good, then at least tolerable for a change, they could finally allow themselves to relax a little. Looking at the 6 memories that still lay on the marble altar, whole and undamaged, they could allow themselves to feel hope. They could also allow themselves to turn their attention to issues that were important, but had been overshadowed by all the other demands of the apocalypse. See before. For Sunny, that meant one thing, an opportunity to finish something that he had begun a long time ago, but was yet to finish. He turned his gaze to the hollow mountains. There, under the currents of flowing mist and the impenetrable mass of stone, shrouded in true darkness, lay the underworld, the ancient domain of the demon of destiny. And somewhere in the underworld, the last piece of Weaver's inheritance was waiting for him, waiting to be claimed. The Shadow Weave. Sunny had not been able to attempt recovering it before for a number of reasons. One of them was that among all the death zones humanity had discovered, the underworld promised to be one of the deadliest. Another reason was that the underworld posed an especially dire danger to him. True darkness was the nemesis of shadows, after all. Out there in the dark depths of the hollow mountains, Sunny would be robbed of most of his power. So, up until now, he had hesitated to aim his sights at the underworld. His time was running out, though. The return of the Firekeepers had given humanity a moment of respite, but that moment was not going to last long. Sunny knew that if he did not venture into the underworld now, he would not receive a chance to complete his lineage in a long, long while, maybe ever. Unfortunately, he could not challenge the underworld alone. However, luckily, Sunny's lover was someone whose light was just as calamitous to true darkness as true darkness was calamitous to shadows. And so, he asked Nephi's to delve into the darkness with him. Chapter 30-39, Final Piece. Both Sunny and Nephi's knew what awaited them in the near future, the dire and unknown peril of the 5th nightmare. If all went well, they were going to enter it after 6 new sovereigns ascended, leaving the duty of protecting the world in their hands until the nightmare was conquered. If the worst came to pass, and their friends perished while attempting to rise to the throne of supremacy, they would still have no choice but to challenge the 5th nightmare. Only, this time, there would be far fewer champions left to defend humanity, and Sunny and Nephi's would only be able to pray for something to remain by the time they returned. The 5th nightmare was inevitable, but it made both of them feel wary. It was a trial that no human had conquered before, and therefore information about it was scarce. All the knowledge about it they possessed came primarily from 2 sources. Some came from Yuri's, while some came from the Dreamspawn himself. According to what they had learned, the 5th nightmare was fundamentally different from all the rest, meant to bridge a far wider gap than those that existed between other ranks. There were supposedly 2 elements to it, one personal, resembling the first nightmare, and one meant to be conquered together. More than that, their own domains and powers would apparently become a detriment in the 5th nightmare somehow. That meant that the very thing that allowed them to resist the apocalypse would be turned against them in the nightmare. And then there was the most worrisome detail, the fact that they would have to shed their humanity before becoming deities, that their very consciousness and sense of self would have to irrevocably and fundamentally change. Needless to say, all of that made it seem like the fifth nightmare was an immensely difficult and perilous obstacle to overcome. So they needed to prepare for it as thoroughly as they could. They needed all the strength they could muster and all the advantages they could collect. That was why, even while the world was ending, Sunny and Nephise were willing to abandon their posts for a while and venture into the darkness of the underworld, to make sure that Sunny possessed the full lineage of the Demon of Fate before they had to challenge the nightmare. For Sunny, it was not too troublesome. He possessed 7 incarnations, after all, so he did not have to withdraw from the fight against the apocalypse completely. All he had to do was decide how many incarnations he was going to send into the underworld. Neff's situation was quite different, though. She was not only one of the most powerful combatants humanity possessed, but also a living symbol of hope for all humans, the face and fire of the human domain. She always led the warriors of humanity from the front line, her personal example and brilliant radiance inspiring them, so she could not simply vanish. Her temporary absence had to be explained and accounted for, and for that reason, they had to spend some time laying the groundwork for the eventual departure. In the end, though, everything was ready. It was announced that Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan would personally lead an expedition into a previously unexplored death zone, searching for a source of mystical materials needed to empower humanity. That was not even a lie. The underworld was indeed a potential oase of incredibly valuable resources. All this time, the efforts to bring back the powerful Usuras of Mictlan had continued. However, Usuras could not be built from just any stone. Among various materials required to construct them, stone was the most important. The source people of Mictlan had used was long gone, but the stone of the underworld, steeped for eons in true darkness, was a good substitution. In fact, it could very well prove to be a superior medium. The Stone Saints had been built from that stone, after all. So, scouting the possibility of establishing a quarry in the depths of the underworld was an additional goal Sunny and Nephise pursued. Anank stepped up her efforts to defend the Storm Sea. In the east, Cassie was prepared to enter the battlefield personally. After some negotiations, Mordred had agreed to lend his strength to the defenders of the west. With Sunny's shadows, Mordred's reflection, and the power wielded by the newly transcendent Fire Keepers, humanity could endure for some time, even in the absence of its 2 guardian demigods. And so, on a sunny day at the peak of spring, they left. There were several paths they could take to enter the underworld, most of them hidden on the Forgotten Shore. However, the Forgotten Shore was currently a war zone, enduring a full-scale invasion of the Barrow Wraiths, and more than that, there was an easier way. So Sunny and Nephise made their way to the northern edge of the Chained Isles, where the Night Temple Island had once connected them to the Hollow Mountains via a colossal anchor chain. The Night Temple was long gone, but the chain itself still existed. In fact, it had been pulled from the depths of the sky below and extended, now firmly attached to the new northernmost island. Sunny and Nephise stood at the southern end of the great chain, looking at the jagged black peaks that towered above them, obscuring the world. An endless mass of white mist swirled as it flowed slowly, spilling into the sky below. This certainly brings back memories. Sunny lowered his gaze and looked at the distant spot where the anchor chain was connected to the roots of the Hollow Mountains. There, a lone figure waited for them, surrounded by mist. It was their guide. Grimacing, Sunny stepped on the chain and walked forward, reminiscing about the time he had spent on the Chained Isles, gliding across the heavenly chains to explore and map the floating islands. It seemed so far away, like a distant dream, a dream he had dreamt once, but was still unable to forget. The Chain Isles had changed drastically since then. The world had changed too, and Sunny himself had changed as well. Even Mordred, whom he had met here for the first time, was not the same. Looking at the familiar face, void of its usual pleasant smile, almost made Sunny feel wistful. As Sunny and Nephise approached, Mordred looked at them with an aloof expression and nodded solemnly. You've come. His voice did not carry any particular emotion. Sunny hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Indeed, now, which mountain are we climbing? Chapter 30, 40 Layers of the Underworld. Four figures were making their way up a steep, dark slope, surrounded by billowing clouds of eerie white mists. They were the King of Nothing, the Lord of Shadows, Nephis of Immortal Flame, and a tall, graceful knight wearing a suit of stone like armor, the Jade Saint. The mist parted before them, pushed away by the will of the King of Nothing, then flowed to swallow the emptiness behind them moments after they passed. Their steps echoed in the eerie silence, and although nothing seemed to threaten them in the desolate expanse of swirling fog, all four seemed ready for battle. Half of Sunny's mind was preoccupied with observing his surroundings, searching for signs of trouble. The other was remembering the terrifying time he had spent traversing the Hollow Mountains as a saint, half-crazed and barely able to maintain his existence in the annihilating tides of nothingness. You don't have to worry. Mordred's voice sounded dispassionate. Sparing him a glance, Sunny raised an eyebrow. Really, I'd say there are plenty of reasons to worry. I saw all kinds of horrors the last time I was in these parts. Mordred nodded silently. Indeed, the Hollow Mountains hide many perils, but we are on the very outskirts of the range. The true horrors all dwell deeper. That was somewhat reassuring to hear. They were indeed on the outer edges of the Hollow Mountains. As for why they were climbing higher instead of trying to find a way down, there was a reason for that as well. The news spreading among the subjects of the human domain implied that Nephis had gone to a previously unexplored death zone, but that wasn't entirely true. Somebody had, in fact, explored the underworld in the past, Broken Sword and his cohort for one. More importantly, Nephis herself had already been to the Underworld. Old even if it was in a nightmare as opposed to reality. The kingdom of the Demon of Destiny had, no doubt, changed a lot in the thousands of years since, but some of her knowledge still applied, which influenced their decision of where to enter. Most of those who knew about the existence of the underworld imagined it as a single space buried deep underground in the bones of the earth, but they were not technically correct. In fact, the underworld consisted of roughly 3 layers, each more dangerous than the previous one. Additionally, it was not one titanic cavern, but rather an interconnected system of many enormous hollows. The uppermost and the safest stratum of the underworld was hidden inside the mountains themselves. After all, the Hollow Mountains had not received that name randomly. They were actually hollow inside, each peak forming an enormous vertical cavern that widened from top to bottom. There had been settlements of the Stone Saints inside the hollow peaks once, and it had been here that the underworld connected to the outside world, or rather, to the outside realms. At the peak of the Stone Saint civilization, the upper stratum of the Hollow Mountains was a commercial hub, with many outsiders coming here to trade or to find passage to other realms through the underworld. Many had come to perform burial rites and sacral vigils, believing that doing so would ensure a safe journey for the shadows of their dead. However, the settlements in the hollow peaks of the towering mountains were merely the periphery of the Stone Saint civilization. Its true heart lay at the middle stratum of the underworld, which was below the mountains, submerged in ancient darkness. It was there that Nether's throne and the city surrounding it were located. Most of the Stone Saints had lived in that city, close to the stronghold of their creator. And finally, there was the lower stratum, the deepest part of the underworld, hidden in lightless depths, too dreadful and hazardous to be inhabited even by the Stone Saints. This was where the chasm leading to the abyss was located and where unfathomable horrors born of the true darkness dwelled. Coincidentally, it was also the only part of the underworld Nephis had visited personally. In her second nightmare, she had inhabited the broken body of one of Nether's failed creations and tried to build a community for other creatures that dwelled in the darkness, rejected by the world, only for that community to be wiped out by a horror that rose from the abyss. So she did not really have any personal knowledge of the higher strata of the underworld, only tales and stories the other outcasts had shared with her. These stories still contained plenty of information, though, which allowed Sunny to infer a few things. He knew that while nightmare gates could appear anywhere, they were drawn to places with a large population of sentient beings. Similarly, seeds of nightmare did not just grow randomly, they usually appeared in places where horrific events had happened in the past. There had to be someone who had experienced that horror, which meant that seeds, too, mostly grew in places where sentient beings had once lived. The goal of this expedition was to find the place where Broken Sword perished, and that place was most likely somewhere between the location of the Seed of Nightmare he and his cohort had conquered and the spot where the sovereigns turned on him. Since the Stone Saints had dwelled in the upper and middle strata of the underworld, the seed had to have been there as well. So Sunny and Nephi's did not have to start their search from the most dangerous part of the underworld. On the contrary, going to its least harrowing part would serve them better. And that was why they had convinced Mordred to guide them to the entrance to one of the hollow peaks, and were climbing the mountain now. Soon enough, they found something that Sunny had never expected to see in the hollow mountains, the remains of an ancient, dilapidated road. The road circled the mountains, climbing higher and higher, and there were towering black pillars flanking it, rising above the road on both sides at long intervals. Some of the pillars were shattered, while some had been toppled and were now lying on the cold rock, surrounded by mist. Those that still stood, however, gave Sunny a strange feeling. Following a hunch, he peered into their depths and noticed a familiar sight. There were diamond strings embedded into the pillars, forming complicated patterns. It was the same sorcery Nether had used to animate the Stone Saints, a primitive version of spellweave he had developed to replicate the sorcery of the eldest demon. The ancient weave was dead now, devoid of sorcery, but once upon a time, these pillars must have served an important purpose. Were they meant to keep the mist at bay? There was no answer now, and no one to ask. They moved faster after discovering the ancient road. Soon, the entrance to the underworld was revealed to them. Chapter 30-40, One City of Peace. Somewhere far away, in the depths of a nightmare, a vast city sprawled under a starlit sky, caressed by the murmuring waves of a generous sea. A great river cut across it, its waters deep and full. The city had been thriving and prosperous once, with tall walls that brimmed with colorful flags. Its streets had been lively and vibrant during the day, with crowds of people from all corners of existence busy pursuing profit and the joys of life. At night, the streets had been illuminated by countless lanterns, their warm light keeping the darkness at bay. Sounds of music and laughter filled the air as both the inhabitants of the city and its guests enjoyed the gifts of abundance. Its harbor had teemed with myriad ships, thousands of sailors and dock workers hurrying to load and unload precious cargo. Above the harbor, a beautiful lighthouse carved of white stone shone with radiant light, and at the heart of the city, an ivory palace stood, warm radiance spilling through its arched windows. That beautiful city was different now. Its tall walls were cracked and covered in soot, mountains of corpses and charred remains of siege towers piling beneath them. The streets were mostly empty, with only echoing wails and quiet sobs breaking the fearful silence. Countless homes had been crushed or burned to the ground, their black bones shrouded by mournful shadows. The harbor was blocked by a ring of sunken wrecks, dead bodies floating in the water, bloated and rotting. The lighthouse lay broken, its ruins still spouting pillars of smoke. The beautiful palace stood dark, with barely any light burning within it. The city was swallowed by fear and darkness, its people hiding in their homes and seeking shelter from the nightmarish reality of their lives in the embrace of mundane nightmares. There was only one spot in the city that was brightly illuminated. On a vast plaza in front of the tightly shut city gates, myriad corpses were piled high, forming a macabre hill. That hill was burning, a towering flame devouring it and spewing a thick pillar of black smoke into the lightless sky. The stench of burning flesh was unbearable. In front of the morbid pyre, a tall woman in battered armor stood watching the flames. The lower part of her face was hidden behind a cloth mask, which was meant to block out the stench, and one of her arms hung in a makeshift sling, terribly mangled. Her graceful and athletic figure was covered in dried blood, but still emanated a mesmerizing, irresistible sense of allure. The soldiers unloading fresh corpses into the fire kept stealing glances at her from time to time, their eyes full of reverence and burning with primal desire. The woman paid them no heed. Soon, a disheveled man wearing tattered lamella armor, the color of midnight sky, approached, his green eyes full of somber exhaustion. He looked at the pyre in silence for a short while, then pulled down the cloth, covering the lower part of his face, and spoke. "Our losses this time were minor." The woman lingered for a bit, then answered in an even tone. "Minor, yes. They were Effie and Kai, of course." More than a year ago, they had entered the nightmare and found themselves in the vicinity of this city, one of the largest and most prosperous cities of its era, a jewel of the Age of Heroes. The city was not a part of any domain, and was instead a domain in and of itself, ruled by an elderly supreme and his descendants. That supreme, known as the Mason, did not possess a lot of combat power. However, what he did possess was a utility aspect that had allowed his people to prosper and thrive. Known for its exquisite craftsmanship and hospitality, his city had become a cultural and commercial hub for many mortal realms. Ships carrying goods from various domains and civilizations arrived here to trade and enjoy the vibrant culture. And since the Mason was known for his peaceful ways and neutrality, the city had weathered countless conflicts between other supremes unscathed. Its value as neutral ground was simply too great to put at risk. And on top of that, even though the Mason did not rule a powerful army, the city itself was under his protection, making its walls all but impregnable. As for how these ships traveled between realms, the answer was actually quite simple. Ancient people were not much different from modern humanity in that regard. Mundane people and awakened had little chance to cross a realm boundary, while ascended could travel to other realms with some effort. Saints could carry other people with them, and supremes could open gates to other realms. The difference was that the ancient people were far more familiar with traveling across realms, and had developed means of making crossing the boundaries between them far easier. There were runic enchantments that allowed them to create stable crows. Sing paths, so as long as there was a transcendent envoy knowledgeable in sorcery and a supreme willing to provide the precious resources needed to conduct the ritual, artificial gates could be established between two realms, allowing even mundane people to travel from one to another. Not all realms were ruled by supremes, and most of them did not possess artificial gates. Still, the existence of these gates dictated the cultural and commercial exchange between mortals. And naturally, it dictated the nature of wars between the realms as well. Ever since the first human kingdom fell, and its ruler, the Mad Kanak, was sealed, no single supreme had managed to amass that much power and influence. For most of the following Age of Heroes, humans were too preoccupied with fighting against the corrupted to aim their weapons at each other. But as humanity spread and powerful supremes emerged, the situation slowly changed. At the dusk of the Age of Heroes, for a while, realm wars became a frequent occasion. Every time a new champion rose to the throne of supremacy, they would launch a campaign to carve out a domain for themselves, upsetting the balance of power. Supremes were not born often, though, and even those who emerged once every few centuries settled after conquering a handful of realms. Things changed when the newest supreme was born, though. Because that supreme, the core of the nightmare Effie and Kai faced, was not satisfied with conquering only a few realms. He wanted to conquer all of them. His name was Azarax, the Plague of Steel, and if Effie and Kai wanted to survive the nightmare, they had to defeat him. Chapter 3042, Hired Blades. Azarax the Mighty, the King of Kings, the Conqueror of 100 Thrones, the Plague of Steel. He was indeed a plague that had befallen the mortal realms. Due to his powerful aspect, endless bloodthirst, and insatiable greed for power, he was not satisfied with carving out pieces of other domains to build his own. He wanted to conquer all the realms, subjugate all other supremes, and become the sole ruler of all humans. And after his conquest of the mortal realms was done, he would probably turn his gaze to the divine realms, continuing his endless campaign of conquest and slaughter in a war against the gods themselves. That had not happened yet, but Azarax was already the commander of the most powerful army in the mortal realms, an unstoppable horde that washed the rest of existence like a steel plague, destroying and subjugating one domain after another. And as he conquered more lands, both his personal power and the might of his conquering horde continued to grow. Powerful enemies became his thralls, and every corpse sacrificed on the altar of his ambition made him stronger. The bloody tide of his tyrannical conquest seemed truly unstoppable, until it crashed into the tall walls of the peaceful city that stood on the shore of a warm sea. The reason why that city, which did not command a strong army and had no history of military excellence, had been able to resist Azarax and his dread warriors for more than a year, was a mercenary army the Mason had hired to defend it. At the dawn of the nightmare, Effie found herself taking on the role of the leader of that mercenary army, a transcendent warrior from an obscure but ancient sect of war god zealots, a war maiden, one of the precursors of the women who had trained her in the second nightmare and of Solvane herself. Kai and Morgan were high-ranking officers of the mercenary army, while Jet, Sation, and Nightwalker took the roles of independent saints inside or in the vicinity of the Mason King's city. No mercenary was insane enough to accept a commission to fight against Azarax and his terrifying horde, except for someone like the War Maiden, who was both a renowned warrior and a priestess of war, and therefore followed sacral logic instead of mundane reason. To her, war was akin to a sacred ritual, so fighting against an overwhelming foe was a solemn and glorious act of worship, even if chances of surviving the fight were slim. Armed with that knowledge, the Mason invited the War Maiden and her army to his city. That was where the nightmare began, and before Effie knew it, she was in charge of defending the city against a bloodthirsty Supreme and his unstoppable horde. Needless to say, what followed was endless horror and bloodshed. Day after day, months after month, battle after battle. The city had no chance of withstanding even one assault by Azarax and his dread warriors, and yet it endured them all, still standing even after a year of ceaseless attacks. There were several reasons why the city remained unconquered. The first reason was the Mason himself. That Supreme might not have possessed great combat power, but he was old and seasoned in wielding the will. More than that, the city he had built was reinforced through mystical means, so even the unfathomable strength of Azarax could not topple its walls. The Mason also possessed the ability to augment chosen champions of his domain, which he used to empower Effie and her companions. That was how the 6 of them were able to face Azarax in battle. Granted, each clash against the terrifying Supreme left them battered and broken, barely clinging to life. The second reason was Morgan, their strategist, who single-handedly caused more damage to the conquering horde of the King of Kings than anyone before. From burning the fields to poisoning the wells and 100 other devious tricks, the defenders of the Mason City were able to resist the vast army of Azarax despite being fewer in number and possessing far less strength under her guidance. The third reason was Effie, Kai, and Sation. What made Azarax so dangerous was not only his personal power, but also his ability to share that power with his elite thralls, the Dread Warriors. The elites of his great horde were not only tremendously deadly, but also emanated a debilitating aura of dread that weakened and paralyzed the enemy soldiers. It was because of them that his conquest had been so unstoppable. In fact, many kingdoms had surrendered to Azarax without a fight, simply because their soldiers were too terrified to raise their weapons against him. That advantage, however, was countered by Effie's ability to inspire and empower her warriors, Kai's ability to command courage and strength with his voice, and Seishin's eerie ability to change chosen followers by infusing them with her blood. Combined, their three aspects not only made the aura of dread ineffective, but also augmented the defenders of the city, granting them far greater strength. The fourth reason was Jet, who was by far the most deadly and dangerous one among them. Because of her insidious aspect and the unpredictable versatility of her ghostly blade, even Azarax had to exercise a measure of caution when faced with their combined assault. And lastly, the fifth reason why they were still alive was Nightwalker and his ability to elude the enemy forces. After the first few direct assaults failed, the Horde swiftly surrounded the city and established an impenetrable naval blockade around it, aiming to starve the people inside and force them to surrender, or at least grow too weak to mount any resistance. Nightwalker, however, managed to bypass the blockade over and over again, delivering food and supplies to the besieged city despite all the efforts to stop and eliminate him. That was why they were still alive, and the city was still standing. That did not mean that they would remain alive for too long, though. Looking at the mountain of corpses burning in front of her, feeling nauseous because of the stench, Effie sighed and looked at Kai. Judging by your expression, there is good news and there is bad news. Her voice was somber. He nodded. The good news is that Nightwalker is back, so we won't need to ration food for a while. Effie tried to smile, but failed. She was too tired to smile. What's the bad news then? Kai's eyes dimmed. He remained silent for a short while and then said in a grim tone, "The disease, it's spreading." Effie was too tired to curse as well. It seemed that the plague of steel was not enough. Not long ago, as if to mock them, a different mundane plague had started to spread in the city as well. Chapter 3043, Living Legends. The walls of the city had withstood a year under relentless siege. Effie and her mercenary army, as well as the inhabitants of the city whom Morgan had armed and trained, defended them with their lives, soaking the ancient stones with their blood. There were more than a few champions from other realms who had come to join the battle against Azarax, too. Overall, the forces supporting the Mason were quite fearsome, easily comparable to one of the great clans at the peak of their power. The terrifying horde had descended upon the city a dozen times, but was repelled over and over again, even if the cost of these victories was dire. Azarax commanded a nearly endless number of soldiers, so he could simply continue to throw them at the walls of the defiant city and wait for its citizens to fall to attrition. Behind him was a vast empire that spanned 100 realms, capable of producing an almost infinite amount of resources to sustain the siege. But it wasn't that simple. The kingdom Azarax had built with fire and blood was a gluttonous beast sustained by conquest. If there were no new riches, spoils, and slaves flowing into its maw from the battlefield, it would starve and fall sick. It could even fall apart entirely. More than that, what kept the beast from rebelling against its master was the fearsome reputation and dreadful prestige of the Plague of Steel, a relentless conqueror who had never been defeated. If an insignificant domain encompassing a single city, and a pacifist city at T managed to stall the conquest for a prolonged period of time, his prestige would be wounded, and his tyrannical hold on the unstable domain would weaken. So Azarax had no incentive to be patient. Since a year of direct assaults had not produced the desired result, he was bound to turn his attention to more insidious means of warfare. Morgan had been anticipating it for a long while, and now her warnings seemed to be coming true. The plague that was slowly spreading in the city was a strange one. Its first symptom, hand tremors, was easy to miss. By the time the disease developed, though, it was already too late to stop it. The infected seemed to rot from inside, their blood turning black and viscous. Then it started to seep from ghastly sores, from their orifices, and even through their pores. In the end, those who had contracted the plague died in horrible agony. Mundane medicines were powerless against the plague, and since it spread through any means of personal contact, while being difficult to detect during the early stages, preventing new cases was difficult. The plague was deadly and mysterious. Its source, however, was known to all. A month ago, just before the previous assault, the trebuchets that had bombarded the walls of the city with stone projectiles before were loaded with far more morbid ammunition. This time, what they sent flying into the city were corpses, the rotting corpses of Azarax's own soldiers that were piled under the walls. Not unfamiliar with the risk of disease in time of war, as well as with ways to weaponize it, Morgan sent squads of soldiers in protective gear to collect and dispose of the corpses. A week later, however, the hands of the corpse collectors started to shake. And a week after that, most of them were dead. It was then that they understood the true nature of the disease. This plague was not natural. It had been created by a cabal of sorcerers that served Azarax, engineered to be as stealthy and virulent as possible, meant to destroy the city from within. The plague had escaped into the streets of the city by then, though, and even Morgan was not sure how to eradicate it, short of culling the population to kill and burn all current carriers. That would weaken the defending forces, too, not to mention destroying their morale. So, at the moment, things seem to be turning from bad to worse for Effie and her companions. She sighed. "How is Seishan doing?" Kai covered his nose with a hand and answered in a reserved tone. "She is struggling." Effie grimaced. "Let's go pay her a visit, then." Leaving the burning pyre behind, they walked away from the city gate, navigating their way through a maze of burned and devastated streets. As they did, many soldiers welcomed them with reverent bows and salutes, some even going so far as to kneel and press their foreheads against the ground. Effie herself was surprised to still be alive. Needless to say, the 6 transcendent champions who had managed to fight back against the Plague of Steel for an entire year earned a legendary status among the locals. They were venerated like gods by now, their orders carrying more weight than even those of the Mason and his descendants. That could have resulted in tiresome internal friction, but luckily, both the Supreme Lord of the city and his heirs were quite reasonable, wisely avoiding becoming enemies with the very people who were defending their people. Effie was not new to military command, but she had never experienced such a catastrophic level of casualties among her soldiers. The same people who looked at her with reverence and admiration today would be dead tomorrow, added to the great funeral pyres like the one they had left behind just minutes ago. So their faith was a heavy burden. She forced a confident smile to appear on her face and responded to respectful greetings with nods of acknowledgement. "How long do you think this city has lasted in the real world?" Her voice was quiet. Kai hesitated for a long while, then shrugged. "I am not sure. There is no city similar to this one anywhere in the dream realm, though not even the ruins, so it was destroyed quite thoroughly at some point." Effie's smile faltered. "Yes, but didn't Sunny mention that Azarax had been defeated by a war maiden, so this must be where his conquest ended all those eons ago." Kai sighed. His conquest might have come to an end, but he was still alive by the time the Golden Age ended and the Doom War began, so whatever happened here could not have been simple. Effie had no choice but to nod in agreement. By then they reached the shore of the great river that flowed through the city, its waters rolling into the sea. That river used to be their greatest source of drinking water, but after Azarax and his soldiers started dumping their dead into its currents upstream, complicated sorcery had to be implemented to cleanse it. There was a big opening in the pregnable wall of the city where the river flowed through it, the most glaring vulnerability in the city's defenses. Luckily, the mason had accounted for it when constructing the wall, so at the moment, the opening was closed by a colossal metal grate. That grate could be raised to allow ships to pass or lowered to close the breach in the wall. The water still flowed, but enemy vessels could not pass. Otherwise, Azarax would have already exploited that weakness by building an armada of boats and rafts to invade the city. The grate was made from enchanted iron and looked very imposing, but it was still far weaker than the stone that surrounded it. It served its purpose, though even a year after the siege began, the enemy could not use ships to breach the city's defenses and attack it from within. Azarax did not have a strong navy anyway, and every battleship he did command was being used to blockade the harbor. Morgan was waiting for them on the shore, staring at the flowing water with a distant expression. She did not turn, even when they approached. "Are you heading to Sation's lair?" Her voice sounded distracted. Effie frowned. "How did you, actually, never mind. Yes, we are going to pay Sation a visit to check on her progress. Care to join?" Morgan remained silent for a while. "Sure, why not?" Instead of turning to join them, though, she took a step forward, slid down the muddy slope, and walked to the very edge of the water. There she summoned a dagger, bent down, and drove it into the mud. Effie raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing? Hunting for worms? No need, Nightwalker is back, so our food supply is in good form." Leaving the dagger in the mud, Morgan straightened and looked at them solemnly. "Who even eats worms?" With that, she leapt back to the walking path and shook her head. "No need to answer, actually, I'd rather not know." The eastern sky was already brightening, so they hurried their steps, wanting to finish their task before the new day arrived. Morgan's dagger remained where she had left it, one side of its blade washed by flowing water. Chapter 30:44 Plague Doctor. Eventually, they made it to the place where Sation and her followers had made their base. It was a magnificent building that had been a temple once, but was now turned into a makeshift hospital. The great prayer hall was crowded with innumerable cots and straw mats, all occupied by suffering, mangled people. This was where the soldiers wounded on the walls were treated, those who were lucky enough to survive, that was, which was uncommon in battles that involved high-ranking awakened. Although looking at the scene in front of her, Effie was not sure who had really been lucky. The vast hall was filled with pained cries and quiet groans, scores of men and women praying to the gods and begging the healers and their assistants to be saved. Some were indifferent, having lost all strength and all hope. Some begged to be killed instead. The floor was covered in red stains, and the air was stifling. The stench of blood was overwhelming. An elderly healer bowed respectfully to Effie and studied her broken arm with a concerned expression. "Again, my lady." His voice was almost reproachful. Effie smiled and glanced away. Jet was the only one who could seriously threaten Azarax, but Effie was the only one who could block his attacks. The rest were simply not strong enough to withstand them. This time, too, she had received a blow from the plague of steel. Her powerful enchanted shield just barely survived the impact, but her arm, despite layered physical augmentations and the masons will quietly supporting her, did not, fracturing in several places and turning into a mangled mess. In fact, her shield arm had not remained whole in any of their clashes against Azarax. It must have been broken 10 times over the course of the nightmare, which did not exactly make the healers happy. Luckily, Saints healed quite swiftly, and Effie healed far quicker than most. "It's nothing. I was already treated on the wall. This is not why we are here." The healer lingered for a few seconds, then bowed and stepped back. Effie, Kai, and Morgan continued forward, stepping over puddles of blood and covering their noses to shield themselves from the stench. Soon they entered the inner sanctum of the former temple, which was dedicated to Beast God. That was a space where Sation dwelled, surrounded by her blood fiends, the people whom she had transformed into powerful aberrants by infusing them with her blood. That was her eerie, transcendent ability, which had served the city well in the fight against the Steel Horde. As Effie approached a silk curtain, 2 pale young women bowed and silently retreated, allowing her to enter. One would have expected the dwelling of a song princess to smell better than the blood-soaked hospital beyond, but it was the opposite, an appalling scent, the scent of sicken. Which Effie knew too well, hit her nostrils as soon as she pushed the curtain aside, and she could not help but grimace. Inside, Sation was seated on a bed of lavish pillows, her silken grey skin glistening with beads of sweat. Her eyes were cloudy, and her clothes were soaked black viscous liquid. It was her blood, seeping through the pores of her skin and flowing from her eyes. Hearing someone enter, Sation raised her head and glanced at Effie silently, her face a harrowing bloody mask. She remained silent for a few seconds, and then smiled, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. "Ah, so you are alive after all. Welcome." Effie scoffed. "Naturally, are you alive though? How do you feel?" Sation raised a hand, which was trembling uncontrollably. "As you can see, not great." The current state of the proud princess of Song was the result of the plague. Like many other people in the city, Sation was infected by it, suffering the agony of the vicious symptoms. Only, unlike everyone else, she had not contracted the plague by accident. Instead, she had infected herself on purpose. That was their countermeasure against the disease that had no cure. At the moment, within Sation's body, the blood she had inherited from Beast God was fighting against the plague engineered by Azarax and his sorcerers, teaching itself how to destroy it. Once the process was complete and Sation defeated the plague, her blood could then be used as the foundation for developing the cure or even to inoculate people directly. That was what Sation claimed, at least. It was just that Azarax seemed to have outdone himself with this one. Much time had already passed, and her condition was not improving yet. There was progress, though. The last time Effie visited, Sation had looked like a corpse. Now she merely looked like someone with 1 foot in the grave. That was somewhat of an improvement. "How long do you think it will take you to overcome this damn plague?" Grimacing from pain, Sation drew a slow breath and then answered in a quiet voice. "Not long, a few weeks perhaps." Effie let out a sigh. A few weeks was not bad. Azarax did not usually launch direct assaults one after another, and they had just repelled an attack. So they had time. Or so she thought. A day later, she and Kai happened to walk past the river and found Morgan standing in the same spot where they had met her before. Only, this time, there was a strange, grim expression on her face. Effie suddenly felt a bad premonition. "What is it?" Instead of answering, Morgan jumped down and knelt in the mud. There, her dagger was still thrust into the soil, glistening dimly in the sunlight. Only the water was a whole meter lower down the slope than its muddied blade now, for some reason. With an expression of dark resignation, Morgan glanced toward the distant city wall, where a colossal iron grate rose from the mighty current. She remained silent for a short while and then spoke in a somber tone. "The river, they are diverting the river." Chapter 3045, Siege Warfare. The river flowing through the city was truly vast, spanning more than 2 kilometers at its widest point. That width narrowed significantly as it flowed under the city wall, but it was still tremendous. A dozen ships could sail on it without touching sides. It was dozens of meters deep. As well, its unceasing current carrying millions of tons of water into the sea every day, tens of millions, even if not hundreds. The river alone gave birth to a thriving civilization, and its slumbering power was simply unfathomable. And yet, that river was disappearing in front of their eyes. "What do you mean, they are diverting the river?" Effie's tone was incredulous. When she heard Morgan's explanation, her expression turned grave. As it turned out, controlling great rivers was not unheard of in the history of human warfare. Somewhere far upstream, hidden from view, the engineers of the Steel Horde and its countless soldiers, an almost inexhaustible source of labor, must have been busy for quite a while. It was not clear when Azarax had decided to obliterate the river, but it had to have happened months ago. perhaps even immediately after the first few assaults failed. The soldiers of his conquering army had spent months digging gargantuan trenches and artificial channels that led away from the main bed of the river, separated from its flow by walls of soil until the right time. They weren't trying to stop the flow of water. That task was too titanic even for the great steel horde. Instead, what they wanted to do was redirect the current, manipulating the river into changing direction and choosing a new path to the sea. First, the last walls would be broken, and the channels would divert the river to a vast artificial lake. At the same time, the old bed would be blocked with mud and rock excavated during the creation of the lake. As a result, the lake would be filled with water, while the old riverbed would be drained. Eventually, new areas would be flooded by the river rushing toward the shore. And the only vulnerability of the city defenses, the massive iron grate blocking the river, which was far weaker than the stones surrounding it, would be revealed, allowing the steel horde to launch a direct assault by walking across the dry riverbed. Instead of slamming into the unbreakable walls and trying to scale them, they would simply break through the grate and enter the city on foot. Azarax had been preparing this plan for a while, and now he was finally putting it in motion. Effie glanced at her bandaged arm, then at the flowing water. Her gaze was somber. "How long do we have?" Morgan retrieved her dagger, wiped its blade on her sleeve, and then absorbed it back into herself. Looking up from the muddy slope, she answered in a tone that echoed Effie's own resigned dread. "Not long, hours, a day at best. The point is to strike fast, before the opening is fortified by the mason." And if Morgan had not noticed the anomalous change in the river, they would not have known that something was amiss until it became glaringly obvious. By then, it would have been too late to do anything. Now, at least, they could hastily prepare for the battle, no matter how calamitous it promised to be. The defenders of the city were just barely beginning to recover from the last assault on the city walls. The soldiers were tired, injured, their mental wounds yet to turn into scars. Their armor and weapons had not been repaired yet, new arrows had not been crafted, the siege weapons atop the wall were missing ammunition, and clay pots meant to be thrown down had not been filled with quicklime. Most importantly, many awakened warriors had not fully replenished their essence yet. Effie herself was wounded and bruised all over, missing much of her soul essence. The same went for Morgan and Kai, while Sation was more or less out of commission. Naturally, the Steel Horde was in the same exact state, but Azarax commanded too many soldiers to be thwarted by that. He had chosen the time to launch this devious attack well. Effie grimaced. The Mason. Their only hope was the elderly supreme who ruled the city. The old man could barricade the opening, making it far more difficult to breach. But his powers, while formidable, were not swift. He had to imbue his will and essence into the stones gradually in the process of construction, and that took time that they did not have. Time they had to buy, somehow, no matter how many lives it would cost. Effie remained motionless for a moment, then turned to Kai. "Go inform the old man, and sound the call. We need to mobilize everyone and prepare for battle." With a nod, Kai turned around and shot into the sky, flying toward the distant palace. The entire city was an enormous fortress, and the stone palace was its main keep, a fortress in and of itself, stalwart and impregnable despite its ornate, graceful appearance. That was where the Mason and his descendants lived, and where the heart of the city was hidden. Inside its spacious halls, there stood a stone throne, the very reason why Azarax and his terrifying horde were here, wishing to add another realm to his collection. Effie sighed, then pulled her wounded arm out of the sling and bent her fingers tentatively. The torn tendons had healed, and the shattered bones were mended, but just barely. They were still weak and brittle, unable to sustain her own dire strength, let alone weather devastating blows of a supreme adversary. But the enemy did not know that. The defenders of the city did not know that either. So Effie could still inspire them, inspire courage in her soldiers, while at the same time inspiring fear in the hearts of her foes. A whirlwind of sparks spun in the air, slowly forming into a round shield. She winced. The healers won't be happy with me, for sure. Chapter 3046, Opening Salvo. Soon the city was ready for battle, as much as it could be ready, considering the circumstances. Azarax was not going to limit the assault to just the riverbed, of course. In order to divert Effie's focus from only protecting the relatively narrow span of the city wall where the Great was located, he was sending his warriors forward across the entire length of the wall. Out there in front of the city, a vast ocean of helmets was flowing forward, countless war horns roaring like thunder. It was as if a steel tide was devouring the world, inevitable, unstoppable, minutes away from crashing into the proud walls of the besieged stronghold. Among the ocean of steel, immense forms of transcendent champions loomed, emanating a terrifying sense of danger. Pulled by some of these gargantuan creatures, colossal siege towers rolled forward, tens of thousands of soldiers sheltered in their armored depths. The defenders of the city were readying themselves for battle atop the wall. Quivers of arrows were placed along the battlements. The siege engines were being loaded with heavy projectiles. Fire burned beneath steel vats where quicklime pots were being heated, ready to be thrown at the enemies below. Today, however, there were far fewer soldiers than usual on the wall. Many of them were somewhere else. The great river had disappeared completely, revealing its muddy bottom. There, on the hastily constructed wooden floor, thousands upon thousands of warriors were assembled into a wide formation, ready to face the most ferocious assault of the Steel Horde. Morgan and Nightwalker were also there, standing in front of the soldiers, looking ahead with somber expressions. The Great had not been destroyed yet, but it was only a matter of time before it was. The makeshift barricade constructed out of soil, rocks, and ice in front of it had not been dismantled yet, but nobody believed that it would last long. The muddy riverbed would inevitably become a battlefield today, and when it did, who knew the great river might flow with blood instead of water today? Standing beneath the wall, clad in steel armor that was like a second layer of skin, Effie drew a deep breath and then activated her transcendent ability. Immediately, her radiant figure shimmered and exploded into a storm of light, a huge form rising from it. The walls of the city were nearly 100 meters tall, but when Effie transformed, her figure easily towered above them. The armor expanded with her, and so did the white cloth tied around her hips and shoulders, the starlight shard, a memory she had carried ever since the Forgotten Shore. Seeing their commander, the myriad defenders on the walls and in the dried riverbed exploded with jubilant cheers. Their voices rose to heaven like a roar, and as it did, their bodies were instilled with an echo of her titanic strength and resilience. Their hearts were infused with fierce vigor, with a ferocious, overpowering lust for life. At the same time, a thunderous voice resounded above the city, making them tremble. "Be strong, be valiant, give them no quarter." That was Kai, commanding the defenders of the city with the mystical power of his voice. The world itself listened, instilling them with greater strength, making them resistant to the aura of dread emanated by the elite warriors of the Steel Horde, and filling them with unshakable courage. Effie, in her titanic form, looked at the approaching ocean of steel with grim anticipation. At the same time, Kai looked ahead as well. However, he wasn't looking at the soldiers. Instead, his gaze pierced the vast distance between the wall of the city and the line of towering trebuchets that stood far away, all aimed at a single spot, the center of the metal grate that blocked the wide opening in the impregnable wall of the city. What are they waiting for? The horde was already in motion, but the trebuchets were still idle. They were loaded, but the command to launch had not come yet. His question was answered soon. Far in the distance, a man was standing on the crest of a tall hill, observing the advancing horde with a darkly gleeful expression. The man was very tall, with broad shoulders and a powerful physique, encased in a suit of finely crafted armor. He was imposing and handsome, with bronze skin, black hair, and piercingly blue eyes that burned with a frightening intensity above his thick beard. His entire figure emanated an overwhelming feeling of unbridled strength, virility, and tyrannical authority. He was Azarax, the plague of steel. Sensing Kai's gaze, Azarax turned his head slightly, glanced in his direction, and grinned. Then he walked past the nearby trebuchet with easy steps and pulled a heavy battle axe from a ring on his belt. Azarax tossed the axe into the air, caught it with a relaxed motion, and then suddenly exploded forward, sending the axe striking across the sky like a comet. The power of his throw was so dire that the entire hill below him shuddered, the ground fracturing as a powerful shockwave obliterated the immense trebuchet completely, turning it into a cloud of splinters. At that moment, Kai knew why the siege machines of the Steel Horde had remained idle. Azarax's battle axe breached the distance between the hill and the iron grate in just a few seconds, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. Just before its blade hit the grate, however, it was stalled for a moment. That was Nightwalker, twisting the space in front of the grate to protect it. He wasn't trying to stop the projectiles sent to destroy it, but instead to redirect them, perhaps even send them flying back into the attacking horde. However, the strength and the tyrannical will of the Plague of Steel was simply too harrowing. His axe cleaved space itself apart, making all Nightwalker's efforts useless. In the next moment, the axe struck the Enchan. Ted Iron of the Grate. The grate, spanning more than a kilometer across, was not simply breached, it was entirely obliterated, crashing down in a mangled wreck as a vast swath of it was instantly melted into a river of liquid metal. The axe continued forward, threatening to carve a bloody path through the defenders of the city assembled on the dried riverbed. It would have, if not for Morgan, who stepped forward and caught it with an iron grip. Her arm seemed to ripple slightly, absorbing the shock, but then settled into its usual form. Morgan glanced down at the incandescent axe, which had become so overheated that it was scorching the metal of her gauntlet. Then, she silently absorbed its blade into herself, dropping the wooden shaft. Her scarlet eyes blazed with fiery light for a moment, and then returned to their usual cold sharpness. "It's gone." The iron grate was no more. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 30:47 Steel Tide. As the ocean of steel flowed toward the walls of the city, its defenders unleashed a hail of arrows at the enemy. The mighty siege engines installed atop the bastions groaned as they were drawn, ancient runes igniting with ethereal light. Then, enormous bolts were sent barreling into the advancing horde, carving bloody paths through it. Most were aimed at the looming figures of the enemy saints. Some hit their mark, some missed, but no projectile failed to reap a bloody harvest. That was one of the disadvantages that the Steel Horde suffered due to the sheer number of soldiers under Azarax's command. It was almost impossible to miss when aiming at their disorganized formation. The warriors of the Steel Horde raised their shields as they ran, hoping to save themselves from the deadly rain of arrows. Still, countless soldiers fell, pierced by the sharp arrowheads. Some of them were merely wounded, not killed, but it didn't matter. Seconds later, they were trampled on and crushed under the endless sea of soldiers running behind them, dying brutal deaths. That was the cruel nature of the Steel Horde. It had no mercy to spare, not even to its own warriors. Of course, these vanguard forces were merely cannon fodder, composed mostly of mundane humans. Azarax held his elite forces back and deployed them far more strategically, knowing that even his reserves of awakened fighters were not limitless. He had already lost a horrifying number of soldiers under the tall walls of this city. Not only mundane soldiers, but also awakened, ascended, even transcendent champions. The mercenary army the Mason had hired, led by the unyielding War Maiden, was a chillingly deadly bunch, especially her 5 lieutenants, who were more skilled and powerful than even the most seasoned veterans among his thralls. Perhaps Azarax should have expected no less from the zealots of war. Still, that only made him desire them more. That was how the Steel Horde grew. The weak were culled by the enemy, and then the enemy champions took their place, enthralled by the King of Kings. These mercenaries would come to serve Azarax as well. The proud War Maiden would kneel before him, and after that, she wouldn't be able to keep her pride for long. He was looking forward to that day with great anticipation. For now, though, she and her 5 transcendent champions were proving to be quite a nuisance. Standing behind the wall, Effie regarded the advancing horde solemnly and then leaned down to pick up a block of stone from the ground. That block was as large as a house, weighing hundreds of tons. Nevertheless, she lifted it effortlessly, resting its whole weight on her shoulder. Then, placing her other hand on the rampart of the wall, Effie exhaled and tossed the stone block into the sky. Its passage was not as flashy as that of Azarax's comet-like battle axe, but no less terrifying. Soaring high in a steep arc, the enormous block of stone reached an apex somewhere above the front ranks of the steel horde and then plummeted down. The soldiers trembled and cried out as its shadow fell on them. A moment later, Effie's stone collided with one of the colossal siege towers, making its middle section explode. The tower was heavily armored and protected by a complicated weave of runic enchantments, but even sorcery could not handle the dreadful power of great mass and gravity-assisted acceleration, folding under the devastating force of the impact. A vast swathe of the siege tower exploded into a cloud of debris, pieces of its armored shell mixed with body fragments and rivers of blood. Its upper part fell, while the lower part careened and toppled into the mass of soldiers below. The losses caused by that one throw numbered in the thousands. The soldiers sheltered inside the tower had turned into a crimson haze, and more soldiers still were crushed under the falling debris. Effie was already reaching for another stone block. At the same time, Kai released the string of his bow, sending an enchanted arrow streaking above the battlefield. It pierced the eye of a gargantuan beast who had been pulling another siege tower, making its entire head explode into a cloud of blood, bone fragments, and brain matter. The beheaded giant swayed and toppled, its enormous body igniting with an ethereal radiance. By the time it hit the ground, what was left in its wake was a headless human body, the body of a saint whom Azarax had once defeated and enthralled. Just like that, the Steel Horde lost another transcendent champion. If there was one advantage the defenders of the city possessed, apart from its impregnable walls, it was Kai and his inescapable skill as an archer. Nothing could hide from his gaze, and both his powerful bow and his arrows were a gift from the Lord of Shadows. So even the dread warriors serving Azarax feared the Dragon Slayer. They feared him more than even the Soul Reaper, who had become known as an incarnation of death among the soldiers of the Steel Horde. One would see the Reaper before being slain by her. At least, the arrows of the Dragon Slayer fell from the sky while he remained invisible, hunting his prey from a vast distance. Which was not to say that the Steel Horde had no answer to the deadly barrage. Just as Effie hoisted another stone block on her shoulder, a dark haze rose above the advancing steel ocean. In the next moment, the world lost its luster, plunging the battlefield into dim darkness that was a vast cloud of arrows blotting out the sun. Effie's voice resounded above the wall like thunder. "Take cover!" The soldiers pressed themselves into the battlements, the dedicated shield-bearers raising their shields to protect the nearby archers. Moments after that, the terrifying cloud fell upon the wall, spilling into the ruined streets below. A deafening rustle rose as the arrows continued to batter the defenders, continuing for a second, two, a dozen. Effie herself staggered back when several annihilating blows landed on her armor. Those weren't mundane arrows, of course, but instead those sent flying by the saints of the Steel Horde. Her size provided her with a lot of advantages, but it also made her a huge target. Luckily, her armor was of the supreme rank, so it held, allowing her to duck and hide her enormous figure behind the wall. Usually, Effie would have used her shield to defend herself, but with her arm still recovering from receiving a blow from Azarax, she hesitated to reveal her weakness so soon. "Draw your bows." The dreadful rustle was growing quiet, so it was safe, relatively so, to attack again. Azarax was going all out today, so despite the shields, many defenders had perished under the fatal rain of steel. Effie did not have to worry about having enough arrows for the next assault. At least, in fact, collecting the enemy arrows was the reason her own soldiers still had any to shoot. The light of the sun dimmed again, signaling that another barrage was imminent. The exchange of volleys continued for some time, Azarax losing 10 times more soldiers than Effie was losing. However, she doubted that he cared about these casualties, because no matter how many of them fell, their advance was not thwarted. In fact, it wasn't even slowed down that much. Soon enough, the Steel Ocean reached the walls of the city. And most importantly, a powerful current of enemy soldiers flowed down the dry riverbed, reaching the gaping breach where the iron grate used to stand. Far below, Morgan pursed her lips and moved forward. Chapter 30:48 Blood Ramparts. After a year of a calamitous siege, the walls of the city were finally breached, and the warriors of the Steel Horde poured inside along the dry riverbed. The river was gone, and the great iron grate blocking the passage lay as a wreck in the mud. The makeshift barricade built in front of it had been dismantled by the axe of the King of Kings, and the gap was already being widened by the adversary soldiers. Nothing stood between the defenders of the city and the besieging horde anymore. However, if Azarax hoped to win an easy victory, he was going to be disappointed. Even with the impregnable barrier of the city wall breached, the mercenaries hired by the Mason had no plans of surrendering. On the contrary, they were prepared to fight to the last man. The Steel Horde held an absolute numerical advantage, yes, and among its innumerable warriors, there were far more powerful awakened than there were among the defenders of the city. Azarax had previously conquered innumerable realms, after all, subjugating and enthralling their most powerful champions. However, Effie and her companions were not without an advantage either. First and foremost, there was no saint more skilled and deadly than any of them among the champions of the Steel Horde. They had come from the age of the nightmare spell, after all, a terrifying era of calamity and bloodshed, born from the corpses of dead gods. Not only that, but they were also the strongest and most revered warriors among the vicious children of that nightmarish epoch. So none among the champions of the Steel Horde could claim to be their equal. Second, while they themselves could not consciously command the will, their spirits were augmented by the power of the Mason, the supreme ruler of the besieged city. And while the Mason was not suited for the battlefield, his will was as stalwart and impregnable as the stone walls of the city he had built. This was his domain, and within the boundary of his domain, no foreign authority could be expressed or asserted unimpeded. The warriors of the Steel Horde were not only invading a city, they were invading an enemy domain. That meant that the will of Azarax, which bolstered and empowered them, was all but nullified by the city walls. The defenders, on the contrary, enjoyed the boon of fighting on their native soil. That was the dire challenge of a war between supremes. The aggressor had to overcome the resistance of the defending domain, fighting an uphill battle. And while Azarax had crushed more than a few supreme adversaries, the tenacious nature of the Mason King's power was difficult to deal with. He could have overwhelmed the Mason easily, since no amount of defense had value in the absence of offensive power. However, the War Maiden and her warriors made up for the fatal flaw of this peaceful domain's defenses. And now, these warriors were about to prove their worth. The battle for the walls of the city was nearing its fiercest stage. The ocean of steel had already reached the moat, which had long ceased to be an obstacle. It was filled with corpses, and in a dozen places, the corpses piled so high that one could cross to the other side by stepping on them. Now the warriors of the Steel Horde were lowering wooden boards under a hail of arrows, making the crossing even easier. Those who survived retreated, while those who were struck down by the arrows fell and rolled into the moat, adding their bodies to the towering piles of corpses. Next came the soldiers bearing enormous ladders, as well as the shield-bearers protecting them. The walls of the city were imposingly tall, so mundane humans lacked the strength to raise these ladders, let alone climb them to the distant battlements under the constant barrage. Their job was simply to drag the ladders to the base of the city wall and die for it, many of them perishing to accomplish that deadly task. But they did accomplish it, and only then, finally, Azarax sent his true warriors forward. Usually, the middle rank awakened and ascended soldiers of the Steel Horde would raise the ladders and attempt to ascend them. But this time, he bypassed the core forces of his vast army and commanded his most elite troops to advance instead. A sudden chill enveloped the battlefield, and the defenders of the city atop the wall paled, some of them taking an involuntary step back. It was as if a palpable pressure descended upon the world, making their blood run cold and stealing strength from their limbs. That was because the dread warriors, ruthless butchers of myriad horrid tales, surged forward to attack the city. These were the most feared warriors of the Steel Horde, each of them a thrall who had been personally defeated by the King of Kings once, and therefore sharing in his chilling power. They rushed through the steel ocean like a dozen black currents, swiftly reaching the ladders and activating the sorceries imbued into the enchanted wood. The ladders soared into the air, slamming into the lip of the wall moments later, and before even that, grim warriors were already clinging to them, as if in a hurry to spill adversary blood. At the same time, all across the great length of the city wall, those of Azarax's warriors who possessed suitable aspects used them to climb or fly up. Just in a few moments, the tide of the battle seemed to turn in favor of the attackers. Then, however, the defenders of the city responded to the swift assault with a devastating fury. Abandon fear, abandon mercy, kill them all. As the voice of the Dragon Slayer thundered, drowning out the clamor of battle, the defenders of the city were liberated from the dread gripping their hearts. As they saw the radiant, towering figure of the War Maiden, the living incarnation of war who had come to defend their city against the insurmountable foe, a newfound strength filled their bodies. Empowered by that ferocious might, burning with vigor and passion, mundane people felt strong enough to face Awakened, while Awakened could band together to bring down masters. When the first dread warriors leaped over the parapet and landed on the battlements, they were met with a ferocious roar and sharp steel instead of horrified cries and wails of despair. Blood spilled onto the stones once more. The dread warriors failed to sweep the ramparts, but they were not thrown down from the wall either. Many of them died, but many persisted, buying more of their comrades time to climb the ladders. Their goal was not to conquer the wall anyway. They simply needed to distract its defenders, including the transcendent commanders, long enough for the true menace, the colossal siege towers, to be pushed against it. And even though Effie and Kai did all they could to prevent that, the siege towers drew closer and closer. Chapter 30:49 Use of Weapons. Below the fierce bloodshed of the battle for the ramparts, the core forces of the Steel Horde poured into the breach. Their advance was barred by Nightwalker, who twisted space to slow them down. But after a year of besieging the stalwart city, Azarax had come up with enough countermeasures against this insidious power. The foremost warriors of the Horde carried long metal spikes, each of them engraved with a complicated weave of ancient runes. As they entered the mire of twisted space, they drove the spikes into the mud. Those who followed behind them raised heavy sledgehammers, ready to push the spikes deeper into the ground. Few of them survived more than one blow, pierced by dozens of arrows and toppling into the mud. But there were more soldiers behind them, each picking up the sledgehammers to continue the task. After half a dozen blows, each costing numerous human lives, the runes on the spikes ignited with ethereal glow, anchoring and stabilizing the space around them. The area each spike anchored did not extend far, but the warriors of the Horde were already advancing to drive the next row of spikes just beyond its border. Like that, in the span of several minutes, the Steel Horde had built a bridge across the treacherous expanse of twisted space. Countless soldiers died to achieve that feat, but their lives were like a drop in the ocean of the great conquering army. Standing among the soldiers in the dry riverbed, Nightwalker grimaced and summoned a pair of beautiful sabers. Then he glanced at Morgan, who was already moving forward. He flashed her a grin. "Don't you miss the days we only had to fight mindless abominations?" Facing the tide of enemies, Morgan shrugged without looking back. "Were there ever days like that?" I don't recall. With that, she turned into a river of liquid steel and rushed forward. The vanguard of the invading force, who had just broken through Nightwalker's barrier, exploded with cries of horror and reeled back. But it was already too late. The steel river washed over them, eviscerating every single one. A moment later, it turned into a spinning maelstrom of liquid metal and collapsed on itself, absorbed into the figure of a towering sword demon, a tall, terrifying being with 6 flexible arms, each hand holding a sharp blade. Just as it did, 7 looming shapes broke through the bloody haze, rushing to destroy the steel apparition. Those were the transcendent generals of the Dread Warriors, the strongest among Azarax's elite forces, each a terrifying legend in their own right. The sword demon spun, its limbs lashing forward and extending unpredictably to repel their assault. There was a thunderous boom, and a cloud of shrapnel tore through the air, threatening to eviscerate the front rows of the city defenders. Nightwalker clicked his tongue and twisted space to protect them, then lunged forward. There, more enemy saints were advancing through the breach, countless warriors flowing between them. Prepare! Morgan fought the Dread Warrior generals, while Nightwalker clashed with the lesser saints. The world quaked from the furious violence of their battle, but the riverbed was wide enough for the awakened and ascended soldiers of the Steel Horde to bypass the terrifying clash of transcendent champions, rushing toward the line of defenders like a tide. Soon enough, the two forces collided, plunging the world into complete chaos. Both Azarax and Effie had sent their best warriors to fight in the riverbed, so these were no ordinary soldiers. They were seasoned, highly skilled, awakened elites who knew how to keep their cool in the midst of the most fearsome battle, coldly summoning death and destruction upon their enemies. The deadly valor of two warring sides clashed, resonating in a conflagration of mayhem and carnage, and elevated the bloody terror of the battle to truly chilling heights, or abyssal depths, perhaps. The defenders held an advantage due to the fact that they had received a bit of time to prepare. They stood on solid wooden flooring that had been hastily laid atop the mud, for example, while the attackers had to wade through viscous sludge. Naturally, that made it far more difficult for them to fight. However, the Steel Horde held the greatest advantage of all, its inexhaustible vastness. Azarax could afford to lose thousands of soldiers without feeling the strain. Soon enough, the mud would absorb rivers of blood. Then, it would be covered by a morbid carpet of corpses, and once the Dread Warriors had something solid to stand upon, the tide of the battle would turn against the defenders. Kill them all. The Dragonslayer's voice boomed above the hideous slaughterhouse of the ruthless battle, making the defenders roar and push back against the crushing flood of subjugated thralls. Every second, hundreds of bodies were falling into the mud, and every second, countless awakened powers were unleashed, shredding the very fabric of the world. Far ahead, among the ruins of the barricade and the wreckage of the great iron grate, the saints were dying as well. Nightwalker was like a cunning eel, elusive and viciously deadly, his two sabers moving as if possessing minds of their own. More than that, his skill was eerily flawless, tempered by decades spent in the dreadful crucible of the Eternal City and the hungry jaws of the Nightmare. Even facing multiple saints of the Steel Horde, he was pressuring them instead of being oppressed. Morgan, meanwhile, was cold and ruthless, fighting the 7 dread generals with terrifying composure. One of them was already lying in the mud dead, while the rest were covered in cuts, both shallow and deep, all bleeding. Her own steel body, meanwhile, remained pristine, for now. Funnily enough, the two of them, Morgan and Nightwalker, were the only 2 people in history who had conquered the 3rd nightmare alone. Nightwalker had managed that impossible feat due to the strange nature of the Eternal City, but Morgan had received no aid in her solitary trial. The Princess of War had been forged to be a deadly weapon, but fashioned herself into a peerless user of weapons instead. Now she was facing the strongest champions of the Steel Horde, not only refusing to be thwarted, but making them feel threatened and uneasy instead. The form of the sword demon she had assumed was deadly and unpredictable, infused with lethal sharpness. Every centimeter of her body was like a blade, and no amount of armor could protect her enemies from being severed and cut apart. The terrifying devastation of their clash echoed across the riverbed, instilling the warriors killing each other on its muddy expanse with hope and terror in equal measure. The battle in the riverbed reached a state of bloody equilibrium, despite its demented frenzy, rivers of blood pouring into the crimson mud. The battle for the walls of the city was in a stalemate as well. However, all of it was about to change, because the most dire force of the Steel Horde, the Plague of Steel, the King of Kings himself, had not joined the battle yet. He was moving forward now, though. Chapter 30, 50 Rivers of Blood. The battle in the riverbed was just as vicious and dreadful as Effie had expected, with countless corpses falling into the blood-red mud. More horrible, even, beyond anything her jaded mind could have imagined. Effie had not expected Azarax to send 7 of his dread generals forward. Having fought these ruthless thralls herself, she knew just how eerie and menacing they were. Behind each, there was a tragic legend of glory, defiance, and eventual downfall. All of them had lost to the King of Kings once, and now their kingdoms were long forgotten. Their glory had become submission, and their defiance was now inescapable devotion. Morgan seemed to be holding her own against the fallen legends of the ancient past, though moving among them like an unrelenting hurricane of steel. Her gracefully lethal body looked unscathed, but then again, wounds did not show on liquid metal. In truth, she must have suffered grievously under a storm of devastating transcendent powers. Morgan was not someone to show weakness in front of an enemy, though, so she endured the onslaught of insidious attacks silently, channeling the pain and fear of being harmed into cold, focused killing intent. Nightwalker was doing well for himself as well, and Effie could not afford to pay their plight any attention. The battle in the riverbed was horrifically bloody, but the battle for the city wall was nothing short of dire as well. Azarax had sent his elite forces to conquer the battlements, and while Effie and Kai had managed to prevent the Dread Warriors from achieving a swift victory that pulled their attention away from the colossal, lumbering siege towers. A few of them had been destroyed by Effie, and a few more had been brought down by the enchanted siege engines she commanded. However, several were already approaching the wall. If there was one silver lining to this dire situation, it was that nobody was attacking the city from the sky. The nature of warfare in the ancient past was different from how it was in modern times. That was because no one here was a carrier of the nightmare spell. As such, the awakened of this era could not wield entire arsenals of memories, each granting them unpredictable powers. Most fought with mundane or mystica. Steel, and while some did possess enchanted weapons and armor, the enchantments were relatively primitive, the majority of them aimed at enhancing the innate quality of the materials. So, only those with aspects that granted them the ability to fly were capable of attacking the enemy from anywhere except the ground, and aspects like that were rare. In the early days of the siege, Kai had prioritized killing those of the Steel Horde awakened who could threaten the city from above, culling them like the Grim Reaper. Most of them were dead now, and those who remained did not dare to rise into the sky. There was nothing to take cover behind in its azure expanse, after all. Kai was limited in when he could assume his transcendent form for the same reason, since Azarax was not going to miss the chance to destroy him otherwise. So, the siege towers posed the greatest threat to the city. In the past, Effie and her companions had almost always managed to prevent them from reaching the wall, but today they failed. With a loud rumble, the drawbridges of the siege towers fell, crashing into the parapet of the battlements and locking in place. Then, like a flood, countless warriors of the Steel Horde flowed onto the wall, their battle cries drowning out the clamor of battle. Looking down, Effie snarled and was about to rush forward to the nearest one. But at that moment, a cold chill ran down her spine. Turning her head, she saw a strange ripple spreading through the steel ocean far in the distance. It was Azarax, the Plague of Steel, calmly walking across the battlefield toward the city gate. Effie's heart fell and her shield arm flamed with phantom pain. "Here we go again." Her presence and Kai's commands could shield the defenders of the city from the aura of dread emanating from Azarax and his elite warriors. But who was going to protect Effie and Kai? It would have been good if the Mason could, but his powers had no support to offer in that regard. It would have been even better if the old man could descend upon the battlefield and face the plague of steel personally. He was a supreme, after all. Even if his aspect had nothing to do with combat, he was still far more powerful than any saint could be. And yet the Mason remained in the depths of his impregnable palace. In fact, Effie herself had insisted that he should stay there, never showing his face on the city wall. That was because without the Mason, the city would fall in an instant, and if given a chance, Azarax would stop at nothing to eliminate the enemy supreme. He would go all out, and none of the cohort members would be able to prevent him from slaying the old king. Bringing the Mason onto the battlefield was no different from offering their fatal weakness to the enemy, and for that reason, he had to stay safely hidden in the palace. Effie inhaled deeply. Kai was going to have to hold the wall on his own. He had already dismissed his bow, rushing toward the nearest siege tower with a sword in his hand, and the local saints who had joined the defenders of the city were moving toward the rest. The situation did not look good. Even if they managed to drive the steel horde back and destroy the towers, the losses among the defenders of the city promised to be staggering. But Effie could not worry about that now either. Exhaling through gritted teeth, she lowered one hand on the rampart, and then leaped over it, landing on the other side of the towering wall with a thunderous boom. The earth quaked, and countless warriors of the steel horde perished beneath her feet, pulverized into puddles of blood. Effie straightened, gazing at the ocean of steel in somber silence. And far in the distance, Azarax glanced up, a merry grin twisting his lips. His voice rose above the battlefield. "If it isn't the fearless war maiden, have you finally decided to kneel before me, priestess? Ah, what a sight for sore eyes." Chapter 30:51, Divine Covenant. Effie gazed at the King of Kings, across the vast ocean of steel separating them. Her eyes were cold and somber, and tinged with a hint of contempt. That bastard. Over the past year, Azarax seemed to have developed an unhealthy interest in her, all members of the cohort, really, but Effie most of all. In some sense, it wasn't surprising. He was known to collect powerful warriors, after all, and each of the mercenary saints was deadly beyond measure. But Azarax also seemed to revel in the act of subjugating strong-willed individuals, and since Effie was the nominal leader of the defending army, he saw her as his direct opponent, and therefore considered taming her a personal challenge. Effie did not land into the role of a leader by accident. Sure, the woman whose place she inhabited was the commander of the mercenary army, but that was not the real reason why she came to lead the defenses of the city. In truth, other members of the cohort had plenty of qualifications to replace her. Morgan was a far better strategist, Jet was a far deadlier fighter. Nightwalker possessed a wealth of experience that Effie lacked, while Sation was a better ruler. Kai was both more virtuous and more noble. However, none of them could inspire loyalty the same way Effie did. The soldiers of the defending city might have respected and admired the members of the cohort, but they loved Effie. They drew strength from her presence, not only in a mystical way, but also quite mundanely. Seeing her raised their morale and gave them hope. And in a besieged city where hope was in short supply, that was more important than anything else. So Effie found herself in the leadership role, and therefore as the main focus of the King of Kings' perilous attention. That was fine with her, but to make things worse, Azarax seemed to be harboring a severe misunderstanding about who the War Maidens were and what the Red Sect stood for. In his warped mind, the War Maidens were priestesses who had promised themselves to War God and could therefore be considered his brides. The main covenant of their sect forbade them from surrendering in a battle, and they always fought to the death. So, unless they could retreat undefeated, most War Maidens only ever lost once. Their first defeat was their death. Azarax seemingly believed that this covenant was their promise to war god, so he saw the act of subjugating a war maiden as a slap in the face of a god. And since he considered himself an equal to the gods, or even superior to them, that was something he longed to do. Of course, he was completely misguided. In truth, while the current avatar of war god was indeed a man, a male dragon, to be precise, the Red Sect was far more ancient than him. At the time of its foundation, at the dawn of time, the avatar of war had in fact been a human woman. Therefore, the war maidens did not promise themselves to war god as brides, they strived to forge themselves in her image. That was the promise they made, and that was why they were forbidden from surrendering alive, not because choosing a peaceful resolution instead of battle would mean being unfaithful to war, their divine patron. Effie had known that since her time in the second nightmare, but Azarax had no idea and did not seem to care about the truth. All he cared about was conquering the arrogant war maiden. In fact, as time went on, it almost seemed like he cared about that more than he did about conquering the city. That was one of the reasons why the city still stood. Holding her breath, Effie ignored Azarax's question and summoned her spear. It was time to face the plague of steel once more. The ocean of steel parted like a sea, and just in a split second later, Azarax was already upon her. He breached the distance between them in the blink of an eye, moving even faster than his axe had at the start of the battle. There was no weapon in his hands, but it didn't matter. Considering how horrifyingly strong Azarax was, his fists were as devastating as great meteors. Now too, one of them flashed toward Effie at astonishing speed, arriving sooner than the roaring thunderclap caused by his lightning-quick lunge did. However, instead of striking her armor, it only struck a whirlwind of white sparks. Effie's colossal size was a tremendous boon in most battles, but when fighting someone as mighty as Azarax, it was a fatal vulnerability. So she dismissed her transcendent form as soon as he moved, assuming the shape of a normal, albeit very tall woman. The plague steel flashed through the whirlwind of essence sparks and crashed into the wall of the city, making its entire expanse quake. A split second later, he had already pushed himself off its surface and lunged downward, landing on the bloody soil near Effie with a resounding boom. The ground split beneath him, seeping with blood it had absorbed. Both of them were immediately caught in an invisible vice. For Effie, it felt as if a mountain fell on her shoulders. The burden pressed her down, forcing her to grit her teeth. At the same time, her heart was overwhelmed by a debilitating feeling of dread. That was the presence of the King of Kings suffocating her with the help of his aspect. Azarax himself, however, was not doing any better. That was because now that he was beneath the walls of the city, he was within the boundary of the Mason King's domain, and therefore his own will was being suppressed by it. Usually, a supreme would not want to be caught in the enemy's domain, cut off from most of his power, but Azarax did not care. He believed himself to be strong enough. He was strong enough to crush any enemy even while being suppressed. The warriors of the Steel Horde hurried to get as far away from their own supreme as they could, creating a vast open space around him and Effie. Straightening, Azarax looked at her and smiled darkly. "Good, it seems I finally taught you not to look down at me, priestess." Chapter 30:52, Out of Breath. Effie felt the will of the Mason King imbuing her with a stalwart tenacity. Immediately, her powers were augmented, and the debilitating oppression of Azarax's aspect lessened, allowing her to breathe freely, not that she did, since she was still holding her breath. She could feel the dread and the weight of his presence, but it was not unbearable now, at least. That was the boon of the Mason King, the reason why Effie and her companions were able to face Azarax on the battlefield. While not being able to wield their own will consciously, they were elevated through the will of the old Supreme. In a sense, they were more than halfway to wielding supreme power themselves. It would have allowed them to overcome an ordinary sovereign if there was such a thing, but sadly, Azarax was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to conquer so many realms and destroy many other domains. Ignoring his taunts, Effie spent a moment to feel the fierce might permeating her body, the power that made her far stronger, faster, and more resilient than any other saint. She also felt the unbreakable durability of her body. She was more durable than steel, and with the addition of her supreme armor, there was hardly any attack that could threaten her life. Hardly any, but not none's. Azarax was more than capable of breaking her bones and damaging her organs, so she couldn't fight him the same way she usually fought, leveraging her awakened ability to receive blows that would have killed others, and using that advantage to land deadly blows in opportune moments. When facing Azarax, Effie had to be nimble and cautious, as elusive as a gust of wind. Now that her shield arm was useless, it was even more so, leaving her in a perilous bind. But that wasn't that big of an adjustment for her. In fact, it felt like home. After all, that was how she had survived the long years spent hunting nightmare creatures far more powerful than her on the Forgotten Shore, long before she had an awakened ability. Her spear had longer reach than Azarax and his fists, as well, and while the King of Kings could freely command the will, the Mason was dismantling that deadly disadvantage to a degree. So Effie was not about to give up. Azarax lunged forward, moving so fast that she could barely perceive him. But in the end, thanks to her dormant ability, Effie not only did perceive him, but also managed to thrust her spear forward to deter his obliterating fist. The two of them clashed in a ferocious dance of violence, the very ground beneath them fracturing and rippling like liquid. Azarax attacked, and Effie evaded. In this battle of theirs, he was the pursuer while she was being pursued. Effie was not a huntress today, she was prey. That felt like home, too. She smiled faintly, her smile barely visible in the opening of her crested helmet. Azarax noticed her smile, it seemed, sending a devastating blow her way. "Do you know why you are still alive, priestess?" Effie used her spear to prevent him from getting close, but Azarax did not evade it this time. He simply allowed the tip of the spear to strike his fist. Instead of shredding his hand, though, the enchanted spearhead simply exploded into a rain of steel shards. She staggered back, regretting the fact that she could not bring her divine spear into the nightmare. "Killing you would have been far too easy, but where is the fun in that? No, I don't want you to die, war maiden. I don't even want to defeat you and make you my thrall, not at first, at least." Effie barely evaded another blow, feeling a powerful shockwave slam into her and make her lose balance. She transferred her shield from her broken arm to the healthy one, ready to use it as a weapon instead. That way, she wouldn't have the advantage of reach anymore, but she would have to manage somehow. "To tell you the truth, priestess, I want to break you first. I want you to surrender to me of your own free will, to abandon that god of yours and accept me as your deity. I am Azarax the Mighty, the Plague of Steel. You should feel proud to be given the chance to submit to me. If you do, I promise to only slaughter all the royals, all the nobles, and all the adult men in this pitiful city. The women and the children can live on as slaves." Effie gritted her teeth, holding back an answer. She was barely staying alive, frenetically deflecting Azarax's attacks. Her healthy arm was already groaning in pain, even if she had not blocked a single blow directly. This couldn't continue much longer. Just then, Azarax grabbed the rim of her shield and pulled, bringing the two of them closer. Looking Effie in the eye, Azarax smiled. "What, no answer? Why don't you say something, war maiden?" Instead of answering, Effie leaned forward and blew at him. It would have looked strange, comical, even if not. Hing, but air came from between her lips. However, that was not what happened, because when Effie exhaled, what escaped from her lungs was a billowing cloud of eerie, chilling fog. The fog enveloped Azarax in an instant, and from its swirling depths, a muffled scream resounded. The King of Kings staggered back, trying to escape the fog, but the fog followed, and in its depths, a graceful mist wraith took form, her ghostly eyes burning with ethereal blue flames. Her war scythe lashed forward, piercing the chest of the King of Kings for the second time. Effie spat pieces of ice and finally inhaled, feeling the cold mist caress her bruised face. A dark grin slowly twisted her lips. That guy really talks too much. With that, she raised her shield and dashed forward, joining Jet in the fight against the plague of steel. Chapter 3053, Blood-Soaked Battlefield. Azarax was too strong and too devious to be killed. There were only two things preventing him from carving a bloody path to the palace of the Mason King with his own two hands. One of them was his own arrogance. The other was Jet. No matter how strong and skilled Azarax was, he couldn't defend himself against her soul-rending attacks. That was because her weapons bypassed all forms of physical protection and struck directly at one's soul. Azarax could only block them by using the will, and his will was suppressed in the shadow of the city walls. He could overwhelm the Mason King's will or decimate the Soul Reaper, but he couldn't accomplish both feats at the same time. Therefore, Jet could hurt him. She was strong and swift enough to actually pose a threat to the undefeated King of Kings as well. The problem was that Azarax was aware of that fact too. As a result, it had become increasingly difficult for Jet to get near him, let alone land a blow. After a few successful confrontations in the early days of the siege, she had never managed to wound Azarax again. That was why today, Jet and Effie had employed a new kind of tactic. Earlier during the battle, while taking cover behind the wall in her titanic form, Effie inhaled deeply, allowing Jet in her mist form to settle in her lungs. After that, she held her breath and waited until Azarax was too close to evade the ambush, then unleashed the torrent of chilling mist from her mouth. The mist swiftly enveloped the battlefield around them, and before Azarax could react, Jet's blade pierced his chest. Once, twice, it was only after two successive blows that he managed to disengage, growling as the blinding agony of soul damage permeated his senses. Of course, two blows were woefully not enough to destroy a soul as vast and fearsome as the soul of the King of Kings. But the damage was not insignificant either. In fact, it was more damage than they had ever dealt to Azarax before. Effie and Jet were not done either. Even as he dodged the third slash of the mist blade, Jet flourished it, unleashing a powerful hex. Instantly, the temperature on the battlefield dropped, and the blood-soaked soil beneath their feet froze, turning into a frigid expanse of crimson ice. Warmth drained from the indestructible body of the King of Kings, weakening it and making his movements seem sluggish. At the same time, Effie tore through the mist like a lightning bolt, her entire body resonating with devastating strength to deliver one crushing blow. Her spear had been destroyed, and there was no time to summon another memory. However, her shield was a weapon in and of itself, especially in her hands. Its rim carried enough force to behead a great demon, so the neck of a supreme beast was not going to survive its edge either. However, before she could transfer all that force into a deadly impact, Azarax shifted slightly and blocked the obliterating blow with his forearm. There was a deafening thunderclap, and a powerful shockwave rattled the world, the vast expanse of crimson ice shattering in a violent explosion. At the epicenter of the devastating calamity, Azarax stood, immovable like a mountain. Effie's shield had been stopped dead by his forearm. The blow tore his vambrace and broke the skin, a trickle of blood flowing down to his elbow. But other than that, the damage was minor. Still, this was the first time Effie, or anyone else in the past year, had managed to make Azarax bleed. That was something, at least. Azarax glanced at the drops of blood falling to the frozen ground. His gaze was dark and tempestuous, but his voice was mocking. "Is this all the strength granted you by war? What a miserly god." Instead of answering, Effie pulled her shield back, spun on one leg, and delivered a devastating side kick to his abdomen. Her long leg whipped forward like a siege ram, crashing into his solar plexus with obliterating force. There was another shockwave, and Azarax staggered 2 steps back, his breastplate exploding into a hail of steel shrapnel. A split second later, before he could regain his balance, Jet was already upon him in her ghostly form, moving faster than sound, and yet surrounded by absolute silence. That was how their deadly dance began. Jet and Effie attacked Azarax from opposite directions, cooperating seamlessly to weave an inescapable net around him. Effie was the ram, while Jet was the sharp blade. One pushed the enemy, the other cut him. In terms of pure physical power and speed, there was hardly any saint in existence who could compare to them. And yet, they were still struggling to contend against the terrifying might of the King of Kings. Fighting alone and suppressed by the authority of a foreign domain, facing Jet's devious aspect, Azarax was still strong and skilled enough to fight them both. Not only that, but his oppressive power remained a stark and dire peril. Jet and Effie were pushing themselves to the very limit of their abilities and past it, but every moment of this devastating confrontation still felt like it could be their last. "Why won't you die?" Effie was breathing heavily, bloody foam bubbling on her lips. Jet looked more ethereal than ever, two ferocious blue flames burning in the depths of the pale, dissipating mist. Beyond the devastating maelstrom of their dire clash, the battle for the city continued to boil and writhe. Atop the impregnable wall, Kai and the defending soldiers were drowning in the flood of enemy warriors who were ascending the siege towers. Two of the towers had already been destroyed, but two still remained, bridging the gap between the corpse-filled moat and the bloody battlements. In the empty riverbed, a harrowing scene of murderous carnage was unfurling under the indifferent heavens. Blood flowed like a river, mixing with mud. The mud itself was long hidden under a thick carpet of corpses, which had become a foothold for the endless waves of the steel horde. The battle formation of the defenders had long descended into utter chaos, with two disorganized masses of berserk humans fused together in a morbid pact, the blood flowing between them, cementing its horrid hold on their minds. And just a little distance away, Morgan and Nightwalker were still entangled in a battle against the strongest saints of the Steel Horde, doggedly holding them back. A ghastly stalemate held the battlefield in bloodied claws, each second of it costing countless lives. That stalemate continued for some time, with neither side managing to push the other to the gates of hell. Until a hunched, staggering figure made its way to the top of the wall above the blood-soaked riverbed. Chapter 30:54 Blood of the Moon. In front of the city gate, Effie and Jet were entangled in a ferocious fight against the King of Kings. Even suppressed, weakened by the powerful enchantment of the Mist Blade, and suffering the agony of a deep soul wound, his soul core covered by a net of fine cracks, he was still as oppressive as ever, pushing both of them to the brink. On the battlements, Kai was struggling to prevent the dread warriors from overwhelming the defenders of the city and taking control of the wall. His voice ignited the hearts of the soldiers and strengthened their resolve, averting a devastating rout, and his blade was carving a path to one of the two remaining siege towers. But he couldn't be in two places at once, and so the situation was growing worse with each minute. In the dry riverbed, a harrowing slaughter was taking place, with both sides refusing to crumble despite the staggering losses. On the front line, Morgan was facing the 6 remaining Dread Generals, while Nightwalker kept the transcendent champions from lesser legions of the Steel Horde from coming to their aid. Death and destruction reigned on the battlefield, the overpowering scent of blood permeating the air. Surrounded by that maddening scent, Seishin slowly ascended the wall. She was moving slowly, keeping one hand on the weathered stones. The plague was ravaging her body, making each step feel like a deathly struggle. Hunched, hiding her pestilent visage behind a crimson cloak, wrapped in it and trembling from phantom cold, she climbed the steps one after another, eventually reaching the battlements above the riverbed. Below her, Morgan and Nightwalker were making their stand, and further away, 2 berserk armies were slaughtering each other in the blood-soaked mud. In the distance, a horrid storm of violence was sending tremors through the entire battlefield, splitting the earth that was Effie and Jet fighting an invincible Supreme. And not too far away, myriad warriors of the Steel Horde were spilling onto the battlements from the mouth of a colossal siege tower. Seishin gazed at the tower for a few moments. Just then, swift figures wearing crimson flashed past her, rushing toward it. Those were her warriors, chosen elites who had been granted the gift of her blood. Now that they had joined the battle, the siege tower W. as going to fall soon. At the very least, the steel horde was not going to advance on this section of the rampart anymore, giving Kai time to bring the other tower down. But that was not what Seishin had come to accomplish. Ah, the scent, it's driving me mad. Seishin was capable of drawing power from spilled blood, and on this terrifying battlefield, rivers of blood were being spilled every moment. So, her powers soared to impossible heights, elevating her strength by a tremendous amount. However, her flaw made it difficult to resist the overpowering scent, pushing Seishin to the threshold of murderous frenzy. Inhaling deeply, she pushed her unquenchable thirst into the darkest depths of her consciousness and then called upon her powers. Far away, dodging a blow from Jet and sending Effie staggering back with a crushing strike, Azarax frowned. The small cut on his forearm was barely seeping with blood now. Then, however, its flow became stronger. Just a few moments later, blood was trickling down his arm in a stream once again, painting his entire hand red. That was the power of Seishin's aspect, the power that made even the smallest wound lethally dangerous. Azarax himself was not too troubled by the new development. No matter how powerful Seishin was, it would take her months to bleed him dry. However, he wasn't the main focus of her attack. Far away at the mouth of the dry riverbed, Morgan was fighting the Dread Generals, the greatest champions of the Steel Horde and his most prized trophies. After killing one of them, she had not managed to bring down any of the remaining 6. Yet, however, they had not escaped the ferocious confrontation unscathed. Each was covered by myriad cuts, some of fine and shallow, some deep enough to leave marks on their bones. And all those cuts were bleeding. The cuts were producing little blood before, but now the bleeding was gradually growing more dire. Trickles of blood were already flowing down their bodies, staining their clothes and armor red. It was as if the Dread Generals were drained of life through hundreds of minor wounds, slowly turning into morbid, bloodied apparitions. Azarax threw a somber glance that way. As the War Maiden and the terrifying wraith that served her continued their desperate assault, he blocked and evaded their attacks, all the while considering the situation. Azarax had confidence that he could press this attack, eventually decimating the defenders of the city. However, the question was, at what cost? Was he willing to lose the best of his thralls, whom he had collected over long years of unceasing conquest, his most treasured trophies, the living testaments to his glory? The Steel Horde itself, too, would suffer grievous losses, enough so to postpone his next conquest, perhaps, and give his remaining enemies time to accumulate more power. Even if the War Maiden and her 5 deadly lieutenants came to replace the Dread Generals, would that be enough to satiate his ambition? The answer was, yes, perhaps. The more they resisted him, the more he desired to make them his. But he did not have to wager everything on one battle. The walls of the city were already breached, and no matter how hard the cowardly Mason King tried, he was not going to close the breach in a matter of days. There would be another battle, and one more after that, and one more after that. Enough of them to slowly grind the defenders of the city into dust without having to sacrifice so much. And so Azarax smiled darkly. Pushing the War Maiden back, he disengaged and created distance between himself and the fearsome wraith, moving closer to the boundary of the Mason King's power. There he stopped for a moment and then raised his arms, as if wishing to encompass the gruesome expanse of the blood-soaked battlefield. "Tell me, priestess, how many battles like this do you think you can last?" Effie lowered her battered shield, too tired to answer. Jet hovered near her, watching Azarax coldly, ready to repel his next attack. But no attack came. Instead, the King of Kings retreated with a grin, and soon enough, the war horns of the Steel Horde roared, commanding the myriad warriors to retreat. Effie staggered, leaning on her shield to stay standing. High above, on the wall, Seishin sighed and leaned on the parapet of the battlement, the old stones slick with blood. Kai watched a siege tower burn with a distant expression. Nightwalker cursed quietly, struggling to make his way back across a carpet of corpses and lamenting the fate of his boots. Morgan assumed her human form, looking at the retreating dread generals with a cold, gloomy expression. The battle was over. The city still stood. After the battle came to an end, the defenders of the city were exhausted and dazed, slow to recover from the shock of the boundless slaughter. However, the long and tedious cleanup still had to take place. The wounded were sent to the healers, the dead were tallied. The bodies were collected, stripped of armor and burned. This time there were too many dead to burn them with mundane fire, so awakened with suitable aspects were called upon to perform the grim duty. In the evening, as the sun fell beyond the horizon, Effie slowly made her way to the temple of Beast God. She had won another victory, but her heart was heavy. Because this victory held little meaning, the river was still gone, there was still a gaping hole in the city wall, the plague was still ravaging its streets. And Azarax was not going to stay still and let them recover. There would be another assault, and another one after that. They might repel one attack or two, or perhaps even a dozen. But it was all futile. In truth, the fate of the city had already been decided, and all they were doing was prolonging its suffering. Effie entered the temple, which had been turned into a hospital, and was led to Seishan's quarters. There, the proud princess of Song was sitting on the floor, breathing heavily, black blood flowing from her pores, from between her lips, and from her eyes. Effie regarded her ghastly state for a while, then asked, "Hey, Seishan, are you closer to healing the plague?" Shivering, Seishan looked up and considered her with cloudy eyes. "You mean closer than yesterday? Well, sure, a little closer, I suppose." Her voice was hoarse and brittle. Effie remained silent, observing her with a somber expression. In the dim darkness of the inner sanctum, deep shadows were cast on her face. She did not speak for a long time. Eventually, though, she said, "Don't heal it, Seishan." Effie leaned toward her and said in a low tone, "Make it stronger instead." Chapter 30:55 Gates of the Underworld. On the weathered edifice of a towering mountain, hidden by flowing white mist, a dark fissure brimmed with cold, impenetrable darkness. Tall pillars were carved from the black rock, framing it, and above it all, a triangular pediment was adorned with masterful reliefs. Time had eroded their edges, and all Sunny could make out were unclear shapes of dark wings forming an intricate pattern. The path to the underworld looked like an entrance to a temple, not a road leading into the depths of hell. Sunny, Nephi's, Mordred, and Saint remained in front of the towering portal for some time, observing it. None of them moved, but it felt like the crimson flames burning behind the visor of Saint's helmet had grown darker and more tumultuous than they usually were. After remaining silent for a while, Sunny turned to Mordred and asked in a low tone, "You've spent quite some time here in the Hollow Mountains. Have you attempted to explore the underworld at all?" Mordred slowly shook his head. "No, although, I do have to admit, the thought crossed my mind on numerous occasions. They seem quite inviting, these entrances. I mapped half a dozen, at least, in the past year." He paused for a moment and then added, "But as you know, elemental darkness is an adversary of reflections. That is quite ironic, don't you think? Reflections were born from nothingness, after all, and the Hollow Mountains are a place that contains both nothingness and true darkness. Makes one wonder." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Wonder about what?" Mordred gazed into the deep darkness, hiding in the mouth of the tunnel, and shrugged. "Which one is contained by which? Is the mist holding back the darkness, or is the darkness holding back the mist?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. He had not considered the Hollow Mountains in that context before. In his mind, the white mist and the elemental darkness hidden in their depths, born from the blood of a slain void being, simply existed here. He had never questioned why neither of these elemental forces spread outward to wash over the world. Now that he did, A cold shiver ran down his spine. Sunny glanced at Mordred with a disgruntled expression. Well, thanks a lot. Now I'll have something new to see in my nightmares. Mordred smiled faintly. You're welcome. Sunny just stared at him, aghast. At that moment, Nephi's finally spoke. I am wondering about something else. She glanced at the swirling white mist, then turned to face west. The Hollow Mountains were born when a powerful void being fell in a battle against the gods at the dawn of time. Its death shattered the ground, and its blood flowed down the fissures. That was how true darkness came to be. Judging by the size of the Hollow Mountains, that being must have been unfathomably vast. So, the battle to destroy it must have been impossibly fearsome. She paused for a few seconds, then added in a thoughtful tone. It wouldn't be surprising if the fabric of existence were damaged by that battle, allowing nothingness to flow through the tears. But actually, we know of another place where existence is torn apart, and nothingness freely seeping into the world, far away, in the frozen wastelands west of Ravenheart. So, the question is, what kind of battle happened there to produce the same result? Sunny tilted his head a little. He was the one who had learned about the second source of nothingness hidden in the far west from a vision in Ariel's game. However, he did not know the answer. The frozen wastelands were a mysterious place. Nobody knew why they existed or what the source of the fatal cold sustaining them was. He only knew two things, that the Jade Palace and a chain of volcanoes created by one of its components were the only thing preventing the all-consuming cold from continuing to spread, and that it had existed from the dawn of time. Rhyme had either saved the primordial forest of Heart God from that cold, or had used it to decimate the forest, after all. And if Sunny had his facts straight, that epoch predated even the first human kingdom established by Kanakate, which was quite literally the birthplace of history. I have no idea. Had there been another void, being slain by the gods in the far west? Or a far more frightening possibility, had it not been slain, but merely sealed by a vast ocean of ice? He shivered. The thought was frightening, but it was peculiarly comforting to know that this world still harbored plenty of mysteries Sunny had no way of solving yet. At that moment, Saint turned and glanced at him silently. Sunny coughed. No, I am not stalling. I am ready to enter that tunnel whenever. He glanced at the dark entrance, then grimaced and glanced away with a curse. Although, the last time I entered a tunnel like that, things didn't end that well for me. Well, Saint did get something out of it, but honestly, I hated the very idea of tunnels ever since that one in Antarctica. Sunny glanced at Mordred and asked, So what, you still haven't changed your mind? You can come with us, you know. Don't you want to explore the ancient kingdom of the Demon of Destiny? It was quite a peculiar feeling, hoping that Mordred, of all people, would keep them company. Sunny was surprised by it more than anyone. The world must really be ending. Mordred looked at the dark entrance to the tunnel, remained silent for a short while, and then shook his head. No, I have other matters to attend to. Sunny glanced at him with suspicion. What matters? All you do is hide in the Hollow Mountains. Mordred lingered for a moment, then scoffed quietly. You two aren't the only ones who are preparing for the fifth nightmare, you know. Both Sunny and Nephi's glanced at him, surprised by that statement. After a few moments of silence, Nephi's asked, So you have decided to challenge the nightmare? Mordred shrugged. I haven't decided yet, but I need to prepare anyway, don't I? Simply to be in a position to make that decision when time comes, instead of it being made for me. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. Being here in the Hollow Mountains quickly teaches one that even Supremes are small and feeble in the face of true monsters. Somehow, I still want to survive, so there is a lot I need to consider. With that, he took a step back and turned away from the dark maw of the tunnel. I wish you luck on your journey. If you survive, well, maybe we will meet again. With that, Mordred disappeared into the flowing wall of white mist, vanishing without a trace. Sunny, Nephi's, and Saint were left alone in front of the entrance of the underworld. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed. That guy has become a bit less insufferable after dying. Who knew death would be such a good influence on his personality? Honestly, I should have killed him a long time ago. With that, he stared at the wall of white mist and then flinched. The mist was getting closer. Mordred had been keeping it at bay, but now that he had left, nothing was preventing nothing from swallowing them. Sunny's expression crumbled. That bastard. Naturally, being caught in the mist was not going to destroy them, but it would not be pleasant in any way either. Turning around, Sunny cursed and headed toward the tunnel. Come on, let's go. You won't like getting lost in that mist, believe me. Nephi's and Saint looked at each other, then followed him. Moments later, they disappeared into the darkness, and the small island that had been free of the mist was swallowed by the flowing mass of nothingness once again. Chapter 3056, Terrible Adventures. Sunny had decisively led Nephi's and Saint to the mouth of the tunnel. However, just before they entered it, he stopped and looked back awkwardly. The wall of impenetrable darkness was right in front of him, bringing back unpleasant memories. Although he was ahead of his companions, technically speaking, he was the least suitable leader among the three of them. Nephi's could shine a light to dispel the darkness, while Saint C would command it, so, if anything, Sunny had to stay back and follow them. He looked at his shadow, which lowered its head and covered its forehead with a hand, shaking it in embarrassment. What? I just got carried away a little. Sunny had brought 2 incarnations on the expedition to the underworld. He would have loved to allocate more of himself to this perilous journey, but with Nephi's missing and the world actively falling apart, the pressure on his remaining avatars was bound to increase tremendously. Plus, his powers were going to be suppressed in the dark depths below the hollow mountains, which limited his usefulness no matter how many shadows he brought. So too were all he could spare. Now with a sigh, Sunny allowed his body to revert to its natural form. A moment later, he was gone, with only 2 shadows left in his place. Taking control of the second one as well, he sent one each to Nephi's and Saint. Wrapping himself around them and empowering them with the strength of the shadows, he perceived the world from their 2 vastly different perspectives. The world Nephi saw was stark and harsh. It was both her adversary and hers to protect, full of peril and promise in equal measure, ready to be saved or destroyed in the immolating inferno of her cleansing flames. She was like a boundless, churning ocean of annihilating radiance that formed a supergiant star, hidden from view by a thin and deceptive facade of calm and composure. Her passion was scathing, and her will was sharp and unrelenting, absolute in its resolute momentum. Saint, on the other hand, saw the world in a million darker shades. Her perception was colorless, but imbued with a subtle depth that Nephi's was not that attuned to, a depth born from the weathered, unfathomable weight of time. Saint's world was more solid and immutable, rooted in the hidden expanse of the ancient past. The things she saw were only the surface of a dark ocean of history, and since she did not make a distinction between the two, her world seemed far more stable. The 2 points of view clashed in Sunny's mind, subtly mixing with his own. For a moment, he considered whether that was the true boon of being a shadow, the ability to perceive the world from completely different perspectives, unburdened by the confines of a single worldview, and therefore know it on a much deeper level. But then they entered the darkness, and his own perception was suddenly crippled. Sunny had long grown used to perceiving the world through shadows. His senses usually spread over innumerable kilometers, following the movements of every person, every branch, every blade of grass in a vast area around him. Even if he did not focus on every single shadow consciously, their expansive world was always in the background of his mind, one thought away from coming into focus. Shadows were far more expressive than people gave them credit for as well. There was a lot he could sense through the shadows that would escape his eyes. Their depths, their texture, their nature, All of it described the world around him in rich detail. So when his shadow sense was suddenly cut off, Sunny felt like he had turned blind. Worse than blind, really crippled and maimed, the world around him growing small and shallow. It was an unpleasant feeling, to say the least. If not for Nephi's and Saint, who shared their own perceptions with him, he would have been debilitated by the sheer shock of the abrupt change. He had delved into elemental darkness before naturally, but he had not been supreme back then. The scope of his senses was far more modest, and losing them was not that big of a blow. Sunny was deeply uncomfortable, but had no way of expressing his discomfort. He grew quiet, happy to be in the company of Nephi's and his most loyal shadow. It would have been harrowing to have ventured into the underworld alone. Perhaps Mordred was the smarter one between them. But then again, Mordred had inherited a full divine lineage. He had no need to go on a series of increasingly awful adventures to complete it. Sunny let out a mental sigh. Damn Weaver, couldn't they have left their lineage in a safe, easily accessible place? The branches of the soul-devouring tree, the fiery abyss of the sky below, the harrowing heart of the tomb of Ariel, the lethal depths of the storm sea, the bizarre world hidden within the great mirror, the perilous battlefields of Ariel's game. I really haven't had it easy, have I? Sunny had no idea where Broken Sword had found Shadow Weave, but now it was in the underworld, the worst possible place for a shadow to be. It is almost like I am fated to encounter trouble, ha. Sunny sighed bitterly. Saint, meanwhile, walked into the darkness with steady steps. Nephi's waited for a while, then summoned the blessing and imbued its blade with bright radiance. Her pure light chased the darkness away, illuminating a small section of the tunnel, about 100 meters in each direction. Sunny could finally breathe freely. In that small circle of light, the world was full of shadows once more, which made it feel less dead and threatening. He could still sense the oppressive, endless darkness flowing subtly at the edges of the light, disturbed and wanting to reclaim its undisputed rule over the weathered stones around them. Its pressure was cold and unnerving. Sunny sighed. I really don't like this place, Nephi's. She lingered for a moment and then took a step forward. I don't really like it either. Chapter 3057, In the Rubble. At first, the tunnel was entirely devoid of any features. Its walls seemed to have been adorned by masterful reliefs and engravings once, but now they were all gone, erased by the merciless passage of time and the endless tides of the eerie white mist. The walls themselves were covered in a chaotic mess of jagged grooves and deep fractures, making Sunny wary of the unstable ceiling above. In fact, there were several sections of the tunnel where the ceiling had collapsed, forcing them to squeeze between ancient rocks. Saint, who moved ahead in the darkness, had diminished her size a bit to fit through the cracks. Seeing her in such a petite form reminded Sunny of their times on the Forgotten Shore, when the two of them were more or less of the same size. He almost forgot that Saint had not always towered above him. It seemed so long ago. Well, of course it was. Sunny had been a dormant beast back then, while Saint had been a mere awakened monster. Now they were both supreme, having survived countless nightmares side by side. Time flies. No, actually, it did not. If anything, time crawled like a snail. He had been sent to the Forgotten Shore, 14 years ago, but it felt like 400 years ago. Honestly, 400 years was an understatement. As the three of them walked deeper into the tunnel, the scene in front of them slowly changed. Before, Sunny had attributed the fractured walls and the crumbling ceiling to natural erosion, but now he was beginning to suspect that something else had caused this destruction. Soon something crunched beneath Saint's Sabaton. Looking down, she studied the floor of the tunnel. It was littered by countless pieces of jagged rock, and under those rocks there was a thin layer of white powder. Now, the source of that strange powder finally revealed itself. It was a small, broken piece of bone. As they went deeper, there were more and more bones between their feet, until the whole tunnel was carpeted by them like a vast graveyard. The powder was bone dust, hinting that a great number of living beings had perished here once. Sunny did not know what kind of slaughter had taken place in the tunnel, but its scale was truly terrifying, making him feel solemn and wary. There were more of the rocks here, as well, their shapes smooth and strange. Judging by the state of the tunnel, which now looked like it was formed from molten lava, impossibly fierce flames had raged here once, melting the walls and incinerating everything trapped in the darkness. Saint was studying the scene of devastation around them with her usual cold indifference. However, Sunny could feel a note of strange, mournful emotion hidden in her reserved silence. They continued forward, eventually reaching a point where the tunnel opened into a colossal stone chamber, its vast expanse drowned entirely by darkness. Nephi's raised the blessing higher and poured more essence into its blade, making the radiance suffusing it almost blinding. But even then, the light failed to reach the opposite wall of the spherical chamber. She did, however, see most of it. Here Sunny's previous suspicion was confirmed. It was hard to miss the signs of the daunting battle that had once taken place there, the skeletal remains of countless humans and enormous beasts, the broken weapons littering the floor, the ruined remains of makeshift barricades and defensive fortifications that had once barred the mouth of the tunnel. Mostly, however, the floor of the chamber was littered with stone shards. They carpeted it entirely, piling here and there in tall mounds. Up ahead, Saint's graceful silhouette was revealed in the darkness, standing among the rubble. She remained motionless for a long while, then took a few steps forward, stopping at the very edge of a vast circle of light, and silently got down to one knee. Reaching forward, she picked up an oddly shaped piece of rubble and raised it to the visor of her helmet. Perceiving the world through her eyes, Sunny was confused by what she was looking at for a few moments. The rock had 3 jagged sides and one smooth, uneven surface. It seemed unfinished, somehow, and strangely familiar. It was only when Saint lowered her hand and gently placed the rock back on the floor of the chamber that Sunny realized what he was looking at. It was a shard of a statue's head. The smooth line was the contour of the statue's brow. The recess below was where an eye would be, now closed forever. The elegant ridge was a broken remnant of a nose, and under it, the corner of the statue's mouth was parted slightly, almost lifelike. Only, of course, the shattered head had not belonged to a statue. It had belonged to a child of Nether. As Saint rose and looked around the colossal chamber, with its floor carpeted by stone rubble, Sunny's perception shifted, and he finally understood what that rubble was. It was the remnants of countless stone saints, all shattered and broken, having turned to stone after their deaths. He felt a chill run down his spine when trying to imagine how many of them had perished here. And at the same time, he understood what kind of battle had happened here once, thousands of years ago. Back then, someone must have laid siege to the underworld. The gods did. The bones belonged to the fallen warriors of the divine host. The jagged rocks were the stone saints who had died trying to defend the kingdom of their creator. It was unclear who had won in the end, but both sides had suffered grievously in the terrifying battle. And Saint, the last of her kind, was standing among the corpses of her people. She remained motionless for a while, observing the vast chamber, half of it illuminated by stark white radiance, half of it drowning in impenetrable darkness. And then the darkness moved, extending its tendrils toward her. Chapter 58 Lifeless. It happened faster than Sunny could perceive, which should not have surprised him, considering that his perception was crippled and limited to what Nephi's and Saint saw. What was surprising, however, was that Saint had not sensed the danger either, despite being attuned to elemental darkness. One moment, she was standing at the border between light and darkness. The next moment, the darkness moved, pushing the radiance back and enveloping the taciturn shadow. And a split second later, something moved in the darkness, lunging at Saint with impossible speed. It moved faster than the speed of sound, but not faster than Saint's hand. Before Sunny could even react, Saint had already raised it and manifested her dark sword, coldly skewering whatever it was that had lunged at her on its tenebrous blade. She tilted her head faintly, looking at the attacker. Sunny saw it at the same moment too. There, impaled by the blade of darkness, stood another stone knight wearing fearsome black armor. Only there was nothing graceful about this one. Instead, his figure was crude and misshapen, assembled from innumerable jagged pieces of rock that did not quite fit with each other. It was a patchwork monster, formed from the remnants of dozens of slain stone saints. Sunny was a little disturbed, though, when he tried to peer into the depths of the creature's being to determine its class and rank. There were no radiant soul cores of vile tumors of corruption inside its soul. In fact, there was no soul at all. There was only darkness. A dark one. Sunny was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered the creatures of darkness once, in the lightless expanse of the Shadow Realm. There, the eerie entities he called the Dark Drifters had tried to consume the shadow of condemnation, showing no fear or trepidation in front of the dead, cursed tyrant. The Dark Drifters were vast and formless, resembling billowing swathes of tattered black cloth. They could take various shapes, each towering hundreds of meters in height, and seemed to be capable of feeding on shadows. Those immensely powerful beings seemed to exist beyond the familiar definition of rank and class, too, as if alien to the fundamental laws of existence established by the gods. Sunny had allowed the possibility of encountering similar creatures in the underworld, but he had not expected to see one using the remains of stone saints as a shell. Why would it? There was no answer, but even if Sunny felt wary of the creatures of darkness, he was reasonably confident that Nephi's and Saint would not be helpless in a fight against one, especially not when he was augmenting them with his powers. Both possessed means of dealing with true darkness, after all. Nephi's could dispel elemental darkness, while Saint could control it, so. In the next moment, his confidence was shaken. That was because the peculiar patchwork monster did not die or crumble when Saint's sword pierced it. Her sword crumbled instead. Its dark blade rippled and grew unstable, the darkness it was forged from flowing forward like black tar, being absorbed into the mangled mess of the creature's shattered body. Not only that, but Saint's gauntlet, her entire armor, was losing solidity and flowing down as well. Her helmet melted like a candle, revealing the alabaster perfection of her inhumanly gorgeous face. All of it happened in less than a heartbeat. Then Sunny felt Saint's face contorting subtly, full of wrath. In the blink of an eye, her other hand shot forward with impossible speed, shattering the creature's breastplate and plunging into its chest. The jigsaw monster collapsed into rubble, and she pulled something out, grasping it tightly in her fist. It was a squirming, shapeless mass of darkness that wrapped its tendrils around her forearm, straining to break free. Or possibly to slither under her vambrace and seep through her jade skin. Still overcome by an uncharacteristically intense anger, Saint gritted her teeth and crushed the dark being in her fist. It convulsed and lost cohesion, dissolving into a stream of darkness that flowed lifelessly to the floor and dissolved in the surrounding lightlessness. A moment later, there was no trace of it left. Sunny did not know how Saint had done it, but he was pretty sure that the creature was dead. Or at least, gone. The spell did not announce the kill, and a new shade did not enter his soul. But that did not mean that the thing had not been destroyed. It simply meant the creatures of darkness were not alive, to begin with. Or rather, they existed outside the concept of life. True darkness was antithetical to shadows, after all. So, the creatures of darkness did not possess shadows, and therefore were not followed by death. And since they were alien to death, they were alien to life as well. Saint's sword reformed, and her armor mended itself, a current of darkness flowing upward to hide her flawless face. A moment later, only two fierce crimson flames glowed behind the visor. Nephi's, get ready. Sunny's whisper came just in time, not that she needed a reminder. A chilling rustle spread throughout the colossal chamber. It was the sound of innumerable shards of stone moving, of all of them moving. As Nephis glanced down, her expression solemn, the carpet of jagged rocks covering the floor of the underground hall seemed to vibrate, and then receded. The shattered corpses of the stone saints were being pulled by some invisible force, disappearing into the flowing depths of impenetrable darkness. And there, innumerable shapes were assembling from the shards. Nephis could not see it, but Saint could. Her graceful figure expanded, growing to 10 meters in height, and a round shield appeared on her right arm. Out there in the darkness, some shapes were no taller than an average human. Some were great and imposing, standing at equal height with her. Some were even taller, lumbering above the cracked floor like broken giants. Saint regarded them with murderous fury. Then she raised her sword and brought its edge down on the rim of her shield. Once, twice, the deep ringing resounded in the echoing silence, announcing the start of the battle. Chapter 30:59, Let There Be Light. The eerie creatures built from the corpses of fallen underworld warriors surrounded Nephis and Saint in a wide half-circle, hidden in the darkness. Nephis could not see them, but Saint could, if vision was the right word to describe it. Rather, it was a special sense that allowed her to perceive the movement of elemental darkness, as well as discern the shapes of objects hidden in its cold depths. There were countless jigsaw creatures around them, varying in size, all poised to attack. When the attack came, it all happened in a split second, making the ancient chamber quake and groan, slabs of rough stone falling from its ceiling. The Dark Ones lunged forward, the brunt of them facing Saint. She dashed ahead to meet their tide, as well diving into the darkness. Despite her towering size, the taciturn shadow moved fast enough to leave afterimages in her wake, a thunderous clap resounding in the underground hall as the crushing weight of her stone-like body sent devastating shockwaves spreading through the air. Those shockwaves alone would have been enough to obliterate lesser opponents. Her enemy, however, possessed the same tremendous mass and moved with the same lightning-fast speed. So, when the two shockwaves collided, a roaring disturbance shook the mountain, heralding the terrifying fury of their clash. Sunny, who shared Saint's senses, could not help but feel the devastating momentum of their motion deeply. At that moment, he himself was like a mountain, or a cataclysmic rockfall, perhaps, his indescribable weight bearing down on the enemy as if nature itself chose to erase their blasphemous existence. The first creature to reach Saint was a lumbering monstrosity that towered above her, reaching forward with an enormous hand, its jagged fingers ending with sharp stone spikes. Despite being almost 2 times smaller than the abomination, Saint used her shield to push the giant arm just a little to the side, causing it to miss her completely. A fraction of a second later, carried by her terrifying momentum, she reached the creature's body and slammed the rim of her shield eye. Nto, its abdomen. The entire middle section of the macabre colossus exploded, the mystical stone pulverized into a billowing cloud of dust, and its upper body crumbled. The jagged pieces of stone were only beginning to fall when a flowing dark mass tried to escape from the collapsing shell, only to be pierced by Saint's lightning-fast sword and dissolve into the surrounding darkness. Continuing to move forward, barely slowed down, Saint spun to receive a devastating blow on her shield and at the same time beheaded another abomination with a swift and calculated slash of her sword. A moment later, her foot descended on a smaller creature, rushing past her to lunge at Nephis, crushing it entirely under her armored boot. At the moment, Saint was augmented by the Evening Star, which was in turn empowered by her underworld armament ability, and since she had abandoned the circle of light emanated by Nephis and dove into true darkness, the enchantment of her charm had reached its maximum potency. Saint was also strengthened by her mantle of darkness ability, the two augmentations fusing to produce a chillingly devastating synergy. And of course, she was empowered by Sunny himself. The scope of his augmentation increased by the curse. Altogether, this combination of sorceries and abilities produced a devastating result. Nothing was as annihilating as Saint herself, though. The power of a supreme devil, augmented by the Lord of Shadows, was daunting, but it was the battle skill of the last of the Stone Saints, honed by eons of war, bloodshed, and combat, that was truly terrifying. Even if the enemies were equal in strength or more powerful than Saint, they might seem useless in front of her measured, murderous battle skill. Their numbers, though. Sunny felt a bit of unease. Saint was strong, yes, and her cold wrath had made her even more fearsome than usual, but there were simply too many enemies around, all of them immensely powerful, easily equal to the pinnacle of the great rank. Additionally, their authority over true darkness seemed to be innately profound, which had rendered Saint's sword and armor unstable. Even now, they were rippling and shifting, the true darkness composing them flowing in an eerie flux. Quite troublesome. Far behind Saint, Nephis was faring a little bit better. Fewer jigsaw monstrosities had attacked her, and even if their speed and might were daunting, Nephis herself was more powerful than Saint. She was a titan, after all, and due to the unique synergy between her own fiery augmentation and Sunny's empowerment, her power had only grown. More than that, once the Dark Ones were bathed in the stark brilliance emanating from her radiant figure, they seemed to exhibit signs of discomfort. That did not make them weaker, but Sunny could sense that this battlefield belonged to Nephis. They were invading her territory, not the other way around. Still, Neph's advantage over Saint was not straightforward. Even if she possessed more power as a titan in terms of pure physicality, the towering stone knight was still more imposing. Nephis was not a stone colossus that weighed countless tons after all. Saint's sheer mass made her a devastating presence on the battlefield, causing the entire chamber to tremble under her feet. Neph's power was expressed through the potency of her aspect abilities and the uncompromising tyranny of her will, and since they knew very little about the Dark Ones at the moment, it was difficult to predict how effective the will would be in suppressing them. For now, she simply pushed herself off the ground and leapt toward the swiftest of the abominations, plunging the blessing into its chest. The blade of her radiant sword sliced through the mystical stones as if piercing butter, melting it and causing the edges of the wound to glow with incandescent light. In the next moment, the creature shuddered and opened its mouth, blinding light spilling from within it, from its eyes, from the countless cracks between the jagged pieces comprising its body. Then it simply crumbled into a pile of rubble, seemingly destroyed. The light. Sunny regarded the rubble for a moment, a seed of understanding taking root in his mind. He felt like he had understood why these lesser creatures of darkness had chosen to piece together stone carapaces around themselves instead of attacking Nephis and Saint directly. It was because of Neph's light. True darkness could not swallow it and was chased away instead. So, to destroy the radiant adversary, the creatures of darkness had hidden themselves in impenetrable stone shells, using them to invade the radiance and crush their enemy. Sunny was quite disturbed by the fact that these alien beings were displaying such inventiveness. At the same time, he did not want to imagine what would have happened if Nephis were not here, and the Dark Ones had no need to wrap themselves in these easily noticeable, Avi bodies. Let there be light. Where there was light, there were shadows after all. Chapter 30, 61st Skirmish. Saint fought the towering abominations in the embrace of impenetrable darkness, while Nephis fought them in the light. Sunny, who shared the senses of both, felt almost dizzy due to the stark contrast between the two perspectives. If there was one thing that united them, though, it was that the battle, the first skirmish of their underworld expedition, was already more ferocious and perilous than almost any clash he had experienced before. Ariel's game, the Eternal City, even the Nightmare Desert. The scope of this battle was relatively minor, but the forces involved were simply terrifying. By all accounts, Nephis and Saint, a supreme titan and a supreme devil, both supported by the power of shadows, should not have experienced much difficulty when facing opponents below the cursed rank. But the Dark Ones existed outside the familiar framework of ranks and classes, and their eerie assault was overwhelmingly deadly. Space bent under the violent power of their movements. The vast chamber quaked. The bones of the fallen warriors who had presumably belonged to the divine host turned to dust under their feet, and the ceiling groaned precariously as if ready to collapse. Neither Nephi's nor Saint was an easy opponent to deal with, and yet mere moments after the beginning of the battle, they both suffered. In the darkness, Saint moved like a storm between the macabre abominations. Many of them had been crushed under her armored boots, and more had been destroyed by her sword. However, the dark blade of her sword had become unreliable, forcing her to exert conscious effort to keep it solid and sharp. The same was happening to her armor, which seemed to have turned liquid and flowed down her graceful body, revealing glimpses of alabaster skin. The enemy saw and used that vulnerability well. Seconds after she clashed with the morbid creatures, a powerful blow broke through her defenses and landed on her side, sending a net of cracks running across the smooth surface of her abdomen. Ruby dust flowed through the cracks, marring the flawless white expanse of her jade skin. The wound itself was not that grievous, especially because Saint could swiftly mend her body with the mantle of darkness ability. However, just as she effortlessly regained her balance and cut down the enemy who had dealt her a blow, another used the opportunity to strike the same place, causing an entire length of her side to shatter, a flood of ruby dust pouring from the harrowing wound in a rain of jade shards. Nephi's was not faring much better. She had not unleashed her most powerful abilities yet, wanting to study the enemy first, but ended up paying for that dearly. The Dark Ones were simply too fast and too oppressive. She had deflected a dozen annihilating strikes in the blink of an eye, moving speedily to avoid being surrounded and buried under a crushing mass of animated stone, and destroyed half a dozen enemies. Nephi's made no mistake in her swordsmanship, but she was still pushed into a situation when even her power wasn't enough to escape. Almost at the same time as Saint suffered the first wound, the giant hand of a powerful abomination broke through the crumbling remains of an enemy she had just slain and brushed her shoulder. Instantly, her skin and flesh were torn, her bones were shattered, and her entire shoulder was gruesomely cleaved apart, one of her arms barely hanging onto her body. Luckily, her other arm was still attached to her body quite firmly, so, changing her grip on the hilt of the blessing, she severed the hand of the towering abomination and leapt back, studying the tide of enemies with an emotionless face. These wounds were not fatal, of course. Neff's horrid wound healed almost instantly, washed away by the pure white radiance, while Saint's side was already mending itself, the flow of ruby dust having been stemmed. But still, Sunny struggled to remember if they had ever participated in a battle where warriors of their rank had received such grievous injuries so fast. And they had only destroyed a small fraction of the enemies at that. If things were already this dire, what would happen as the battle stretched? Nephi's and Saint dove back into the obliterating crucible of battle, adjusting their tactics as they learned more about the enemy. Both were focused on the flow and cadence of combat, while Sunny, in his passive state, had more time to observe and consider it. He had already sent a mental message to Cassie, asking if she had any insight into the nature of their enemy. Cassie's voice sounded distant and quiet, but they were still connected by the invisible web of her aspect. Sadly, she did not have much to share. The Dark Ones were just as mysterious to her as they were to them, their alien nature resisting even the keen power of her dormant ability. So Sunny could only rely on his own reason and intuition. He considered using his own abilities to assist Nephi's and Saint in the fight. Due to how suppressed his aspect was here in the underworld, there was little he could do, which was not to say that he could do nothing. In the vast circle of light created by Nephi's, at least there were shadows, so he could manifest them, impeding the enemies. However, Sunny did not think that it would have much of an effect. It was not going to be a decisive shift, at the very least. Then he considered how Nephi's could employ her own powers better. She could unleash a storm of white flames, invoke the sorcery of names, assume her true transcendent form, and flood the chamber with immolating fire, or even burn her soul cores to both increase the destructiveness of her aspect explosively and benefit from the enchantment of the blessing. The latter would probably annihilate the swarm of jigsaw abominations. However, destroying them would not grant her any soul fragments, which meant that the damage dealt to her cores would not be replenished. Sacrificing this much this early into their expedition was not at all reassuring regarding its overall success. So, for some reason, Sunny's thoughts kept wandering back to what Mordred had said before leaving. Was the mist holding back the darkness, or was the darkness holding back the mist? Seeing that both Nephi's and Saint were being pushed back, slowly losing ground and suffering more terrible wounds, he hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Nephi's, do you want to try something risky?" Deflecting an obliterating blow and piercing another dark one, she answered in a slightly strained tone, "I'm open to suggestions." Saint suffered another blow back then, staggering back into the light. Sunny took a deep breath. "Then let's switch places." Chapter 3061, Paradoxical Being. Nephi's inhaled deeply and then invoked the name of fire. At that moment, a radial wave of flames exploded from her luminous figure, momentarily illuminating the vast chamber and sending the darkness into a brief retreat. In that moment, the two of them switched places. Where a figure woven out of radiant light had been, now stood a shadow encased in a fearsome black armor. Sunny had assumed his human form, and Nephi's turned into a torrent of light, infusing his body with ferocious, terrifying strength. Only one incarnation had been augmenting Nephi's, but now he was empowered by the full force of her fiery soul. The measure of power he felt was indescribable, and since his will had fused with her titanic will, the world seemed pliant and malleable, ready to submit to his touch. Of course, that feeling of power was not going to last long. As soon as the wave of white flames Nephi's had unleashed was extinguished, the stone chamber would be conquered by true darkness once more, and when that happened, Sunny would be blinded and drained by its impenetrable expanse. So he had to act swiftly. The abominations that had surrounded Nephi's were briefly pushed back, some of them melting in the wave of annihilating heat. Sunny dove into the shadows and emerged next to Saint, placing his hand on her greave. And then he disappeared, having wrapped his second avatar around the taciturn shadow as well. That was Sunny's plan. He wasn't going to do better than Nephi's in a battle against creatures of darkness, but Saint could. While simple on the surface, the issue of augmenting Saint was actually quite complex. On paper, now that two avatars of Sunny were empowering her, she should have become stronger by roughly a half. And since Nephi's was augmenting the second incarnation of Sunny, that augmentation should have been transferred to Saint too, increasing that number manifold. Sunny and Nephi's were connected by shadow bond, after all, which meant that she could augment not only him, she could augment his shadows and memories as well. All except Saint, that was, or at least had been. Back in NQSC, before the Chain of Nightmares, the two of them had experimented with applying the shadow bond in various ways and found out that among all of Sunny's shadows, Saint was the only one who did not benefit from Neph's flames. That was because Saint drew power from true darkness, and true darkness was incompatible with light. However, things had changed since then, albeit not in a straightforward manner. Sunny was not sure whether it was because Saint was different now or because Nephi's was, having gained a greater control over her aspect and broadened its scope as a supreme, but the taciturn shadow could be augmented by Neph's flames now as well. It was just that not all of her powers were augmented. In fact, some of them were even weakened as a result. Saint was quite a paradoxical being, if one thought about it. She was a shadow whose abilities were founded in true darkness, which was antithetical to shadows, more than Yet she also wielded the power of nothingness, which was antithetical to everything. Perhaps it was her affinity to nothing, which she had gained after Sunny and Nephi's first experimented with the shadow bond, that allowed Saint to benefit from Neph's radiant augmentation. When Nephis infused the taciturn shadow with her flame, those of Saint's powers that were drawn from true darkness actually lost potency. However, everything else about her grew stronger. And so, as soon as Sunny bestowed the augmentation of another incarnation, and that of Neph's flames, upon Saint, her figure visibly changed. The crimson flames burning beneath the visor of her helmet blazed with fearsome intensity, turning flawlessly white. A brilliant radiance suffused her jade skin, spilling through the cracks in her black armor. At the same time, her already ferocious strength exploded, making it seem like she could crush the entire mountain with one blow. Saint had been staggering back when Sunny reached her, but now she arrested her movement and regained her balance, making the vast chamber quake. Saint embedded shadows, true darkness, nothingness, and light now, four forces whose union was supposed to be impossible many times over, and yet they fused inside her, granting her terrifying power. She was far more powerful than she had been a second ago. But physical might was not why Sunny had chosen to bet it all on Saint. Instead, it was one of her abilities. Vessel of nothing, attribute description. Nothing dwells in this shadow's body, granting her the power of annulment. Shield of nothing, ability description. Nothing protects this shadow, and as long as it does, no one can harm her. Saint rarely had the opportunity to use this ability because it was not targeted, instead affecting an area around her. And since Saint usually led the Shadow Legion in battle, the Shades would be weakened by it too. The Shield of Nothing allowed Saint to create a field of annulment around herself, suppressing or outright negating powers and aspect abilities of anyone unfortunate enough to find themselves within it. That was what happened to humans and nightmare creatures. What about creatures of darkness, then? Mordred had hinted that nothingness and true darkness were in conflict, one of them holding back the other. If Sunny had to place a bet, he would bet on nothing. Nothing was capable of holding back the void, after all. True darkness had been born from the blood of a void being, so why wouldn't it be held back by nothing? He gave the mental command, and Saint activated the Shield of Nothing, denying a vast area around her. Will it work? Come on. Sunny held his breath, watching the Dark Ones intently. A moment later, the flames Nephis had unleashed finally slammed into the walls of the chamber and were extinguished. True darkness rushed forward like a flood, swallowing everything around. And the eerie monstrosities hidden within it rushed forward as well, aiming to crush Saint and tear her stone-like body apart. Then, the first of them stepped into the field of annulment created by the Shield of Nothing. Come on! And crumbled, the force holding the shards of fallen stone saints together, having been erased from existence. Sunny would have smiled darkly if he could. It did work, huh? Chapter 30:62, Beings of Darkness. Nothing could consume everything. But true darkness, it seemed, was especially susceptible to nothingness, more so than even to light. When exposed to Neph's pure radiance, darkness simply retreated. But when coming into contact with the power of annulment that Saint had summoned, it was directly destroyed. Erased from existence, as if it had never been there at all. Which posed a question: how had Nether been able to rule both true darkness and nothingness to begin with? Sunny had no answer, but then again, the prince of the underworld had been a demon. And demons were known to accomplish impossible feats. In fact, among all the demons, the demon of destiny seemed to have been the most inventive and ingenious, mastering all kinds of sorcery and adapting it to his needs. Weaver had been a schemer, Ariel had been a keeper of secrets, Hope had been a teacher. But Nether had been an inventor, accomplishing numerous wondrous things in pursuit of his designs, all culminating in the creation of the Stone Saints. So was there really a need to feel surprised that he had ignored the inherent conflict between true darkness and nothingness, making both elements submit to his rule? And if Nether could, why wouldn't one of his children be capable of doing the same? As the stone shards of the first Dark One to have entered the field of annulment scattered across the cracked floor of the vast chamber, the rest of them seemed to hesitate, halting at the invisible boundary. But Saint denied them time to adapt to the rapidly shifting current of the battlefield. He dashed forward, plunging several more abominations into the area of denial. They crumbled into stone shards mere seconds later. By then, the rest of the Dark Ones had already retreated, wary of the vestige of nothingness contained within Saint. Naturally, they weren't going to get far, while vast. The stone chamber wasn't endless, and with how quickly Saint could move, avoiding her for more than a handful of moments was not an option. As Sunny saw it, the Dark Ones had two choices now. They could either abandon their morbid shells and retreat or be destroyed. At first, it seemed like they had chosen the former. Saint had only managed to destroy a few more abominations, filling the chamber with the sound of falling rocks, when the rest of them suddenly froze. Then, the towering stone monstrosities all collapsed at the same time, despite not being caught in the field of annulment just yet. They simply fell lifelessly, the jagged pieces of fallen stone saints that composed their lumbering bodies losing cohesion and scattering in all directions. They are retreating, after all. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Encountering a new kind of adversary was always a tense experience, and he was happy to have escaped the first confrontation against the creatures of darkness relatively unscathed. Not only that, but he seemed to have discovered a powerful weapon against those of their eerie kind that awaited in the depths of the underworld. However, his relief had been premature. Just a moment after the jigsaw abominations crumbled, the innumerable pieces of rock that had scattered across the floor moved once again, just as they had at the beginning of the battle. Only this time, they weren't assembling into countless frightening figures. Instead, they were being pulled into the depths of the chamber, rapidly congregating at a single point, as if drawn into the orbit of an invisible dark star. At that moment, Sunny realized that possibly he had the wrong idea about this battle from the very start. Saint froze for a moment, raising her head to look up. Considering her towering height, it took something truly enormous to make her crane her neck. Out there in front of her, innumerable stone shards, the shattered remains of her fallen kin that had been used to create impenetrable shells for the Dark Ones, were assembling into a single, colossal figure. The creature was so enormous that its head scratched the ceiling of the great chamber. It had lost all resemblance to a human, as well, or rather, to a stone saint. Instead of the familiar form with 2 legs and 2 arms, a disjointed mass of rock loomed above the taciturn shadow in the darkness, dozens of misshapen limbs protruding from its heavily armored body. It looked eerie and threatening, utterly alien to anything Sunny knew. He felt a grim premonition. Perhaps there had never been a swarm of Dark Ones attacking them. He had assumed that there were numerous creatures of darkness around them based on his experience dealing with people and abominations, but true darkness was different from both, foreign to this world. Perhaps there had always been only one creature, one consciousness, one malevolent will opposing them. If so, then the Dark Ones they thought they destroyed had never been killed. Instead, they simply dispelled a few minor pieces of that vast, unknowable being. Damn it! Just a heartbeat later, a gargantuan stone horror was complete, dwarfing Saint despite her towering, 10-meter-tall figure. In front of the giant, assembled from innumerable corpses of her kin, Saint looked like a mouse facing an elephant. Whatever an elephant was. Everything seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, the colossal horror moved forward in an explosion of violent motion, bringing down its unfathomable weight on the graceful stone knight. Saint moved as well. Having abandoned her usual cold indifference in favor of dark and dreadful wrath, she took a step forward and tossed her round shield forward like a discus. Her shield tore through the air, annihilating it, causing a deafening thunderclap to shake the walls of the fractured chamber. The field of annulment moved with it, narrowing to fit its form. In the blink of an eye, Saint's shield reached the neck of the gargantuan nightmare creature and tore through it, pulverizing innumerable tons of mystical stone in a blinding flash. The creature's vast neck exploded into a cloud of stone dust. Its head fractured and crumbled as well. Even its gargantuan body came undone, turning into a devastating avalanche of stone debris. That avalanche collided with the floor of the chamber with the fury of a natural disaster. And finally, unable to endure the abuse of titanic forces, the floor of the chamber fractured and collapsed with a deafening roar. Oh crap! Suddenly losing her footing, Saint was pulled into a bottomless abyss of true darkness by a flood of stone debris. Jumped. R3063 into the darkness. The floor of the chamber shattered, pulling Saint into the boundless darkness below. Everything happened so fast that even her impossibly swift reflexes weren't enough to react, not that she could have done anything otherwise. Saint was a master of warfare and excelled in all types of combat. However, there were still things she wasn't capable of, and one of them was flying. As countless tons of shattered stone plummeted into the abyssal chasm below the vast chamber, she fell as well, pulled down by her immense weight. Sunny and Nephis fell with her. The Hollow Mountains had earned that name because they were hollow on the inside, drowning in elemental darkness. The entrance they had used was at the very pinnacle of one such mountain, and the ancient battlefield must have been located immediately above the great void of its empty interior, the last place where a besieging army could have been stopped. Now, the last obstacle had been broken, and they fell into the depths of the underworld. Even after surviving myriad calamities, Sunny still felt a cold sense of panicked alarm take hold of his mind, even if it was only for a moment. Then, he forced that feeling down and regained his composure. The mountain they had entered was not the tallest mountain of the vast mountain range by far, and yet it was still taller than the highest peaks of Earth, easily surpassing 10 kilometers in height. It was to the point that anyone below transcendent rank would find it difficult to breathe while nearing its pinnacle. So now Saint was facing a 10-kilometer drop, with nothing around her to arrest her fall and no indication of what waited for her at the bottom of the enormous cavern, if the interior of the mountain could even be called that. That was troublesome in and of itself, but the peril of falling from such height paled in comparison to the true threat, the fact that they were plummeting into the depths of the underworld, surrounded by an endless expanse of true darkness and all the horrors that could be dwelling in its cold embrace. Troublesome. The fall itself was not a problem. Nephis could summon her wings, and once she illuminated the world with her radiance, Sunny could use shadow manifestation to do the same. However, there was no need to go so far yet. Even if Saint could not fly, she had her own ways of handling this fall. She could turn into a torrent of elemental darkness, for example, rushing down unscathed. Alternatively, she could use the power of nothingness instead. That was what she chose to do, swiftly reducing her weight to that of a feather. A moment later, she wasn't falling anymore and seemed to be hovering in the air. In truth, she was gliding downward at an infinitely low speed, supported by air resistance. The immediate crisis had been resolved, but Saint was still in a precarious position. That was because, as the debris of the crushed floor of the gateway chamber disappeared into the darkness, taking the last traces of the ancient battle with them, a thunderous groan resounded from above. It echoed in the boundless darkness, making Saint look up. The ferocious white flames burning beneath the visor of her helmet blazed as she saw the roof of the destroyed chamber fracturing, enormous slabs of stone breaking away and crashing down in clouds of dust. The entire peak of the mountains seemed to be collapsing, falling right on her head. Sunny was not particularly worried about the weight of the mountain's pinnacle. A Supreme would not be heavily damaged even if buried under it, but he had a strong suspicion that the creature of darkness that they had encountered did not particularly care about what kind of stone it used to create a shell. Whether it were the shards of fallen stone saints or the fragments of the mountain itself, it could still form a new body, one even larger and more difficult to destroy than the Colossus Saint had beheaded earlier. A split second after Sunny gave the command, Saint increased her mass to the original prodigious value, plummeting down like a meteor weighing hundreds of tons. That weight plus a constant acceleration while falling from a height of 10 kilometers or more. Sunny did not want to imagine how violent that impact would be. With some luck, he was not going to find out. As Saint fell, the boundless expanse of true darkness embraced her like a cold sea, its invisible currents moving around her in a ghostly maelstrom. The walls of the hollow mountain were getting further and further away, making it seem like she was falling through an infinite abyss. Devoid of shadow sense, Sunny could only perceive what Saint perceived, and what she saw filled him with a grim sense of unease. Because he couldn't help but feel that something was hiding in that darkness, or perhaps following them, getting closer and closer. No, it wasn't just a feeling, he knew it. Many powerful nightmare creatures possessed an ability to sense when someone was gazing at them, and at the moment, Sunny knew that someone, or something, was scrutinizing him, its attention cold and unfathomable. He knew it because he had sensed a vast and boundless will brush against his own. Damn it! In the next moment, something about the darkness surrounding Saint changed. Its currents were disturbed, and one of them, colossal and seemingly endless, twisted, reaching forward like an unthinkable tendril. The moment the enormous torrent of darkness entered the field of annulment, it seemed to lose a fraction of its cohesion, collapsing in on itself. But it was simply too enormous in its magnitude, and so that only slowed it down for a moment. There was already a second gargantuan tendril reaching toward Saint from the opposite direction. As well, its roots hidden somewhere far, far below in the ancient darkness. A moment before the tendrils reached her, an ocean of flame escaped from beneath Saint's armor, coalescing into a radiant figure. Her radiant wings opened wide, igniting with a blinding brilliance. And in that brilliance, the darkness melted like snow. Chapter 3064, Falling Light. There was a lesson Sunny had learned from Nephis many years ago on the forgotten shore. It was that the fittest survived. Being the fittest did not mean being the strongest, though it meant being the most adaptable. Adaptability reigned in the terrifying world of the nightmare spell, and versatility was what made one able to adapt to any situation, or at least as many of them as possible. It was no different in the underworld either. Sunny was all but powerless in this vast, subterranean realm of elemental darkness. However, elemental darkness was powerless against nothingness, and it was especially powerless when exposed to the cleansing light of Neph's soul, a soul that had inherited the fire of Sun God and was fueled by the flame of divinity. The being hiding in the darkness could hide inside an impenetrable shell of stone to protect itself from her light. But stone did not protect it against the shield of nothing wielded by Saint. That was why, during the battle above, Sunny and Nephis had chosen to augment the taciturn shadow instead of facing the jigsaw abominations directly. Now, the three of them were being attacked by the eerily colossal torrents of the darkness. The gargantuan tendrils that the darkness extended to crush Saint were too immense and powerful to be erased from existence by nothingness contained within her, but they weren't protected by great shells of stone, which meant that they were vulnerable to light. So when Nephis escaped from Saint's graceful figure and assumed her own radiant form, the tendrils were destroyed. That was why Sunny had always valued versatility over raw power. There were countless deadly challenges waiting for them out there in the vast, terrifying world, and while power helped overcome them, no amount of power had any meaning if one could not express it in a variety of ways. It's like a nightmare version of rock, paper, scissors. A brilliant light ignited in the heart of the great dark abyss, illuminating its vast expanse. The radiance emanated by the beautiful winged figure was blinding, but it was still dwarfed by the sheer size of the mountain's interior. In that endless reservoir of elemental darkness, Nephis was like a firefly shining in the boundless immensity of the night sky. She plummeted through the darkness like a falling star, her pure white light surrounded by the oppressive, abyssal ocean of lightlessness. And even if there was no surface around her for a shadow to be cast upon, Sunny could still summon the shadow lantern and call upon the ancient shadows of the shadow realm. As Saint fell, hundreds of meters above Nephis, two enormous black wings sprouted from her back, opening to control her fall. They plummeted into the depths of darkness. From below, colossal torrents assaulted them, being destroyed by light. From above, the immense mass of stone of the collapsing peak moved and coalesced into terrifying shapes, reaching down with 1,000 limbs. Those shapes, in turn, crumbled under a tide of annulment. Observing the nightmarish descent through Saint's eyes, Sunny could not help but feel rattled. Is this what they call being stuck between a rock and a hard place, I wonder? Although it was more like being stuck between a falling mountain and an eldritch horror born from an abyssal ocean of elemental darkness. Either way, the situation seemed like a lot to handle. However, it was not as bad as he had expected. Usually, when Sunny encountered something terrifying, things inevitably escalated, proving that there were deeper levels of terror without fail. This time, however, the confrontation between the three invaders of the underworld and the elemental darkness populating it seemingly reached a fragile state of balance. Eventually, Hatever it was that attacked them seemed to learn its lesson and retracted its colossal tendrils. At the same time, the stones falling from above stopped moving in unnatural ways, turning back to a mundane avalanche of debris. Sunny should have been relieved, but he was not. If anything, it was actually the opposite. No matter how awful a foe, it was far better to see it and know what it was doing, even if that meant enduring deadly attacks. Now that the mysterious creature of darkness had taken a step back and hidden itself, leaving them alone, there was no telling what it was planning. The boundless expanse of true darkness was silent and calm, but that only made Sunny feel more wary, especially with his senses suppressed. However, there was nothing he could do except keep his guard up and wait. Nephis descended into the depths of the underworld, illuminating its cavernous, dark expanse. Now that the danger seemed to disappear, Saint dispelled her field of annulment and followed her. The wings of Shadow Sunny had summoned folding to hasten her fall. They plummeted lower and lower, crossing the middle point of the hollow mountain and swiftly approaching its roots. And as they delved deeper into the true darkness, piercing its boundless mass, Sunny felt a shiver when he noticed that Neph's brilliant light was faltering. At first, it chased the darkness away, liberating a vast sphere from its cold clutches. But as they were surrounded by a greater and greater expanse of it, the cold pressure of darkness seemed to become more unbearable, slowly causing the sphere of light to shrink. Sunny was not unfamiliar with the process. Back in Antarctica, in the endless tunnel where the heart of darkness had dwelled, light also seemed feeble and weak, barely able to push it back. But those were mundane lights, those produced by human technology. He had never seen Neph's radiance falter, and he had definitely never seen it retreat in the face of darkness. She must have felt that pressure of the vast dark depths, as well, pouring more of her essence into producing light. When even that did not seem to help, Nephis pursed her lips with a grim expression and then invoked the name of light, empowering her radiance with the help of sorcery. That seemed to work for a while. But as they crossed the boundary of the mountain's roots and entered the middle strata of the underworld, the weight of darkness began to overwhelm her light once more. The sphere of radiance became smaller and smaller until it barely illuminated the path ahead. The rays of light stretched no more than 100 meters in every direction, which was nothing in a battle of supreme beings. Sunny was afraid that it would shrink even more, but just then he suddenly felt deep shadows beneath them. Nephis opened her wings, straining to arrest her fall as fast as possible. But in the end, she still struck the ground with a deafening thunderclap. By the time she regained her balance, Saint had already landed near her. Sunny regained his human form and looked around, a guarded expression on his face. Well, that's something at least. They had made it to the heart layer of the underworld alive. Chapter 3065, Worst Place for a Shadow to Be. Saint landed lightly and gracefully, like a leaf carried by the wind. Neff's landing, however, had been quite violent, sending a net of fractures radiating outward through the weathered, dark stones beneath them. Once the dust settled, the world was enveloped by silence. The boundless darkness surrounded them from all sides, and even if Sunny could sense its currents and peer into its depths through Saints, he still could not determine how vast the space around them was. There was a stone surface under their feet, rough and uneven. Some distance away, jagged rocks protruded from it, basking in the endless darkness. Beyond the rocks, something resembling a ruin loomed at the edge of Saint's perception, barely visible in the dark. The sphere of light emanated by Nephi's was still under assault, the crushing weight of elemental darkness bearing down on it with unrelenting force, but it did not shrink anymore. In fact, when Nephi's focused and defied the pressure exerted upon her by the underworld, the darkness retreated a bit, chased 100 more meters away. A radiant light illuminated the dark expanse of the underworld for the first time in thousands of years, or simply for the first time, possibly revealing a desolate vista. The three of them observed their surroundings, wary and on edge. A minute passed in tense silence, then a few minutes more. Finally, Sunny exhaled slowly. "I don't think that the Dark One is going to attack immediately." The creature of darkness seemed to have retreated, even if Sunny still felt like he was being observed. That feeling had grown weaker and was now barely perceptible, but it was still unnerving. Nephi's nodded slowly. "Seems so." Shi Ling aired for a few seconds and then added, "If it is going to attack at all." Sunny was surprised to hear that. When has there ever been an instance when a detestable horror failed to try and attack us? But then he caught himself. Oh, right. Sunny was used to dealing with nightmare creatures who were all vessels of corruption. As such, they were in a state of inherent conflict with the world around them, suffering a constant agony and driven mad by the desire to destroy and consume the flame. That was why abominations were unfailingly aggressive and uncontrollably hostile toward humans. However, what they were dealing with here was a creature of darkness. True darkness might have been born from the blood of a void being, but it was not a force of corruption in and of itself. Instead, it was uniquely unaligned, belonging neither to the void nor to the flame. Therefore, preconceived notions built upon his experience with nightmare creatures could not be applied to it. How peculiar! Although the creature of darkness had attacked them, it was not inherently a hostile force. The reality of facing an abomination that was not hellbent on killing him for no reason whatsoever was a new and deeply strange experience. It was an unfamiliar feeling. Sunny scoffed quietly. So why did it attack us in the first place? He wasn't accustomed to asking such questions, so even speaking those words aloud felt weird. Nephi's lingered for a moment, then shrugged. The creatures of darkness you encountered before were feeding on shadows, so it might have attacked us because she sensed a supreme shadow among us, a tasty snack, so to say. A mischievous smile found its way onto Sunny's face. "Oh, so you think that I'm tasty, huh?" Nephi's glanced at him silently for a few seconds, then continued in the same even tone. "Alternatively, it might have been hostile because of me. The underworld is a land of darkness. The being hiding in it might have been provoked by the invasion of light into this dark realm." Finally, she shook her head. "There is no way to tell until we learn more about that thing, and about this place as well." She had been to the underworld before, but only to its lowest, desolate reaches. The underworld she knew was from thousands of years ago, too, who knew how it had changed in the wake of the world-ending war between its ruler and the gods. Nephi's did know a few things about it, though. Looking around, she spoke quietly. "We are currently at the base of the Hollow Mountain, on the boundary between the upper and middle strata of the underworld. This cavern is technically already a part of the core expanse of Nether's realm. However, The underworld is not one gigantic subterranean space. It is composed of countless interconnected caverns, some relatively small, some as large as underground continents. Sunny nodded. The hollow mountains were vast. A long time ago, it had taken him more than a year to cross them, and he had been moving from south to north as well, while the titanic mountain chain mainly stretched from east to west. So a realm hidden beneath them had to be immense. Nephis hesitated for a moment and then added, "Since this mountain had an established path to the surface world, there should have been a small settlement of the stone saints somewhere in this cavern. We can start our search there." Sunny's expression was glum. "But there's a problem, isn't there?" He shook his head. "The entrance we chose is situated in the outer reaches of the hollow mountains and is relatively easy to access. So it was a good candidate for the one your father and his cohort had chosen to enter the underworld. However, as saints, they would not have survived the battle against that creature of darkness. In fact, after spending just a few minutes in the underworld, I am not sure how they had survived that journey at all." Nephis smiled faintly. "As saints, they would not have been as arrogant as we are. They probably used a different entrance and relied on caution and stealth to travel toward the seed. My father was a resourceful man, and his companions were all exceptional in their own right as well. The King of Swords, the Queen of Worms, and the Dreamspawn. Now that we have defeated them, the shadows they cast do not seem so frightening. But in their own time, they were the strongest champions of humanity." Sunny scratched the back of his head. "Yeah, and they weren't fated either. Who knew, possibly, it was just his luck to stumble into an ancient horror of true darkness immediately after entering the underworld." He sighed. "The problem still stands. If the underworld is so huge, then how are we going to find what we are looking for?" It was a rhetorical question. In truth, Sunny already knew that their course of action had to be. The underworld might have been impossibly vast, but the Stone Saints had never been a populous people. They're settlemen. TS was small and far between, except for the main city hidden in the heart of the underworld, where Nether himself had dwelled. And since seeds of nightmare mostly bloomed where sentient creatures congregated, the best chance of discovering traces of broken sword was to slowly make their way to the seat of Nether's power. They were not going to have to travel on foot, either. People, those of them who knew what the underworld was, mostly imagined it as a dark, cavernous expanse of desolate stone, a lifeless desert hidden in the depths of the earth. But while some of that was true, there were actually great subterranean rivers flowing through the underworld, connecting its distant parts to each other. There was even a vast underground ocean, complete with its own menagerie of frightening depth dwellers, according to the stories Nephis had heard in her second nightmare, at least. The civilization of the underworld might have been unique, but the Stone Saints weren't that different from humans in many regards. They, too, had used waterways to transport cargo and connect their settlements, so most of the local settlements were situated along the shores of one of the three largest rivers. And since there was supposed to be a settlement in the cavern Sunny, Nephis, and Saint had entered, there was a high chance that an outlet of one of those rivers flowed through it as well. Sunny hesitated for a moment and then sighed. "Well, what are we waiting for then? Let's go find that settlement." After catching their breath for a few seconds, the three of them cautiously headed toward the ruins vaguely seen in the distance. Saint served as the vanguard of their small party, walking in the darkness ahead. Sunny and Nephis followed, ready to react to any danger. As they traversed the vast expanse of darkness, Sunny looked around, a peculiar expression slowly appearing on his face. Noticing it, Nephis raised an eyebrow. "What?" He hesitated for a bit, then shook his head. "No, it's nothing. I was just thinking that it's a bit ironic. Actually, no, it might very well be the pinnacle of irony." He smiled wistfully. "I never thought about it before, but look around. Shadows have to pass through the underworld to reach the shadow realm, but the underworld is drowning in true darkness. So, shadows have to complete a journey through a realm that is inherently hostile to them in order to find peace. There's literally no worse place for a shadow to be." Sunny fell silent for a moment, then chuckled. Although, perhaps it's not ironic after all. Maybe it's poignant and full of meaning instead. Nephi's studied him silently. Doesn't the shadow realm destroy the shadows, grinding them into pure soul essence? I'd say that is worse. So the worst place for a shadow to be is the shadow realm. Sunny stared at her with a funny expression. After a while, he turned away. Now that's definitely poignant and full of meaning. Chapter 3001, The Apocalypse. The world had moved on, and it was still in motion. The world was rolling down a steep slope. It moved slowly at first, but as the wheels of history gained momentum, things changed. Time seemed to flow faster and faster, endlessly accelerating. By now, it felt like the world was barreling forward at a frightening speed, impossible to slow down and out of control. Not even those who ruled it could stop the inevitable. All they could do was try to steer the world in the least damaging direction, hoping that something would change before it reached the end of the road. Before it fell into the bottomless abyss that waited at the end of the slope. Change and hope. In the face of apocalypse, the two became synonymous, shining a light upon the dark expanse of the ominous future. A year had passed since the Dreamspawn plague had been purged from the world. 57 years had come and gone since the nightmare spell descended upon the world, and the end was closer than ever before. The dream realm was said to have begun consuming Earth, and even if people could not observe the destruction of their world yet, they could already feel the consequences. Beyond that, humanity was recovering from a devastating loss. Years of memories were gone, plunging countless people into confusion and uncertainty. The shock of this collective amnesia was hard to describe with words, let alone cope with. Needless to say, myriad problems and conflicts had emerged as a result. For example, on a bright day soon after the disaster, a woman named Bate had glanced at a stack of papers handed to her with a dazed expression. Her hair gathered in a messy bun, her eyes bloodshot from the lack of sleep. She rubbed her face. So you're telling me that I successfully reinvented electricity, built a hydroelectric power station in the dream realm, lit the entire bastion. Yes, you should recognize your own handwriting, no. These are your own notes documenting the entire process. Bate glanced at the gallant man who had handed her the papers, the infamously dreamy Master Quentin. Right, and you are also claiming that we are lovers now. He nodded silently, then smiled. Bate sighed deeply and glanced away to hide her blushing cheeks. Damn no, but go me, I guess. Ors. In a different part of the dream world, awakened Utra was nursing a toddler while his wife was staring at them with glistening eyes. He's ours, our son. Utra chuckled. Naturally, whose else would he be? Just look at that nose, that's your nose. He shook his head. Life sure is funny, though. I remember having this exact conversation, only it was you insisting that the cute rascal was mine. Conversations like that had happened all over the world. Of course, not all of them were happy. In fact, most of them weren't. Humanity had endured a lot in the years that were gone now, after all. The conquest of new territories in the dream realm, the war campaign against the Skinwalker, the partial loss of the Eastern Quadrant, the rise of the King of Nothing, the war between him and the human domain. There were countless gates that had opened in the waking world, as well, bringing an ocean of nightmare creatures with them. Many lives had been lost trying to contain the swelling tide of abominations, and people had to mourn these losses all over again. But no matter how deep the wounds of those who had forgotten were, those few who remembered were equally scarred. Sation, Morgan, Kai, Effie, and the rest of them, they still remembered what the Dreamspawn had done to them, as well as what he had made them do. And even if the cruelties that had been perpetrated or endured by them were the result of mental manipulation, the memories of experiencing that nightmare were real. But the world was moving on. The world was in motion, and the pressure of the present left humanity no time to wallow in the forgotten past. Especially because of what awaited them in the future. The official explanation for the calamity that befell humanity was that a nightmare creature of a high rank had infected the world with a mental hex, and that the memories of mankind had to be cleansed in order to destroy that hex. The sun still rose every morning, and the immortal flame still burned. Changing Star was still ruling humanity from her radiant throne, and if she said that the nightmare creature had been dealt with, that they had to continue living, then that was what they had to do. It was not like people had another choice. An official memorial day was established to honor the forgotten, those whose lives had been swallowed by oblivion. The first Remembrance Day was celebrated in a solemn atmosphere on the first anniversary of the calamity, giving those who had lost something a bitter kind of closure, while those who had gained something precious were reminded to appreciate what they had. The world had been changed by disaster, and it was changing still. The changes were staggering. The dream realm was in the throes of a global crisis. The war between the human domain and the King of Nothing, which had apparently taken place during the forgotten years, had rewritten the geography of both the East and the West. In the East, the devastation of the Black Mountains and the resulting floods had disturbed the nightmare creatures populating the surrounding regions. In the West, the River of Tears had changed course, completely reshaping the balance that had existed for thousands of years in its basin. New horrors were emerging from the lands that had been hidden in the dark depths of the great river once, while the old ones were forced to abandon their territories to seek new hunting grounds. As a result, the abominations everywhere were migrating, flowing toward the citadel cities. The battles to protect them had become both fiercer and more frequent, while traveling between citadels was more hazardous now. Humanity had been at war to expand its territories and prepare for the arrival of the settlers from the waking world, but now it was at war to keep its lands. The subjugation campaigns had been suspended during the clash between the human domain and the King of Nothing, and now they were simply over. The soldiers were desperately needed all across the dream realm simply to hold on to the human-controlled regions. The waking world wasn't faring any better either. In fact, it felt like it was swiftly approaching the moment of complete collapse. All across the three remaining quadrants, the frequency and the category of the emerging gates were increasing. Hordes of nightmare creatures poured into the desolate wastelands of Earth and congregated toward its megacities, threatening to overwhelm their defenders. Nightmare gates were opening within the cities as well, doubling the difficulty of keeping the population safe. But perhaps even worse than the tide of abominations was the damage those gates were dealing to the technological infrastructure of humanity. Even if the nightmare creatures who had emerged from the gate were eliminated, and the gate itself sealed behind a containment dome, the interference of the call still persisted, disrupting all the technical systems in a wide area around it. And with the number of active gates constantly increasing, the areas of disruption constantly grew, overlapping with each other and taking entire swathes of city infrastructure out of commission. Humanity was resisting that harmful process, of course. The gates negatively affecting the most vital hubs were prioritized when sending Awaken to challenge nightmares, and breakthroughs achieved by the scientists working on adapting human technology to the dream realm were swiftly reverse-engineered to improve the situation on Earth as well. But it was not enough. The progress was woefully insufficient to contend against the spreading nightmare, and so the waking world was slowly sliding into a state of emergency. The billions of people still populating it were anxious and suffering under immense pressure, of course. Nobody knew if there would be a place for them in the dream realm, since sustaining such an enormous population there was beyond the capability of the human domain at the moment. A tense mood suffused the struggling cities of Earth. But there were positive changes that had happened during and since the forgotten years as well. There were more awakened, ascended, and saints among humans now than ever before, and more still were emerging every month, as if all of humanity was rallied by the approaching end. There was a new supreme to guard it, as well. Song of the Fallen, the trusted aide of Lady Changing Star, was rumored to have attained supremacy during the Forgotten Years. She did not build herself a throne and preferred to stay away from the public eye, but people still felt safer knowing that two sovereigns were now watching over them, and that these two sovereigns were companions who shared trust and friendship, as opposed to envy and hostility like the previous ones had. That wasn't all, either. In fact, there was a third supreme allied with the human domain, and the identity of that supreme was the most wondrous one of all. It was a woman known as Anank, who was a native of the Dream Realm. She wasn't alone, either, ruling over a small nation of people who descended from the survivors of ancient calamities. These strangers, who called themselves the River People, had established an alliance with Changing Star and joined humanity in the task of preparing for the apocalypse. While their number was not significant enough to move the scales of history, the foreign knowledge and skills they had brought were a priceless boon. With their help, the initiative to build floating cities in the Storm Sea, which had stagnated for a while, was finally moving along and progressing at incredible speed at that. That alone relieved a great amount of pressure on humanity, which was desperate to bring as many settlers to the Dream Realm as possible. It was not an exaggeration to say that the population capacity of human territories in the dire New World was going to increase by a third in the span of a few short years, because of the transformation happening to the citadels of the Storm Sea. All thanks to Anank of Weave and the River People. But even more importantly than that, the world had been shaken to the core when the rulers of the human domain bestowed the knowledge of natural awakening on their people. It was too incredible to believe, and yet it was true. The River People were a living testament that the natural awakening was possible, and as it turned out, Changing Star and Song of the Fallen had been developing a set of techniques to allow all people to attempt becoming awakened for a long while. Now these techniques had finally been perfected and made public, freely available to everyone who wanted to gain power, as opposed to being fervently guarded by those who already possessed it. The natural awakening was less assured than conquering a nightmare, but it was much safer as well. And even if it was a slow and uncertain process, it gave everyone, not only those chosen by the nightmare spell, a chance to become stronger. All people now had a chance to awaken without risking their lives in the first nightmare, and even if they ultimately failed, the process itself was beneficial to their bodies and souls. Awakened could attempt to become masters without sacrificing countless lives to the second nightmare as well. This news shook the very foundation of everything humans thought they knew. It gave people a sense that they, too, could survive the apocalypse. But those who already possessed great power knew that everything they had done was not enough to stop the world from falling into the abyss, because all their accomplishments and all their strength were insignificant in the face of the approaching calamity. So they felt far more urgency to grow stronger than those who possessed no strength at all. Nothing ever changes. Sunny sighed. He had desperately chased strength as a young man, but now that he was older and already a demigod, he was still desperately trying to become stronger. Life was far more pleasant now, at least. Chapter 3002, The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer Sunless, The Cold Duke of the North, Volume XI, abridged. Life is far more pleasant now, at least, Sunny sighed again. There was a long moment of silence, and then a voice that lacked amusement responded from the darkness. That's great, I am happy for you, I really am, but can you get out of my room? Sunny grimaced and glanced around with a dubious expression. It's not like he wanted to be here, either. I mean, I can, but I won't. I'm afraid of Echo, you see, so even if hiding in this pigsty pains me, I must insist that I stay. He was naturally in the depths of the dark castle, suffering the sorry sight of Revel's messy room. Sunny was graciously tolerating the ignoble state of her personal quarters, and yet his ungrateful minion, That is to say, the venerable transcendent elder of his clan, did not appreciate his selfless sacrifice one bit. Instead, she had the audacity to be unhappy about it. Sunny was sitting on a chair he had manifested out of shadows, wisely choosing not to trust the surfaces around him. Revel, meanwhile, was glaring at him in displeasure from a lavish bed, where she had been lazing about prior to his arrival. The proud and demonic image of the fearsome Lightslayer was gone, replaced by a ragged black sweatshirt and a messy bun. The marvelous mimic was back in the Dark City, and the Shadow Clan was busier than ever, not only because most of its members had kept their memories of the plague, which made them indispensable in dealing with its consequences, but also because the Forgotten Shore was at war. The eerie barrows in the north had opened, and a seemingly endless tide of the barrow wraiths was flowing south, threatening to consume his lightless realm. The ancient revenants were both immensely powerful and peculiarly elusive, so the Shadow Legion had been engaged in a ferocious defensive campaign in the last year. The clash between the primeval abominations and the shadows was especially troubling because of the terrifying powers that the shamans of the undead tribes wielded. And then there were the terrifying chieftains as well, and the unseen being who ruled them all too. Among the powers wielded by the Barrow Wraiths was the eerie ability to steal the souls of their fallen warriors back, preventing the Shadow Legion from swelling with a torrent of new shades during the campaign. In short, the Dark Lord of the Forgotten Shore was quite busy. My top lieutenant is supposed to be busier though, W. Why is she even loitering here instead of doing something productive? The gal. If anything, I should be the one telling her to get out of the room. Sunny scoffed and gave Revel a look of reproach. She let out a heavy sigh, hugged a pillow and leaned back. What is even going on between you and Aiko? She has been looking at you funny as of late. Sunny coughed. Well, how do I put it? She might have remembered that I cost her a job, then hired her to be my assistant, then disappeared for a few years, leaving her to salvage a crumbling business in the absence of the main supplier. Then appeared out of nowhere, bought the business back from her, made her my assistant again, forced her to work as a waitress for about a year. Well, and so on. Revel grimaced, as if experiencing a headache. Slow down, I didn't catch half of that, so you and Aiko go way back. Sunny nodded. Oh yes, in fact, it was I who caught and blackmailed her into. Found and convinced her to join Neff's faction in the Bright Castle. Revel tilted her head a little. The Bright Castle, since when were you? Wait, no, actually never. But it was already too late. Sunny grinned. Do you want the long version or the short version? Revel groaned quietly. Lamb, guessing that I am not getting you to leave before hearing at least one of those. Sunny smiled. Wow, you are so insightful. I really have the best eye for talent, don't I? She gave him a dark look. What the hell, I'm bored. Let's hear the long version. Sunny's smile widened. Listen well then. A long time ago, a boy was born in the outskirts of NQSC. The moment he was born, a vast shadow obscured the sun, and darkness swallowed the world, heralding. Revel waved a hand in the air. Not that long, get to the point, please. Sunny gave her a sullen, remained silent for a few seconds, then shrugged. Well, anyway, eventually the boy entered the first nightmare, picked some berries, and received the blessing of Shadow God as a result. Revel frowned. Wait, how does picking berries lead to receiving a divine blessing? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Why? Because the boy murdered 3 people and an awakened tyrant thanks to those berries. You might not know it, but people from the outskirts and fresh fruit make for a perilous combination. Revel stared at him silently for a moment. Never mind. Sunny grinned. The boy also received a divine aspect and a crippling flaw. Then, he returned to the waking world and met a radiant princess of a fallen clan. Revel rolled her eyes. Actually, I changed my mind. Let's go with the short version. Sunny fell silent and glanced at her with a hurt expression. Eventually, though, he acquiesced. Fine, fine. Well, you know how these stories go. Boy meets girl, boy falls in love with the girl. Boy becomes magically enslaved by the girl, gets left behind when she sacrifices herself to save his life, vows to become stronger than her, finds her after years of separation, gets into a huge fight with her, storms out to a different continent to join a suicidal war. Revel's expression turned progressively more incredulous. Sunny did not mind, though. Boy gets reunited with the girl in the third nightmare, breaks the fate of all existence with the help of a devious blind oracle to free himself of her, gets forgotten by the entire world as a result, loses his mind, and wanders the dream realm for a few years, slaughtering all kinds of nightmare creatures, regains his senses and meets the girl again, signs a contract to be the fake lover of the girl, conspires with her to conquer the world, kills himself, kills the sovereigns. Pretends to be killed by her, kills a mad bird to become her magical slave again, gets robbed blind by the dead bird. Sunny sighed. You know, the usuals. Revel exhaled slowly and rubbed her temple. Okay, I'll need to hear a longer version after all, but not too long. How about a medium version, a between version? Can you do that? Sunny beamed. Why, naturally so. Where was I? He scratched his chin with a thoughtful expression and then said, Anyway, Nephise and I got to know each other on the Forgotten Shore. At first, she thought that I was an assassin sent by the great clans to kill her, while I thought that she was a mad demagogue planning a mass slaughter. Revel nodded. Oh, enemies to lovers, great stuff. Sunny glanced at her in confusion before continuing. But despite that, the two of us quite liked each other. It was just that Cassie had received a prophetic vision showing that the two of us were destined to fight each other to the death. So the knowledge of what the future held stood between us. Revel was staring at him intently now. No, star-crossed lovers, even better, Sunny frowned. So anyway, as I was saying, Nephise was playing the role of an enlightened savior, and everyone was dancing to her tune. Except F. Or me, I was the only one who told it to her like it was, and as a result. But Revel interrupted him. Wait. She studied him with a look of concentration, then mumbled. Why does it make sense, though? Changing star is a reserved young woman suppressing her feelings, then you appear and blow up her whole stoic routine with your nonsense. The roles are reversed, but aren't you a picture-perfect manic pixie dream boy then? I like it. Sunny stared at her with a baffled expression. A manic pixie, a what? What the hell are you talking about? Revel shook her head. Don't think about it, you can continue. Then she raised an eyebrow. Wait, but what about Han Lee Caster? In the Song of Light and Darkness, the two of them were clearly. Sunny scoffed. What do you believe everything you see on the screen? That guy was the real assassin sent by the great clans to kill her. Actually, shouldn't you know, Lady Song? Revel's eyes suddenly glinted in the darkness. Oh, so it was a doomed love triangle. Sunny almost fell out of his chair, out of pure outrage. What? No, there weren't any triangles, okay? None. Revel gave him a doubtful look. Sure. Sunny gritted his teeth. I told you there weren't, didn't I? She glanced at him with a deadpan expression. And I told you sure, didn't I? He glared at her for a short while, then scoffed and glanced away. Well, anyway, the Forgotten Shore was a bit tough on us sleepers. By the end of it all, I had killed around 400 awakened abominations and a few fallen ones as well, and a great devil, all of that despite being a mere dormant beast. Also lived in the Dark City alone for a while, alone with my friends, I mean. A shadow, a talking rock, and a mute statue. Ah, those were great times. I only kept my sanity because of them. Revel's expression turned peculiar for some reason. Ignoring that, Sunny continued his story, eventually reaching the siege of the Crimson Spire and the fateful duel at its pinnacle. But actually, Nephise pretended to lose. All of it was a ploy to get me to leave. She wanted to sacrifice herself to save me. He heard a peculiar sound and glanced at Revel with wide eyes. Hey, did you just squeal? She glanced at him chillingly and said in a somber tone, I did not. Sunny hesitated. But I clearly heard. You were mistaken. Are you sure? I am a supreme after all, so my hearing is pretty great. Oh, is it? How come you didn't hear me telling you to get the hell out of my room, then? I did hear, I heard it perfectly well, I just chose to ignore it. I wonder where Aiko is. Maybe I should invite her here to help me check your hearing. Anyway, back to the story. Sunny continued to recount various events from his life. By then, Revel produced a bottle of spirit wine and 2 crystal glasses, as well as some earth snacks and strips of dried monster meat. The head of the Shadow Clan and its field commander got pretty serious about playing hooky after that. I took a bad tumble and spent a few weeks falling into a bottomless abyss of endless darkness. Then the darkness spoke to me, and do you know what it said? It said, "Why is it so dark? I kid not, those were its first words." And then he cut my head clean off. Being beheaded is not fun, let me tell you. But anyway, I put my head back on and killed him. No, wait, it was the other way around. I killed him first and put my head back on after that. So there I was, thinking that we were both going to die, looking into her eyes while she glanced into mine. Time seemed to slow down. And then she took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and finally admitted it. "It was me who broke your projector," she said. The projector, can you believe that, woman? You know, nothing is more romantic than spending a month drifting together on the corpse of a great monster. Revel's reactions, meanwhile, were quite monotone. Wait, you are mongrel. Wait, you are the devil of Antarctica. Wait, that is where you draw the line, really, honey. Sunny frowned. What was she on about? Naturally, only a complete lunatic would like honey. He was not the most sane person, but eating insect vomit was too much even for him. Rich people. Eventually, Sunny got to the end of the tale, and that was how everyone remembered me. So here you go, that is why I am hiding from Aiko. Revel stared at him with a complicated expression. That's peculiar. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What? Revel shook her head. If everyone remembers you now, how come I don't? He blinked a few times. Isn't that obvious? It's because we've never met before I became the Lord of Shadows. He paused for a moment and then offered helpfully. Because you are an antisocial shut-in who never goes out. Revel glared at him. Is it, or is it, because you were too unremarkable and insignificant to meet me? Sunny scoffed. I met Sation, didn't I? And Morgan, and Mordred too, Neve from the House of Night. Actually, I met Beastmaster as well. She called me little brother. So it's just you. Way to go, recluse. Revel nodded. I see. Then Song of the Fallen must have made a mess out of your head at some point. Do you expect me to believe all that nonsense? Sunny opened his mouth to retort, but at that moment, someone knocked on the door. He froze, his porcelain face turning even paler than usual. Oh no. A pleasant voice resounded from outside. Hey boss, are you there? Don't answer. I already know that you are. His eyes widened, his voice shook as he whispered. She found me. Chapter 3003, The Returned. Sunny felt a chill running down his spine when he imagined Aiko barging into Revel's chambers and finding him there. Luckily, that did not happen, because Revel unceremoniously pushed him out into the corridor, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. So he was caught in the corridor instead. Damnation! Sunny regained his balance and slowly looked up. Aiko was there, floating about a meter above the floor, looking down at him and smiling sweetly. Hey, boss. Sunny sighed. It was really unfair. Considering Aiko's petite stature, he wasn't supposed to have to crane his neck to look at her. And yet, she had developed a bad habit of looming over him as of late, which made him miss the good old days of inhabiting the body of a 3-meter-tall shadow spawn in the second nightmare. Oh yeah, hey boss. A low voice resounded from behind Aiko, making Sunny sigh once more and look even higher. The reason why the resident shadow fairy was floating high above the floor these days was standing behind her, staring at Sunny with a guarded expression. It was a giant of a man, no, a mountain of a man, whose prodigious height could only be compared to his imposing width. It was Stev, the sleeper, who had been in charge of the memory arsenal of the Bright Castle once, serving gunlog. The same Stev who had been killed during the siege of the Crimson Spire. Seeing him out and about, unmistakably alive, was just as weird for Sunny as seeing Sunny rule the Forgotten Shore must have been for Stev. Is he really alive, though? And was Stev really Stev? Cassie's supreme ability was truly mysterious, bordering on ineffable, even emanating a subtle scent of divinity. Summoning things she remembered into reality could only be described as miraculous. And those things weren't simply manifestations of mental images stored in her memory. They weren't illusions or cheap phantoms. Once summoned, they were real. Take the giant man in front of Sunny, for example. He was not merely a facsimile acting out the role of a person who had been Stev, no different from an echo. Instead, he had a sense of self, carried the memories of the true Stev, and had as much free will as any other human. He also possessed a soul, a true shadow, could command his aspect, and was recognized by the spell as one of its carriers. If there was one difference between ordinary living beings and those manifested by Cassie, it was that the latter simply vanished after being destroyed, leaving no trace of themselves in the world, not even their shades. Apart from that, though, they were ostensibly real. Which did not mean that they were the original. But if they were a flawless copy of the original, then was there really a difference? Hell if I know. Sunny did not know if that mattered either. What mattered was that all the sleepers Cassie had met in the Dark City, more than 1,000 of them, were alive once again. Granted, they weren't sleepers anymore. Soon after Cassie summoned them back to the world of the living from beyond the grave, they all tethered themselves to various citadels in the dream realm and became awakened. In fact, a few were already masters, having conquered the second nightmare soon after returning from beyond. With that, Cassie had mostly exhausted the limits of her supreme ability. She could not manifest any more supreme beings, since that spot was already taken by herself. The dreamers of the Dark City accounted for all the dormant and awakened memories she could summon, constantly drawing on her essence at the same rate as it was replenished. She could still call upon a small number of transcendent items or beings, and as for ascended. According to Cassie, she could indefinitely sustain the manifestation of 49 masters. Only a handful of people she had summoned ascended so far, so there was still plenty of room for others to grow. 7 of them could even become saints without overwhelming her aspect. And by the time more of the former dreamers of the Dark City were ready to challenge the second or third nightmares, her domain would have grown stronger, granting her more spirit essence and therefore greater capacity to manifest living beings of all ranks. That was the plan, at least. Sunny stared at Stev darkly, prompting the giant man to shift in discomfort. Why are you looking at me like this, boss? Sunny remained silent for a short while, then shook his head. It's because my feelings are hurt. He threw his hands into the air. All the trouble I went to, collecting every single bone, building a gorgeous grave for you guys. I even wrote such a beautiful, poignant epitaph. How do you think I feel now that you are walking around, brazenly alive? All my efforts were wasted. Stev coughed awkwardly. Well, thank you for your efforts. He paused for a moment before adding politely. I am sure that it is a very nice grave. I should really visit sometime. Sunny waved a hand. Forget it. His tone was disheartened. Cassie gave the people she had brought back from the dead free choice of what to do with their lives. They were not beholden to her or to anyone, really, so they could do whatever they wished. Not that coming back to life after a decade of being dead was an easy thing. especially since many of them had spent years lost on the forgotten shore before dying in the shadow of the Crimson Spire. The world had changed in their absence. In fact, it was almost unrecognizable now. The world was ending, for one, and the woman who had led them into the final battle or war responsible for their deaths prior to that ruled it. Some of the dreamers of the Dark City, like Gunlorg, had gone missing more than 20 years ago. The people whom they had known were now gone or unfamiliar. Some were welcomed back, some found their old homes empty and destroyed. Like Castor, the heir of the Han Li clan was back, but the Han Li clan itself did not exist anymore. Seeing him again had felt very strange for Sunny, especially because Castor was still a teenager, while Sunny himself was now 29. The only thing stranger was to see Harper, the young man whom Sunny had killed once, get reunited with his family. Cassie said that she had chosen to bring the dreamers of the Dark City back because of their potential, but from what Sunny knew, Harper and a few others like him were not in a hurry to realize that potential. In fact, they never wanted to experience anything like the violence and bloodshed they had experienced on the Forgotten Shore ever again. Most of the former dreamers, though, were quite motivated. They had scattered in every direction, quickly making names for themselves. Gunlorg was in the Stormsea now, helping the river people build floating cities. Castor was retained by a legacy clan ruling one of the citadel cities in the basin of the River of Tears. Gemma and Kaido were in Ravenheart, the latter working under Saint Bliss to hasten the agricultural development of the Dream Realm. Dozens of the former handmaidens joined Seishin and their sisters in Ravenheart as well. More than a few of the people Cassie had brought back to life stayed behind to serve as her personal assistants. But most of them joined the Firekeepers. It was ironic, really. The original Firekeepers, those of them who had survived Godgrave, were all gone now, having split into 6 cohorts to challenge 6 nightmare seeds and become saints. The awakened who had been recruited by the Firekeepers after the war, meanwhile, had all forgotten becoming members of Changing Star's personal guard. So the veterans of the Forgotten Shore Cassie had manifested were like the second generation of the Firekeepers, taking the place of their former comrades while the first generation was away. Sunny gave Stev a long look. None of them was as crazy as this guy, though, who had gone right back to the Forgotten Shore and was now a member of the Shadow Clan, working under Eiko in the Dark Castle. Sunny shook his head. What a lunatic! Why was he constantly surrounded by crazy people? Well, anyway, what do you want, Eiko? I was very busy, you know. Busy destroying Revel's supply of junk food. Eiko stared at Sunny for a long while, making him feel unnerved. And then, he suddenly found himself in a tight embrace. I love you, boss. Sunny's blood turned cold. His hair stood on end. W what? W what? What are you planning? He looked down, and at the exact same moment, Eiko looked up, gracing him with a brilliant smile. I really do. Today is the Remembrance Day, is it not? So I just wanted to thank you. Frozen by fear, Sunny nodded slowly. Yes, it is, so what? Was he seeing things, or were her eyes glistening with tears? No, they really were. Eiko's voice trembled. What do you mean, so what, boss? Do you know how beautiful it is to be the only person who remembers every scientific advancement, societal trend, and business development that has happened since the Godgrave War, while all your competitors don't? She hugged him tighter and beamed. Forget war profiteering. NG, boss, forget colonialism. Eiko let out a dreamy sigh. Insider trading, that's the way. Chapter 3004, Secluded Training. A blackened ruin was drowning in darkness, covered by a veil of ash. Far in the distance, the lightless dome of the nebulous sky was breached, torrents of light pouring into the dark depths. Dozens of waterfalls plummeted from great heights, giving birth to innumerable streams and rivers. The water flowed through the ruins, too, filling it with a melodious rustle. A young woman was sitting by one of the streams with her eyes closed, resting on the crumbled remains of a terrifying asura. These were the hollows of Godgrave, and the young woman was Rain, promise of a distant sky. A storm was raging somewhere above, but all she could hear here in the dark ruins was the quiet murmur of rushing water. She could hear the whispers of the call that assaulted her mind like powerful waves as well. There was an immense ziggurat towering above the ruins, and on top of it rested a seed of nightmare, the seed of nightmare that her cohort had entered a long time ago and had not conquered yet. Rain had spent several months camping here in the hollows, waiting for their return. Monsters of the Scarlet Jungle rarely ventured close to the breach in the dome of the Great Hollow, and when they did, she pinned them to the ground with arrows and drove them mad with viciously cruel epithets. The ruin had become quite a sinister place because of it, but she remained focused and unperturbed. Rain had not come to the hollows simply to wait for her friends to return. In truth, she was in secluded training, slowly searching for the path to transcendence. She had not taken even the first step on that path yet, but washed over by the call of nightmare and the quiet murmur of flowing water, Rain felt like she could almost feel it. Transcendence is different from ascension. An aloof voice resounded from the water, where her distorted reflection could barely be seen on the surface of rushing water. To become ascended, one has to gradually rebuild their soul core by letting ascended essence wash over it. However, transcendence is fundamentally different from both awakening and ascension. To become transcendent is to infuse yourself into the world, to expand the limits of your soul, allowing the world to encompass it as it encompasses the world. The voice was barely audible in the murmur of the flowing water, as if the stream itself was talking to Rain. However, the world is vast, and we mortals are small and feeble. Our souls cannot encompass the world, but they can encompass an element of the world with which they share an innate connection, the source element. Therefore, the process of attaining transcendence differs from the process of ascension. You cannot simply build a transcendent soul core in the image of an ascended one. Rain sighed and opened her eyes, looking at her reflection on the surface of the stream. She was alone on the dark shore, and yet the figure of a tall man reflected in the water, standing behind her. The man continued. An ascended soul core is a monolith. The structure of a transcendent core has to be different. It has to be porous, so that the essence of the world, the spirit essence, could flow through it, changing it from within. Hence, there are 3 steps to natural transcendence. First, one has to achieve a state of unity with the world and find their source element. Second, one has to guide the source essence to and through their soul core. Finally, the source essence itself will transform your soul core into that of a transcendent, becoming a catalyst for the transformation of your entire being. He paused for a moment, then shook his head. I expected that you would be able to transcend quite easily. After all, you already share a profound connection with the world. There is that snake of yours as well, but it seems that I was wrong. It is, in fact, the opposite. Your aspect is a hindrance instead. You simply do not seem to possess a source element. Rather, your source element is too broad, so it might be that your soul truly has to encompass the whole world to become transcendent. Rain smiled darkly. Well, that's just great. The king of nothing, whose reflection was standing behind hers, answered in a calm tone. Walking the path of ascension without the help of the nightmare spell was never going to be easy, so. Before he could finish the sentence, a third voice resounded in the darkness. That one came from her shadow. Some teacher you are. Mordred sighed heavily. Rain's shadow, meanwhile, crossed its arms. No, really very helpful. Great job. It has been a year already and you have achieved nothing. But then again, what else did you expect, Rain? The man's title is the King of Nothing. Honestly, I don't even know why you bother listening to him. Rain winced and looked at her shadow. The shadow stared back at her. I mean, you already have a stellar teacher, who is nicer, more competent, way more handsome, and just generally better in all regards. So, how about you stop associating with this guy? Returning to the river people would benefit you way more. Rain shrugged. Not receiving the answer he wished he would hear, Sunny turned to stare at the reflection of Mordred. "And you, what are you doing, hanging around my disciple like a creep? A grown man stalking a young woman's reflection? How foul! How many times did I tell you to get lost?" Mordred met his gaze with a somber expression and scoffed. "It's not like I want to be here either, but a promise is a promise. I promised to share my understanding of natural transcendence with your sister, so that is what I must do." The King of Nothing had disappeared into the mists of the Hollow Mountains after the Dreamspawn's defeat. He seemed reluctant to be around people, living in a self-imposed exile there. From what Sunny knew, there were only 3 exceptions to the rule. Mordred kept in contact with Morgan, awkwardly trying to build a relationship with the woman who was his sister, but also not the sister he had known and cherished. He also communicated with Cassie, mostly regarding the issues that had to be discussed or negotiated with Nephi's and Sunny. And lastly, he talked to Rain, whom he had promised to help once. Even though the old Mordred was dead, Sunny did not like the new Mordred one bit. "A promise, huh? Do you know what I think?" Rain's shadow pointed an accusing finger at the reflection. "I think that you are jealous, couldn't find your own disciple, so now you are trying to steal mine, HMPH, in your dreams." Mordred opened his mouth to answer, but at that moment, Rain raised her hand, calling them to silence. She remained still for a few moments, as if listening to something, and then turned her head with a sudden smile. Rain's eyes glinted. The call is gone." Far in the distance, the seed of nightmare was collapsing on itself, disintegrating in a flash of brilliant light. Chapter 3005, Since You've Been Gone. Rain ascended the ancient ziggurat as the seed of nightmare atop it died. Just before she reached the vast platform, a blinding flash tore apart the darkness of the hollows, momentarily painting the world in radiant hues of gold. By the time the golden brilliance vanished, Rain was already at the top of the towering ziggurat. The blackened ruins of the ancient city sprawled far below her. She inhaled deeply, fixed the puppeteer's shroud, tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and headed toward the center of the platform. As she was approaching it, there was suddenly a thunderous roar, and a devastating shockwave crashed into her, making a mess out of her hair once again. "Oh, damn it." Awakened had a tendency to unconsciously activate their new aspect abilities immediately after escaping a nightmare. That was what she had been told, at least. One of her friends had received quite a devastating one, it seemed. As the dust settled, she saw 5 figures rising to their feet unsteadily. Tamar, Tell, Ray, Fleur, June. Rain's smile widened, and a heavy burden lifted from her heart. It looked like they had all made it out of the nightmare alive. She knew that they would, her brother would have sensed the destruction of their marks otherwise, but knowing and seeing it with her own eyes was different. Rain took a deep breath and then headed forward. Her friends looked dazed, having just experienced the rebirth of rising to a new rank. Ignoring their disoriented state, Rain caught Tamar in a tight embrace. "Welcome back, Tamar, or should I say, Master Tamar." Grinning, Rain let go of her friend. Fleur's turn was next. The young woman let out a surprised squeal as Rain hugged her. "Ascended Fleur, it's an honor." "Tell of White Feather, oh my, I'm so glad I spared you life that time." Tell received a hug too. Ray got a pat on the shoulder, while June had to settle for a smile and a wink. By the time Rain was done greeting her friends, they finally managed to compose themselves. Their second nightmare was a very long one, so it was going to take them a while to truly come to their senses. They had returned to their own bodies after inhabiting someone else for more than a year, after all. And on top of that, their bodies were ascended now. It was a lot to take in, even Rain, who had simply closed her eyes one day and opened them as a master, spent months slowly getting accustomed to her new self. Eventually, though, Tamar managed to smile. "Rain, it's good to be, wait." She stared at Rain fixedly, her eyes slowly widening. "You're a master too. How did this happen?" Rain coughed in embarrassment. She knew that becoming a master had made her appearance more outstanding, but she didn't think that her friends would notice the change immediately. She read for a moment and then said with a smile, "Oh, I don't quite remember. It just happened one day." Her friends all stared at her with dubious expressions. Rain cleared her throat. "I know it sounds weird, but I really don't remember, right? You guys don't know." They looked at each other, troubled. "Don't know what?" Rain sighed. "Let's just say that a lot has happened while you were gone. Speaking of which, you have an appointment with Lady Cassia. I've been told to bring you to her as soon as you conquer the nightmare." Tamar frowned. "What has happened, exactly?" Rain scratched the back of her head. "Oh well, let's see. An evil sovereign fell from the moon. All of humanity fell under mind hex. There was a second domain war. Oh, Cassie is a supreme now. Mordred killed Mordred. Everyone lost a couple of years' worth of memories, and both worlds were in a state of emergency for a long while as a result. The longing domain was destroyed and then restored. Right, and there's a nation of ancient people from the dream realm living in the storm sea now, complete with their own supreme." "That's the gist of it, I guess." Her friends just stared at her in stunned silence. Rain remained silent for a short while, then smiled warmly. "Anyway, congratulations, everyone. You really did well. You did well to come back alive." Her smile widened a little. "Sunny is congratulating you too. You made him proud." As if to confirm her words, her shadow clapped silently, then made fists and shook them in the air. Tamar nodded slowly. "I see, thank you, boss. And Rain, you'll need to explain everything slowly on the way too, wherever Lady Cassia is." Tell, meanwhile, glanced around with a bewildered expression. She pointed to the ground. "Hey, Rain's shadow just moved on its own. Did nobody else notice?" Tamar looked at her in confusion, then frowned. "Oh right, you don't know." Tell seemed exasperated. "Know what?" Tamar hesitated. "Oh well, let's see." Soon the six of them descended the ziggurat and dove into the ruins, heading to where Rain had made her camp. In the process, they walked past scores of nightmare creatures who were pinned to the ground or to the walls of crumbling buildings with dozens of arrows, all writhing in horrible pain, but unable to die. Tamar spared one of them a disturbed look. "What the hell, Rain?" Rain shrugged nonchalantly. "What? I spent a few months here, waiting. You can finish them off if you'd like." That was what Tamar did, and by the time they reached the camp, each member of the cohort was carrying a few soul shards. Rain was prepared, of course. Summoning the bag of withholding, she swiftly produced a veritable feast. Cassie had to check the minds of everyone who had been in a nightmare when the memories of humanity were erased, but that could wait. First, they had to celebrate the return of the cohort and their new status as masters as well. And after that, Rain would have to lead the cohort to the Vanishing Lake, return to NQSC with them, then travel to Bastion from there. She had no doubt that they would be able to catch up as they went. It seemed that her secluded training was over. Chapter 3006 Boons of a Nightmare. It did not take them long to travel to Vanishing Lake. Tamar summoned her echo, the grotesque wolf, while Tell summoned the griffin she had inherited from her mother. June had a mount, as well. It was a sleek echo that would have doubtlessly turned heads on the streets of Bastion if he ever wanted to draw attention to himself. Rain rode the wolf echo with Tamar. She had already brought her friends up to speed with the current events, so it was time to satiate her own curiosity. "Your nightmare lasted for a long while. What exactly happened there?" Tamar did not answer immediately. Eventually, she sighed. "It took place here in Mictlan, in Godgrave, I mean. Only not the Godgrave we know, in Godgrave that existed once, a long time ago, before the sky above it was covered by a veil of clouds." She remained silent for a moment, then added in a somber tone. It was still hell, though. The Scarlet Jungle was not as powerful as it is today, since it could never create a foothold on the surface of the Sun Killer without the Cloud Veil. Oh, the Sun Killer is what people of Mictlan called this giant skeleton, while Mictlan was their word for the Hollows. The jungle was still teeming with abominations, was still ever-growing and relentless, was still an endless source of corruption. Tamar exhaled slowly. We were given the roles of awakened warriors in a conflict between two transcendent powerhouses of Mictlan. One of them was Quetzalcoatl, the winged serpent. The other was known as Shatana. The two of them had different opinions about the fate of this land and its people. She shook her head. The locals believed that the Sun Killer was still alive and that the Scarlet Jung was a manifestation of his will to be reborn. The White Abyss, the sky above Godgrave, was therefore meant to prevent him from ever becoming complete, and the sacred duty of the people of Mictlan was to ensure that the Sun Killer never defeats the White Abyss. Tamar lingered for a few moments before continuing. The problem was that the people of Mictlan were just as trapped in the hollows as the Scarlet Jungle was, lost in eternal darkness, and without access to the surface, they were slowly going extinct. Their extinction was not obvious yet at the time of the nightmare, but it was easy to predict. So, she grimaced. So Shatana wanted to do something about it, even if it meant turning their backs on the sacred duty of guarding the Sun Killer. Quetzalcoatl, meanwhile, was vehemently against betraying their purpose. So the two of them opposed each other, and their difference of opinion eventually turned into open hostility. Tamar smiled bitterly. Basically, we had a choice of helping Shatana succeed or helping Quetzalcoatl prevent her from succeeding. Rain hesitated for a while, then asked, "So what did you choose?" Tamar looked ahead. Tel and I wanted to support Quetzalcoatl, while Ray and Floa wanted to support Shatana and her daughters. In the end, June had the deciding vote, and he chose Quetzalcoatl not because he agreed with what Quetzalcoatl represented, but simply because Quetzalcoatl was far more powerful, and siding with him was going to increase our chances of survival. She fell silent for a few moments. So we infiltrated Shatana's factions, revealed her plans, and helped Quetzalcoatl kill her before she could create the Cloudville. Her and her people, dooming the civilization of Mictlan to disappear far sooner than it would have disappeared otherwise. Tamar shook her head. I am glad to have survived, but that nightmare, it really left a bad taste in my mouth. I still don't know if we made the correct choice, and I think I never will. Rain put a hand on her shoulder. Surviving was the correct choice, so I am glad June was there to make it. By the time they reached Vanishing Lake, Rain managed to satiate her curiosity and learn what their ascended abilities were as well. The shockwave that almost blasted her off the ziggurat had been produced by Tamar. Her ascended ability was quite a versatile one, but one that demanded a long period of training to master. It allowed her to transform momentum into kinetic energy, as well as channel that force in a variety of ways. In short, the faster Tamar was moving, the more devastation she could cause. She could create a widespread explosion of kinetic force around herself, or shape the blast into a narrow cone in front of her, for example. Interestingly enough, her momentum was consumed by the transition, bringing her to a stop. That ostensibly freed her from the shackles of inertia, which opened a whole spectrum of tactical possibilities in combat. The more insidious side of her ascended ability, though, was that the momentum Tamar could drain and transform was not limited to her own. She could augment her swordsmanship by turning the momentum of her sword into pure concussive force, for example. Or she could drain the momentum of the swords and arrows aimed at her. Or even of her enemies, if they were close enough. Tel's ascended ability was equally as potent. The dormant ability of the young lady of the White Feather clan allowed her to create electric currents within her body, which augmented her physical prowess and made her far faster and stronger than most awakened of equal rank. Her awakened ability, meanwhile, allowed her to channel these currents outward, either augmenting her weapons or simply firing them off like bolts of lightning. Her ascended ability, though, it allowed her to manipulate magnetic force instead. Needless to say, the applications of that power were endless. From hastening her sword to manipulating the movement of the enemy's blade, she could do it all as long as the weapons were magnetic, of course. She could even fly by using her ascended ability on her own armor. And those were merely combat uses. There were countless things Tell could do outside of combat as well. She could spend years trying to discover them all and still only scratch the surface. Ray's ascended ability, meanwhile, was just weird. His dormant ability made him hard to notice, while his awakened ability simply made him invisible and imperceptible. Her ascended ability, however, allowed him to apply these qualities to other objects and beings. For example, Ray could apply his dormant ability to a building and make it so that no one would notice it even if they walked past it 1,000 times. Alternatively, he could make the whole cohort invisible, although that would drain his essence much faster. In fact, the expenditure of essence depended not only on what he was trying to conceal, but also on who he was trying to conceal it from. Nevertheless, it was an ability with an incredible level of utility. And lastly, there was Fleur, the healer of the cohort. Her dormant ability allowed her to alleviate fatigue, while her awakened ability allowed her to stem bleeding and hasten the process of natural recovery. Her ascended ability, meanwhile, granted her the power to augment the bodies of her allies, making them stronger and far more resilient than they would usually be. Naturally, most members of the cohort were also members of the Shadow Clan, which meant that their marks had risen to a new rank as well, so the boons granted to them by the Mark of Shadow grew more potent as well. Fleur was the last because June simply refused to share with anyone what his new power was. He insisted that it was because true professionals did not reveal their cards, but there were too many fishy things about that explanation. If anything, it seemed as if he was embarrassed to tell them what his ascended ability could do. Old people are weird. Rain scratched her nose. I wonder how I stack up against them. None of them could talk with ancient towers, that was for sure. And none of these abilities could beat the versatility and utility of Rain's epithets, either. Overall, she was just glad that her friends were back from the nightmare in one piece. Soon, the vanishing lake appeared in front of them. Having spent months living in a tent, Rain could not wait to get back to civilization. Chapter 3007, New Meaning. The vanishing lake was overflowing with turbulent water, so Rain and her companions had to wait for the ferry to arrive on its shore. They dismissed their echoes and rested on the ground, knowing that it could take a while. Rain looked at her reflections briefly, but there was nothing there. The King of Nothing had left her alone now that their lesson was over. Tamar, Ray, and Fleur were looking at the lake as well, their faces betraying a hint of distant wonder. They were still coming to terms with becoming ascended, so Rain remained silent, giving them time to grow accustomed to their new reality. June might have been excited as well, but he maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. Tell, meanwhile. Now that the excitement of their return had died down, she was slowly starting to look distressed. Eventually, she grabbed her head and looked down. Oh, I should probably let my mother know that I am back, shouldn't I? The young heiress of the White Feather clan did not seem to be happy about becoming a master. If anything, she looked strangely terrified. A quiet groan escaped from her lips. Rain looked at Tell and shrugged. You know what to do, don't you? She smiled faintly. Just hide behind your father. He'll probably absorb the worst of the impact. Tell sighed heavily, prompting Rain to add in a consoling tone. For what it's worth, your parents probably won't have time to be angry with you. She paused for a moment, then said gingerly, the whole world is falling apart, and every nightmare creature north of the Black Mountains is on the move, so I doubt that you'll be punished too severely. You're a master now, after all, and a powerful one at that. Nobody can afford to sideline a master these days, even for the sake of parental discipline. Tell raised an eyebrow. The world is falling apart. Do you mean more than it was falling apart when we left? Rain nodded. Yes, in more senses than one, really. The nightmare creatures are migrating because of the King of Nothing and the... Actually, never mind. Point is, someone flattened a good portion of the Black Mountains and forced the River of Tears to change course. So all Citadel cities are under immense pressure right now, including the Sanctuary. She spent some time explaining the difficult situation the human settlements all across the Dream Realm faced. The human settlements in the waking world were not faring any better. In fact, one could say that they were faring even worse. In the end, Rain finished her explanation and looked at Tamar. She remained silent for a long while and then sighed. I am sorry, Tamar. I have some bad news to deliver as well. Tamar raised an eyebrow and smiled wryly. This wasn't the bad news yet. Rain studied her for a moment before answering. You must feel like you are one step closer to your goal now that you are a master. I know that you wanted to reclaim your clan's citadel one day. Sadly, that won't be possible anymore. Tamar frowned. Why, who is ruling it now? Rain shook her head. No one is ruling it. I am sorry, Tamar, but the citadel, it's simply gone. It was destroyed in the Second Domain War. Tamar remained silent for a bit, then looked away. I see. She gazed at the distant silhouette of the vanishing Lake Citadel, the blackened ruins that had once been a beautiful temple, and smiled. You want to become a builder, don't you? Well then, I guess you will just have to build me a new one. Sorrow will rule the weeping goddess once again, someday, one way or another. Rain chuckled. I think you are overestimating me, Tamar. I might be a student of practical engineering, but I doubt that I can build a true citadel. Still looking away, Tamar shrugged. It doesn't matter. The citadels don't matter as much as they used to these days, and in the future, they will mean even less. This time, it was Rain's turn to be surprised. They will. Tamar nodded. Yes, why do people live in citadel cities here in the Dream Realm? It is because the awakened and ascended warriors protecting these cities need a gateway to travel between the Dream Realm and the waking world. That is why citadels became the first human settlements in the Dream Realm, and it is why cities grew around them as well. However, she gave Rain a poignant look. Didn't you say that the world is falling apart? The Dream Realm is slowly consuming the world, and once it swallows it entirely, awakened and masters won't have the need to travel between two worlds anymore. The gateways will lose their meaning, and citadel cities will lose their necessity. Tamar shook her head. Each citadel offers a unique boon, true, but there are plenty of things just as important as ancient sorcery. How easily accessible a stronghold is, how long it takes to travel to the settlement from the next one over, and so on. These things will matter more than the components of most citadels. She looked at Rain and smiled. The old citadel of my clan was supremely defensible, and as for how easy it is to travel to and from, it stood at the source of the Lake of Tears. So naturally, it was connected to all the other citadels in the basin of the River of Tears. Tamar chuckled. So there will be a human settlement at the Lake of Tears sooner or later, even if it won't be a citadel. The only question is who will rule it. Her smile widened a little. Me, it is going to be me, and I hope that you will help me make it possible. Rain remained silent for a long while, then nodded solemnly. I didn't think about it like that, but you are right. Fine. If you reconquer the Lake of Tears in the future, I will help you build a stronghold there, even better than the old one. She smiled. Rain had indeed not thought about what would happen to citadels after their main function was rendered useless. Once the gateways lost their power, humans would be able to settle the Dream Realm wherever they chose. And wherever they could survive as well. So, who knew, maybe she would help build one or two of such settlements herself, putting the great citadels left behind by the ancient people of the Dream Realm to shame. Rain smiled. It seems like our ferry is here. Far away, a small boat was moving across the lake. It was time for them to finally leave Godgrave. Chapter 3008, Beautiful Dream. The citadel that had stood in the center of the vanishing lake for thousands of years was all but destroyed in a battle between Changing Star and Moonville. Now, it resembled a blackened ruin, with only the underground chambers remaining intact. After the war, those who refused to join the human domain were exiled to the charred ruins. They cleaned most of the debris away and used them to raise a makeshift rampart, then built a modest settlement inside. The homes built by the exiles still remained, but the exiles themselves were gone. Instead, a strange mix of people populated the citadel now. Some of them were awakened warriors of the Fire Keepers, some were mundane humans, and some had no discernible affiliation. Rain even thought that she noticed the characteristic garments of the river people among them. The settlement had been expanded and improved, with many new structures standing between the flimsy hovels. The hovels were built from the blackened wood, but the new additions were composed of stone and alloy. Everywhere Rain looked, strange piles of stones were laid on the ground in neat rows. The stones made her skin crawl, so she looked closer and recognized them for what they were, the shattered remains of the ancient asuras that could be found in various ruins across Godgrave. Some were hoisted on thick chains, hanging above ground like broken giants. Tamar studied her with a subtle frown. What is all this, and where are the exiles? Rain hesitated for a moment before answering. Most of the exiles are dead, and those who survived the war are not exiles anymore. As for what these guys are doing, I am not sure. None of this stuff was here when I visited a few months ago. But it wasn't difficult to surmise that whatever was happening in the vanishing lake had something to do with the encroaching apocalypse, simply because almost everything was. Now more than ever, it felt like humanity was at war. It was fighting for survival on countless fronts, and all things people did were meant to sustain and develop the war machine in one way or another. Let me find the person in charge of the gateway. I'll get you guys back to the waking world in no time. Right. Think about where you want to establish your tethers while I am gone. You are ascended now, after all. You will never have to see the inside of a sleeping pod ever again. Rain went to talk to the nearest Fire Keepers. Officially, the members of the Shadow Clan were all special government envoys, so they could travel anywhere they wanted without drawing attention. This time, too, it did not take long for them to gain access to the gateway. Standing in front of it, Rain sighed. "Are you ready?" Her friends responded by nodding silently. She smiled. "Then let's go." Traveling between the realms was not a simple affair these days. It used to be that only two types of awakened populated the dream realm, those who had entered it in their sleep and those who were lost. The former returned to their physical bodies after touching a gateway, while the latter were doomed to remain in the dream realm forever, or until they conquered the second nightmare, at least. But things were different now. Countless people had entered the dream realm through the dream gates, crossing the realm boundary in the flesh instead of merely in spirit, so there was no sleeping body for them to return to. The gateway still worked for them, though, albeit the process was more complicated. The masters returned to the place where they had placed their tether. Awakened were not capable of leaving a mark on the world yet, however, so the spell did it for them. It sent them across the realm boundary to the spot in the waking world where they had been last. There were only two exceptions to that rule. The first exception were the lost, who did not possess a true body and therefore could not return to the waking world. The second exception was mostly a theoretical one. It was the people who had never been to the waking world at all. Before, there had been only two humans like that. One of them was Saint Ling, Effie's child. She carried him across the realm boundary herself, allowing him to leave an imprint on Earth. The other one was the Dreamspawn, who had been born in the dream realm. No one knew how he crossed the realm boundary for the first time, only that Clan Valor assisted him in that undertaking. Now, however, there were myriad humans who had never been to the waking world. They were the river people. Rain was not sure if anyone attempted to throw one of them at a gateway and see what would happen, but believed that there wasn't. In any case, she and her companions could use the gateway of the vanishing lake to return to Earth. All of them had entered the dream realm in the flesh, which was why the spell sent them to the vicinity of the seed they destroyed, instead of returning them to their sleeping bodies before fusing their dream realm manifestation and the original physical shell together. But they had come from the waking world, which meant that they could return home without the help of a saint or a friendly supreme if they wished to. In fact, the friendly supreme in question was in a more troublesome position. Sunny usually accompanied Rain by hiding in her shadow, and he was about to cross the realm boundary with her. However, unlike her and the members of her cohort, he wasn't welcome on Earth. The waking world rejected his presence and strained to push him out, so he could only ever visit briefly. So Rain had not been spending a lot of time in the waking world. She was only planning to use it as a waypoint between Godgrave and Bastion today, though, so it was not a big problem. It feels odd. Tamar's voice was uncharacteristically subdued. Rain looked at her and raised an eyebrow. What? Her friend lingered for a moment. Just returning to Earth. We spent so long in the nightmare that, at some point, it was our lives in the real world that felt like a dream. Tamar glanced down at her hands and slowly made them into fists. NQSC, with its enormous alloy towers, maglev trains, and PTVs, suddenly seems like an odd fairy tale. Rain studied her for a bit, then shrugged with a smile. Yeah, I know what you mean. I have never challenged a nightmare, but after spending most of my adult years in the dream realm, my previous life in the waking world feels like a dream. Looking into the distance, Rain let out a wistful sigh. A beautiful dream, one that will be dispelled soon, disappearing without a trace. She turned to the gateway. It is strange to think that the waking world will only remain in our memories one day soon, isn't it? But not yet. Soon, the six of them crossed the realm boundary and returned to Earth. Chapter 3009, Dreamscape 2. The waking world met Sunny with the usual inhospitable pressure. In fact, it was stronger than usual because, due to Rain unexpectedly return. Ing to NQSC, there were two of his incarnations there at the moment. One was about to leave soon. The dream gate connecting NQSC to Bastion was about to close according to schedule, so his sister and her friends had to use their cover identities as government agents and hurry through. The second incarnation, however, was going to linger for a while longer. At the moment, he was quietly walking down the street, sticking to the shadows. NQSC was changing with unnerving speed. It was different every time Sunny visited, and the shift that had happened after the Dreamspawn's crisis was especially dire. The city had never felt that tense, fragile, and warlike. But not today. Today was Remembrance Day, and people were actually in a festive mood. After all, they got to rest from the demanding burdens of their jobs and spend time with their close ones. The atmosphere was somewhat bittersweet because of the solemn nature of the holiday, and numerous passers-by had wistful expressions on their faces. But mostly, people were excited. That was because Lady Changing Star was set to deliver a speech in a few hours. Her fame was as staggering as ever, and since most subjects of the longing domain did not get to see their goddess often, her public appearances were always highly anticipated events. The people in the waking world were going to watch the speech on the public screens in the squares or in the privacy of their homes. The people in the dream realm, meanwhile, were split between two groups. Those who lived in Bastion or Ravenheart could try to see Changing Star with their own two eyes, while the rest of them were going to see her in their dreams. Quite literally. Instant communication had always been a problem for the inhabitants of the dream realm, and it only grew more pressing as more and more settlers arrived. The citadel cities were separated by the vast and perilous expanse of wilderness, but they often needed to exchange information in real time. For the longest time, the most convenient form of communicating information across vast distances was to use the waking world as an intermediary. An awakened in the westernmost citadel city of the Tyr River Basin and an awakened in the easternmost citadel of the former Sword Domain could be living in the same apartment in NQSC, so they freely exchange information as soon as they climbed out of their sleeping pods. In fact, the government had long established special communication dormitories, which housed one resident from each of humanity's citadel cities. Legacy clans had their own chains of awakened in place as well, but even that method involved too many steps and was too slow for the reality of the encroaching apocalypse, not to mention its inherent limitations. So a new method of communication has been developed to hasten the process. That method was created by Saint Thane, the dream merchant. Thane had suffered greatly during the Dreamspawn crisis, but life went on, so he had to move on with his life as well. The version of Dreamscape for the Dream Realm he had been working on for a long while was finally complete and deployed, allowing for people living in distant citadel cities, mundane or awakened, to communicate in their dreams. All they had to do was fall asleep in a special runic circle. There were special dormitories built in each citadel city, each fitted with scores of private quarters where the runic circle had already been drawn. Alternatively, affluent individuals could commission a sorcerer to create the enchantment in their own residences. Sorcerers were still a rare breed, but there were more and more of them with each years. That was because the knowledge of runic sorcery, which had been fervently guarded by the great clans before, was now being freely taught to anyone who wanted to learn. Special courses were established at the Awakened Academy, and there were runic schools opening up in various citadels as well. So the speech Nephi's was about to give would be shown both on myriad screens in the waking world and in the dreamscape, making it available for everyone who wanted to hear it. Of course, Sunny was going to hear it with his own 2 ears. In fact, he was going to be on the stage with Nephi's when she delivered the speech, even if no one would know that he was there, hidden in the shadows. Well, at least one of his incarnations would. This incarnation, meanwhile, approached the door of an unassuming restaurant and walked inside. The waiter guided him to a private booth where 3 people were waiting for him. Seeing him, they rose and straightened their postures. Sunny smiled faintly. At ease. The people he was meeting today, on Remembrance Day, were Quentin, Kim, and Luster, the last living soldiers of the First Irregular Company. You made it, Captain. Kim smiled and saluted him. It was strange to hear her address him that way again. Sunny was already used to being called boss by the Agents of the Shadow Clan, so a bittersweet emotion momentarily rose in his chest. She remained silent for a moment, then scoffed. How many times do I have to say it? It's Major, damn it. I was promoted ages ago. Chuckling, they sat down. There was a bottle with strong liquor on the table, the expensive stuff brewed especially for the awakened. Sunny knew that it would have no effect on him still, but today was not a day for tea, coffee, water, or wine. It was a day for something bitter. He looked at Quentin, who reached for the bottle. Bait couldn't make it. Quentin nodded with a smile. You know how she is, Captain. The festivities are expected to put an unprecedented strain on the electrical grid, so Bait is stuck in her office. He poured the liquor into the glasses. Before the irregulars could raise a toast, however, Sunny stopped them. Not yet, we are waiting for one more. A few minutes later, the door opened again, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop by a few degrees. The members of his cohort jumped to their feet again, far faster than they had when he arrived. Colonel, Lady Jet. Wow. Jet glanced at them, her icy blue eyes emanating a palpable chill. Then she smiled wryly. I hope I am not too late. The 5 of them settled behind the table and raised their glasses. Sunny inhaled deeply and remained silent for a few seconds. In the end, he said, To the first irregular company, bottoms up. Chapter 30:10, Remembrance Day. And then Belle, that bastard, looks me right in the eye and says, "You look like someone who will die first, let's be friends." Can you believe him? The sounds of laughter filled the private booth as Luster waved his empty glass in the air. Because having me around meant that he would not be the first, you see. What kind of messed up logic is that? He put his glass down and huffed a few times. Luster was pretty fired up, but his excitement slowly drained away. He stared at the table for a short while and then said in a much more withdrawn tone, "Hell, now I feel kind of guilty for not staying with him until the end. Maybe if I did, he would have really stayed alive." Sonny, Jet, Kim, Luster, and Quentin, they were all that remained of the first irregular company. The 7 cohorts of elite soldiers were reduced to only 5 people, and since today was Remembrance Day, these people had decided to gather and remember their fallen comrades fondly. Or angrily, in Luster's case. Kim pushed him lightly. No one could have survived that, only the captain. Jet, who was leaning back in her chair, smiled lazily. "Hey, I was there as well." She shook her head. "But you're right, no one could have survived the winter beast." Jet leaned forward, intending to pour herself another glass. Before she could, however, Quentin hurriedly grabbed the bottle with both hands and did it for her. She gave him a pleasant smile, then raised the glass and gulped the fiery liquid down. Jet winced. "I went back to Antarctica after becoming a saint, you know. I wanted to hunt that cursed thing down, but no luck. The winter beast was nowhere to be found. Someone had already killed it." She glanced at Sonny and smiled. "I couldn't figure out who it was for the longest time, until my memories of this guy were restored." A corner of Sonny's mouth lifted briefly. He glanced away. "Indeed, that was the first thing I did, sail across the ocean and hunt down the winter beast." Luster stared at him with wide eyes. "But how did you kill that thing, Captain?" Sonny gave him a deadpan look and shrugged. "I bit it to death." There were a few seconds of silence, and then Luster let out an emotional sigh. It's so good to have you back, Captain. Boss. Captain Boss. Boss Captain." Sonny gave him a dubious glance and turned to Kim. "I think he's had enough." Luster shook his head. "No, you don't understand. I was like a lost chick without you, Captain. Even if I couldn't remember, I still felt it. The absence. And then some shady bastard came along and offered me to work for him. Oh, but he could never, ever replace the captain, that insane bastard." Kim cleared her throat. "Yes, I think that he's had enough." She remained silent for a few seconds and then added, "But he is right. It is good to have you back, Captain." Quentin smiled. "I'll drink to that." Jet pushed her glass in his direction silently. "Indeed, you probably don't know, but I knew him the longest. In fact, I was the government awakened assigned to monitor him during the first nightmare. And do you guys want to know what was the first thing he said after coming to his senses?" Sonny shifted on his chair. I don't think they need to hear that particular story." Kim raised an eyebrow. "Why, what did you say, Captain?" Jet laughed. "Your breasts, those were his first words." Kim's yes widened. At the same time, her hand rose to prevent Luster's head from turning in Jet's direction. Not paying it any attention, Luster cried, "That's my captain. I knew we were kindred spirits." Sonny sighed and covered his face with a palm. Jet, meanwhile, grinned. And guess what he said next? Sonny let out a groan. "I think this was a bad idea." Sadly, their time together came to an end soon. All of them were incredibly busy, especially on a day like today, when the Shadow Clan was on the move in the shadows of humanity to make sure that the celebration did not end in disaster. Quentin left first, and Kim and Luster soon followed. The latter was a bit drunk, but his awakened physique was already sobering him up. In an hour or two, he would be back to his usual self. Only Sunny and Jet were left in the booth, sitting across from each other at the table. Jet stretched and let out a satisfied sigh. This was nice. Honestly, I don't think I had sat down once in the past year. There was simply too much to do. So this get-together was my first break since the dream spawn. Sunny nodded with a dim expression. Yeah, I have 7 bodies, and even I feel a bit spent. Jet studied him for a short while, a relaxed smile playing on the lips, and then asked, "How much longer can you stay?" She knew that remaining in the waking world was not easy for Sunny, so the question had more than one meaning. He shrugged. "A while longer, why?" Jet considered something for a bit, then emptied her glass and stood up. "Come with me then, I have a small surprise for you." Sunny raised an eyebrow, but followed her without asking any questions. They settled the bill, exited the restaurant, and walked toward Jet's PTV. Soon enough, the PTV was gliding along the streets of NQSC, traveling from one district to another. Soon enough, the surroundings began to look familiar to Sunny. Wait, isn't this the way? Jet took a turn, past the tram tracks, and entered a secluded residential district, one where green lawns seemed to cascade down a series of terraces. It was the terrace district where Sunny had lived once, next to Rain and her adoptive family. A minute later, the PTV stopped in front of a familiar house. Jet climbed outside, and Sunny followed. "Jet, what are we doing here?" He studied the house for a while, then turned to him and smiled. "Here." Jet reached into the pocket of her uniform jacket and produced a set of keys. They glistened in the sunlight and then landed in Sunny's hand, who stared at them in confusion. She let out a satisfied sigh. "You are officially dead, so you can't really own a domicile. But it wasn't too difficult to pull some strings, assign you a fake identity, and register the house as yours." Jet smiled. "Happy Remembrance Day, I guess. This is your house once again, Sunny." He gripped the keys in his hand. Chapter 30, 11 times are a Changin. Sunny looked at the familiar door, feeling emotions swell in his chest. It was funny, really. This modest house in a middle-range district of NQSC was not at all important, all things considered. Sunny ruled an entire region of the dream realm now. There was a whole city under his control, with countless homes that were far more grand and desirable than this one. He also had the nameless temple and the marvelous mimic, who could take any form. Not to mention that Sunny was wealthy enough to buy this entire district, not just one house. And still, he remembered becoming the owner of this home, with its grey walls and a cozy porch. How it made him feel, how exhilarated he had been, having become a homeowner after a lifetime of living on the streets. He remembered all the things that had happened in that home, as well. Goodness! It felt like a lifetime ago. It certainly was, in more senses than one, 1,000 lifetimes even. Sunny inhaled deeply and looked away from the door. It's quiet here. The terrace district was different from how he remembered it. There were far fewer people on the streets, and everything was quiet. Most of the homes seemed vacant, as if their owners had moved somewhere a long time ago. The green lawns he enjoyed looking at so much were still tended to, but if one looked closely, the signs of neglect were impossible to miss. Jet answered in a neutral tone. Well, things change. This district was quite popular once, but a few years ago, there was a Nightmare Gate emergency nearby. The public trains had to be rerouted because of the call, and the network connection became patchy. The gate was eventually closed, but it was already too late. People moved on. Some moved to the dream realm, most simply relocated to other parts of NQSC. She paused for a moment, then shrugged with a smile. Lucky for us, really. It would have been difficult to purchase this home if someone else was already living in it. Sunny nodded, feeling strangely wistful, dismayed even. The fact that the terrace district was deteriorating should not have been a surprise for him, but for some reason, it was a bit of a blow. He had never stopped to think about it, but this idyllic place always felt eternal in his mind. However, nothing was truly eternal in this world. Only the great void was. Jet's smile turned a little wistful as well. Actually, it's a big problem. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What is? She gestured vaguely in the direction of the homes surrounding them. Real estate. People know that they will have to leave for the dream realm eventually, and even if most of them won't be able to become settlers anytime soon, that knowledge is already influencing their decisions. Those who do leave for the dream realm need to sell their assets first, but nobody is buying. Why would they, knowing that they would not get to own their purchases in the long run? So the whole market has more or less collapsed. It's a mess. Jet shook her head. The government had to establish a special agency that assists settlers in converting their assets to contribution points. These points can then be exchanged for stuff in the dream realm. Basically, we are buying all the things people cannot sell at a huge loss, en masse, but our pockets are not infinite. Don't tell anyone, but the government is actually this close to going bankrupt. She raised her hand, holding her thumb and index finger apart. Then she laughed. Oh, don't look so serious. The immortal flame has our backs, so it's going to be fine. Well, it will be tolerable at least. Then she looked at Sunny and raised an eyebrow. So, are you going to invite me inside, or what? Sunny came to his senses and took a step toward the door. Welcome to my humble abode, Saint Jet. Please make yourself at home. Once the door closed behind them, Sunny was met with the familiar view. His kitchen, where he had destroyed the fridge once, was to his right. The living room, where Nephis had burned his projector, was to his left. Further inside were the stairs leading to the second floor, as well as the elevator leading to the underground dojo where his sleeping pod used to stand. Things were different from how he had left them years ago, of course. But even if his time in this home had been relatively brief, no more than a couple of years, most of them spent in the dream realm, it still felt nice to return. Sunny remained silent for a long while, then turned to Jet. I'm afraid I won't be a good host. The fridge is empty. Also, I don't think the power is on. She grinned. Don't worry, I came prepared. The two of them settled at the table in the living room, where Jet produced a few items from a storage memory. Sunny stared at them for a few seconds, a dubious expression on his face. Are those rat packs? They were the infamous basic ration pack, the most common food people in the outskirts could procure. Each contained a tube of synth paste, several bland crackers, and a container of filtered water. Jet nodded, opening one of them and squeezing synth paste onto a colorless cracker. They sure are. She took a bite and exhaled slowly. Wow, just as terrible as I remember. Sunny stared at Jet in confusion, then opened another ration pack and repeated her actions. The taste of synth paste, or rather, the utter lack of it, brought back memories. Too many memories, even, which was quite fitting for a holiday called Remembrance Day. Maybe that was the reason Jet had brought the rat packs along. She stared at the tube of synth paste in her hand and then said in a distant tone, "This is a relic, you know." Sunny raised an eyebrow. How so? Jet sighed and put the tube down. Synth paste can't be produced in the dream realm, so the next generation, or perhaps the one after that, will never be able to taste it. They won't even know what it is. She smiled faintly. In fact, synth paste is already starting to disappear. Production has fallen almost by 20%, not only because the infrastructure of the waking world is swiftly deteriorating, but also because there is less demand. It was mostly distributed among people in the outskirts, after all, and you have seen how the outskirts look now. Most settlers in the second wave were from there, and with the agriculture in the dream realm taking off, they have better things to eat now. Sunny let out a heavy sigh. You are killing me today. Was that your intention? The sorry state of the terrace district had already been a blow. Learning that synth paste, a staple of life that had seemed inalienable, was under threat of becoming a thing of the past, made Sunny feel old. It made him feel like time was moving too fast, leaving him behind. And he was not even 30 yet. Gods, meanwhile, were meant to live for thousands of years. What would become of Sunny if he did succeed in conquering the fifth nightmare? What kind of world would be around him in 300 years, and what kind of being would he be? A being who would never taste synth paste again, for one. Jet chuckled. Killing you, huh? She found a glass, wiped it with a paper towel, and poured the sterile water into it. Don't you find it funny? We are the only two awakened from the outskirts who survived long enough to make something of ourselves. And we both did that by dying in the first nightmare. If that is not irony, I don't know what is. Chapter 30:12, Free Agent. Jet remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. I know that I already said it, but I am really glad that you are still around, Sunny. Otherwise, I would have been the only one, and that would have been a bit lonely, I think. Sunny smiled. Likewise, I am also really glad to still be around. Being around is the best. She chuckled. Who knew that a scrawny kid I babysat during his first nightmare would become a sovereign one day? Life truly is full of surprises. Sunny chewed his cracker and reached for the second one, expertly squeezing the last bit of synth paste out of the tube by rolling its end into a tight spiral. You know, I really hoped that you had forgotten the details of that day, but you just had to go and tattle on me to my subordinates. Seated comfortably on the sofa, Jet shrugged. I don't really remember much. You were just one of countless sleepers I watched challenge the nightmare after all. Some of them woke up, some of them didn't. The latter were far more memorable. Plus, I was perpetually overworked, sleep-deprived, and running low on essence back then. But you were from the outskirts, so I do remember a bit. She looked at him curiously. What about you? Do you remember it well? Sunny nodded. Of course, it was pretty unforgettable for me. It is not every day that you conquer the first nightmare after all. Plus, you were the first real awakened I met, and the advice you gave me back then really saved my skin. I don't know if I'd still be alive today if some other government agent had been sent to observe me in my sleep. He did not mention that Jet herself was very memorable as well. Sunny looked at her, suddenly realizing that she looked almost exactly the same as she had back then. Transcendence augmented her cold beauty even further, of course, and her presence was far more powerful, but Jet was always herself. She even wore the same dark blue uniform, complete with black leather boots and silver epaulets. The only difference was that there were 4 stars on her shoulder insignia instead of 3 now. Jet looked down and remained silent for a moment. A government agent, yeah. With that, she raised a hand and detached the insignia from her sleeve, then dropped it into the glass of water. Sunny watched her do that in confusion. What was that for? Jet did not answer for a bit, then sighed and leaned back on the sofa. She gave him a composed look. I am retiring, Sunny. He froze. Jet smiled faintly. In fact, I already did. I resigned from my post this morning, about an hour before we met, so I guess I am unemployed now. Since Sunny still couldn't form a reaction, she looked away and grimaced. It feels strange. I spent most of my life as a cog in the government machine, 20 years of service or so, more than I spent as a non-citizen in the outskirts. So I don't even know who I am without this insignia. Sunny finally regained his ability to speak. You resigned, what, why? Jet looked down, pushing the glass with the insignia from side to side. She remained silent for a while, then shrugged. It didn't feel the same without the old man, but mostly. She looked at Sunny and smiled. You know why? Her expression slowly turned serious. The 4th nightmare awaits, and nobody knows how long it will last, let alone if I will return from it. So, I've been training people to replace me in the last year, and once they were trained, I figured I might as well quit. Jet remained silent for a moment. It's because I have grown too big for the government. She smiled wistfully. I don't mean that being a government officer is beneath me now. It's just that my influence has become too great. It has become too overpowering, to the point that my name and the government are slowly becoming synonymous. Jet's expression darkened, and she shook her head. And something like that must never happen. The authority of a single individual must never swallow the government. Otherwise, it would become no different from a great clan, and there's already plenty of those around. A frown slowly appeared on Sunny's face. But can the government even exist without you? Wake of ruin is gone, and you are leaving. How will it? Jet gave Sunny a humorous glance. I think you have a skewed perception of the government, Sunny. It's because you mostly dealt with its military arm and me, I think. But actually, it's Adam. Initiative arm is both larger and more important. There are a lot of talented people making up the government, and most of them are not even awakened. That is another reason why I can't stay. My presence resoundingly breaks the fragile balance between the awakened and mundane humans serving the government. She sighed again. Well, it's a done deal anyway. I guess I just wanted to send off my career in the company of someone who would understand. Sunny lingered for a long while, then raised his bottle of filtered water. Here's to being unemployed then. Gods know you deserve a long vacation. Jet grinned and raised her empty bottle as well. Taking a sip, Sunny shook his head. It feels weird though, I sort of can't imagine you as a free agent. What are you going to do now? Jet shrugged. From the look of it, we only have a few years left before things really begin to go south, so there's not much of a window for us to conquer the fourth nightmare. I'll prepare as best I can, and then, well, we'll see. Sunny studied her for a few moments. So you've decided then? She smiled. There's not much to decide, is there? From the moment we conspired to take down the sovereigns, there was no turning back, not for us, at least. You and Nephis are going to challenge the fifth nightmare, and someone will have to hold down the fort while you are gone. Being a saint is not going to cut it. Sunny nodded with a grim expression. She was right, the world needed more Supremes, and it needed them to rise soon, so. Just like Rain had said farewell to her friends in front of a nightmare seed not too long ago, unable to join or help them, he was going to say farewell to his friends soon, too. Tamar and her cohort had returned alive, but there was no telling if Jet and those who were to challenge the fourth nightmare with her would. A nightmare was a nightmare, after all. Anything could happen in its terrifying depths. Noticing his troubled expression, Jet smiled. Oh, by the way. When Sunny looked at her with a silent question in his eyes, she cleared her throat. I am not only unemployed now, you know. My apartment was a government residence, so I guess I am homeless now too. She looked around. What a coincidence. A nice, friendly junior of mine has just become a homeowner. Wow, congratulations. Sunny's expression slowly changed. Wait, this touching gesture of yours, gifting my home back to me. You didn't arrange all that just to have somewhere to crash, did you? Jet looked at him and blinked innocently. What was that? You think I should crash here for a bit? Oh no, I couldn't. I wouldn't want to impose. Thanks for offering, though, really. The corner of Sunny's eye twitched. I didn't offer anything. Jet grinned. Didn't you tell me to make myself at home? Well, since you insist, I guess I can stay a few days. Sunny stared at her with wide eyes. Unbelievable. How come every time he got himself a home, someone immediately invited themselves to live with him? Not that he could live in the waking world, now that he was a supreme. So she is going to live in my home, while I can't. Now that was simply a whole new level of audacity. Jet was from the outskirts, indeed. Sunny gritted his teeth, then let out a heavy sigh. Okay, fine, that was not exactly what I meant by making yourself at home, but I guess I can make an exception. And just like that, a new memory was created on Remembrance Day. Chapter 30:13, Show Must Go On. Leaving Jet to enjoy her unemployment in peace, Sunny dove into the shadows and emerged in a different part of NQSC. The strain of remaining in the waking world was growing more and more difficult to endure, but Sunny had not reached his limit yet. He still had a bit of time, and it just so happened that there was another person he had to meet. Everyone was on a holiday, but Sunny had quite a few items on his agenda instead. It was for a good reason, as well. Most of the people he knew had been impossibly busy for the entire year following the Dreamspawn's defeat, so today was a rare occasion when they could meet and spend some quality time together. The streets around Sunny were uncharacteristically crowded, even accounting for Remembrance Day. There were hundreds of people around him, all heading in the same direction with excited expressions. The mood was celebratory, and he could feel a palpable sense of anticipation permeating the air. Sunny looked around, then headed toward an unassuming alley. As he was passing it, a loud whisper suddenly resounded from behind an artificial tree, calling him over. "Sunny, over here." Sunny approached the source of the voice and saw a tall man wearing a black face mask and a cap, his eyes hidden behind luxurious sunglasses. Needless to say, he looked quite suspicious. The man pulled his mask down for a second, smiled, and then pulled it back. "It's me, Kai." Sunny stared at him with a dubious expression for a few seconds. "Yeah, genius, I know. I sensed your shadow from 100 kilometers away." Kai seemed to smile behind his mask. "Why, thank you. It's good to see you, Sunny." The two of them were not exactly separated by distance, considering that one of Sunny's incarnations resided in Ravenheart, but they rarely had a chance to spend time together as friends, as opposed to the Lord of Shadows and the Steward of the West. Today was one such occasion, though, so Kai put his hand on Sunny's shoulder. "Thank you for coming with me today. I really appreciate it." He paused. "But Sunny..." Kai hesitated for a few seconds and then said in a tentative tone, "Can I ask you something? It has been gnawing on me for an entire year, ever since I remembered who you are." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What?" Kai studied him for a while. Eventually, he asked, "Your clothes, you create them by manifesting shadows, right? Which means that you can make them look however you wish. And yet, you just create the same outfit every day, day after day, over and over again. I just can't fathom why anyone would." Sunny let out a heavy sigh and suppressed the desire to toss Kai to the shadow realm. He looked down, then glared at his friend. "What's wrong with my clothes?" Kai blinked a couple of times. No, nothing. Consistency is a virtue too. It's just, you know what, never mind." Sunny frowned. "Nephi's likes my clothes just fine, okay." Kai smiled. "That's great then." He did not sound very sincere, but Sunny decided to ignore it. "Anyway, about Nephi's, not a word about what we are about to do, understand? She must never, ever find out what the two of us did without her." Kai seemed confused. "But why?" Sunny sighed and turned his head, looking at an enormous banner adorning the facade of a prestigious concert hall in front of them. On it, several words were drawn in a bold font. The banner read, "Gale, the last show on Earth." The reason why Sunny had traveled to this part of NQSC was the solo concert of Gale, the second half of Night and Gale, Kai's former band. Having built a successful solo career in the wake of Night and Gale disbanding, Gale was giving his last concert on Earth today. That was not because Earth was going to explode tomorrow, but simply because he was moving to the dream realm. In fact, numerous artists and creative professionals were. It was not only people who were leaving Earth, culture was leaving it too. The waking world was still more populous and far better developed, but it was an old and dying world, a world frozen in its ways. The dream realm, meanwhile, was young and full of both endless potential and fatal risk. It was a frontier in more senses than one, populated by people who had no choice but to be active and energetic. The harsh exuberance of a new civilization being built under dire pressure was just what aspiring creatives craved. So culture was slowly emigrating to the dream realm. Most of it was still created on Earth, but everything new and exciting seemed to be happening across the realm boundary. In any case, Kai's former partner in crime was leaving the waking world for the dream realm, and today's concert was most likely the last show he would ever play on Earth, a bittersweet farewell to the cradle of humanity. Kai wanted to attend, but did not want to come alone, so he somehow convinced Sunny to accompany him, despite the actual risk to Sunny's life that ensued. Sunny grimaced. "Are you kidding me? If Nephise learns that I snuck out to go to a Gale concert without her, I'm a dead man. I mean, a deader man. In any case, she must not find out." Kai gave him an apologetic look. "Oh, I see. Why didn't you invite her too, though?" Sunny looked at him with a startled expression. "Hello, because she's addressing all of humanity today. She wouldn't have been able to come, and knowing what she's missing would have only made things worse." Kai hesitated for a few seconds, then smiled. "Well, I am still glad that you've come." He glanced at the banner and sighed. "It will be great. We're going to have so much fun. You like experimental post-nightmare pop, right?" Sunny blinked a few times. What now?" Kai smiled. "Exactly, let's go." He headed for the entrance, making sure to hide his face from the crowd. Sunny followed. "No, seriously, what did you mean? Hey, I thought it was going to be music. Hey, why aren't you answering?" Chapter 30:14 Unseen Scars. Kai managed to lead Sunny to a private booth without being recognized by the fans. Inside, they had both privacy and a decent view of the stage. Since both were supposed to remain incognito, that was a welcome arrangement. Honestly, though, it was mostly for the benefit of the audience seated in the main hall below. Most mundane people would find it difficult to endure Kai's enchanting presence. And considering that most of the people in the audience were die-hard Knight and Gale fans, his sudden appearance could very well cause widespread devastation. It would be good if the damage were limited to dozens of women fainting in their seats. Sunny did not exclude the possibility of a few of them suffering a heart attack on the spot, though. "Not everyone can be like me, building a tolerance to this ridiculous guy. I really am amazing." Sunny glanced at Kai, who had finally removed his sunglasses and mask, and sighed heavily. Below them, the concert hall was already full, and people were impatiently anticipating the beginning of the show. He understood why they had to hide from the crowd. However, what Sunny did not understand was why Kai had chosen to hide his presence from the star of the show, his former partner, as well. He nodded toward the stage. "Are you sure you don't want to go backstage and say hi? I am sure your buddy will appreciate a bit of support. The fans will be happy to see you two together as well." Kai remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head with a wistful expression. "No, I don't think it's a good idea." He paused for a moment. "If I reveal myself, today will become about me, and Gale really deserves better." Kai looked at Sunny and shrugged. "Plus, I think he's still a bit angry at me for abandoning the band and leaving him behind, even if I had my reasons." Sunny chuckled awkwardly. "Really, I see." He was sure that there was no hidden meaning in what Kai had said, and yet it was hard not to see the parallel. Sunny had abandoned the cohort and left Kai behind, too, after all. He remained silent for a short while, then said, "Listen, Kai, I know I already said that I'm sorry about what happened in the nightmare, but, well, I don't know. Everyone has been so nice about it. I would understand if you were angry instead." Kai gave him a confused look. "Why would I be angry?" Then his expression changed subtly, and he looked away with a somber smile. "Honey, you did what you had to do. I might not understand why, but I am not going to hold it against you. Honestly, all of us, every single awakened, are barely holding it together. Sometimes I look around and wonder why more people don't just snap, but many do. Some just crumble, some do gruesome things before collapsing. So the fact that you chose to pursue your own goal instead of joining us in a tough battle is not even in the category of things I would be angry about. Kai remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. I still remember the things you told me in Ariel's game, about how you had selfishly abandoned your friends because of greed and how your selfish greed was your undoing. So, actually, I think it's you who is angry, Sonny. You are angry at yourself, but you should really be kinder to yourself instead. The world is already cruel enough, and it has been especially cruel to you. Sonny stared at Kai in silence, then looked away and cleared his throat. Well, damn, I wasn't expecting a poignant speech, to be honest, just more of our usual tomfoolery. Kai smiled. If it's tomfoolery you want, I can oblige. Sonny waved a hand in the air. No, let's not. I'd love to, but it's embarrassing to say, but I am short on material. I did do a few crazy things since the last crazy thing we had done together, but I already used up those stories on other people. I don't want to repeat myself. Kai chuckled. Below them, the technicians were performing the last checks, and an excited murmur spread through the crowd. Kai remained silent for a while, then said in a quiet tone, "But Sonny, I think about what you said a lot these days, about how you were sorry, but you would also do it all over again. That is how I feel too." Sonny raised an eyebrow, and noticing it, Kai sighed. You and Nephi's were already gone by then, but it was me who gave the Dreamspawn the last push he needed to break the longing domain. I spoke his name to save civilians at the Lake of Tears, and as a result, everything came crashing down. So many terrible things happened, Sonny. Kai turned to him and smiled bitterly. But I would do it all over again. I'd choose to save those people all over again. And the fact that saving human lives was the wrong decision, that is what makes me angry, Sonny. He looked away, focusing on the stage. It makes me furious. It makes me want to snap. Sonny remained silent, not knowing what to say. The world moved on from the tragedy caused by the Dreamspawn's plague, but the scars caused by it remained. The weak had suffered tremendously during his short reign, but the strong were not unscathed either. In fact, it was the rare occasion where everyone had been hurt equally, no matter their rank. Kai, Effie, Cassie, Morgan, Sation and her sisters, even Mordred, all of them were hiding how much what had happened affected them, because that was the only thing they could do, considering what the world demanded from them. Below, a lone figure walked onto the stage and bowed, causing the audience to explode with cheers. The show was about to start. Chapter 30:15, Never Quitting Super Cupid. Sonny felt a little wistful, but as Gale, a tall man who exuded a more withdrawn and sophisticated kind of charisma than Kai's warm charm, began to play the piano, he gradually got distracted from his thoughts. He had not known what to expect from the concert, but the actual sound surprised him. It seemed that Gale had matured since his days as a pop idol, both as a performer and as a composer. His last show on Earth was a way of saying farewell to the world that had nurtured him, and to the man he had been here as well. So it walked a fine line between sweet nostalgia and melancholy, tugging on the audience's heartstrings. It was also emotional and hopeful. Kai listened to the music with rapt attention. He was glancing at the audience from time to time as well. After a while, Sonny asked, "Do you miss it, singing?" Kai smiled softly. "I still sing, I just don't sing to an audience." He looked at Sonny and added, "Sometimes I fly high into the sky at night and sing to my heart's content. Nobody can hear me, but I don't mind. In fact, I've grown to enjoy it a great deal." Kai looked down into the crowded hall of the venue. Back when I was an idol, I was constantly bombarded by everyone's opinions of me and of what I did. It was as if who I was depended on how people perceived me, so I could not help but be obsessed with how I was perceived. It felt like there were a million people in my head, all talking over each other, and that left no space for my own voice to be heard. But when I am alone in the sky, with only the moon and the stars to hear me sing. Nothing exists except for my own voice. So I am singing to myself, and in those moments, nobody dictates who I am but me. Kai chuckled. But the past, goodness, I was never in danger, but everything felt so dire. Every performance, every interview, every fan meeting, it was like my life depended on doing well. I really wanted everyone to love me, and they did. But the more I was loved, the lonelier it felt, because I felt that people loved a carefully crafted image of me, not the real thing. So I always felt like there was an invisible wall between me and everyone else. I always felt alienated. He looked at Sunny and smiled. That was one of the reasons why I liked you so much when we met in the Dark City. Actually, it was so refreshing to meet someone who had no idea who I was, and did not care to find out either. When you found me in that well, I was just a sleeper named Kai. So I felt less lonely in your company than when I was surrounded by crowds of adoring fans. Sunny stared at him for a while, then looked away in embarrassment. Well, that was a really long answer to a very simple question. No would have sufficed, you know. Kai laughed, then covered his mouth, glanced toward the stage, and answered in a lower voice. I know. Sunny smiled. Thanks for letting me know, though. I always thought that you liked me because you are a little touched in the head. Nice to know that there were other reasons as well. They both fell silent after that, enjoying the music. Gale continued singing his new songs, but he performed a few fan favorites from the night and Gale catalog as well. Sunny's expression turned progressively more dubious. Among the night and Gale chart-shattering hits, there were such gems as My Heart is a Nightmare Gate because of you. This Love is an Abomination. Ring Ding Gong. Hey Sleeper Girl. And NQSC. As Sunny sat in horrified silence, the vast crowd of people below sang along to the last one. They knew all the words as well. The crowd sang, NQSC, NQSC. Never quitting Super Cupid. Aiming for your icy heart. For your icy heart, ooh, oh. Never quitting Super Cupid. Loveaholic, loveaholic. He saturates your love core with love essence. Never quitting Super Cupid is coming for you. He's coming for you. Oh yeah. NQSC, NQSC. Sunny threw a furtive glance at Kai and shuddered. Kai was actually moving his lips with the widest smile on his face. Gods! This was what Nephi's and everyone else was so crazy about. I think I need to reevaluate my entire life. Sunny had also considered himself to be a little deranged. But now he was starting to seriously consider if he was actually flawlessly sane. It was the world and every other human populating it that was insane. Hey Kai. Getting his friend's attention, Sunny hesitated for a moment and then asked in a grave tone. Your archery skill, you didn't develop it because of some weird Cupid concept, did you? Please tell me that you didn't. Kai blinked a few times. Of course not. I was a member of the archery club in school. I enjoyed it because training made me feel calm. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Kai was not done speaking though. Oh, but I did do a Cupid-themed photo shoot for the release though. You know, one loincloth, lots of oil. The poster sold out in 3 minutes, actually. The calendar did too. Sunny groaned and covered his face with a hand. I did not need that information, damn it. Who asked? I didn't. You just went and offered it on your own. What the hell, who does that? Kai laughed. Sunny, you just don't know how to appreciate music. Sunny gave him an offended stare. I am a musician myself, you know. I am very accomplished at playing the flute. Kai tilted his head a little. Didn't a swarm of abominations rise from the dead to stop you the last time you played the flute, though? Sunny glared at him for a while, then scoffed. Wasn't the last time, and that is an accomplishment, is it not? I said that I was accomplished. I never said that I was good. Chapter 30, 16, Reason to Try. Eventually, the concert was over. Gale received a thunderous applause and left the stage after a deep bow and a heartfelt speech, expressing his hope to meet his fans in the dream realm one day. By the time he finished speaking, countless people in the audience were openly sobbing. Kai seemed a little down as well. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then gestured toward the curtain. I think you should go and congratulate him anyway. The guy is leaving for a whole new world, a deadly world full of inconceivable monsters, no less. Past grudges or not, he'll feel better knowing that he has a friend there. Kai remained silent for a bit, then nodded slowly. Yes, I probably should, but not immediately. There is a whole ceremony to these things, you know. Plenty of famous people in the audience today, so they will all go backstage now. Unless they say at least a couple of words, they will be seen as rude. Then he'll have to thank the crew, the band, and the dancers. Then have a conversation with the managers. I'll go after that. Sunny was reminded that Kai could see through the curtain and through the walls as well. So he was probably looking at what Gale was doing right now. He shifted uncomfortably, trying to hide the fact that the oppressive force trying to expel him from the waking world was almost unbearable now. Almost, but not quite. He could still stay for a bit. Sunny leaned back and sighed. I met Jet before coming here. She has resigned from the government, did you know? Kai nodded. Yeah, we talked. Sunny blinked a couple of times. What the? Why was I the last one to find out? Kai looked at him and smiled. It's just that we are in similar situations, she and I. Sunny frowned slightly. How so? Kai remained silent for a bit, then shrugged. Well, you know, the fourth nightmare awaits. He sighed. Actually, we've been talking about it for a long while. Jet has been preparing a replacement for the past year, and I didn't really have to. Truth be told, I don't have a lot to do in Ravenheart these days. Why do you think I was able to come here on such a busy day? Sunny scratched the back of his head. I didn't think about it at all, to be honest. I often forget that not everybody has 7 bodies at their disposal. Kai chuckled. That's something, but yes, despite the fact that people still call me the Steward of the West, in truth, my presence there has been redundant for quite a while. Ever since the plague, I think. He shook his head. Seishin has the situation under control, and she is much more embedded in the former Song domain than I am. She has her sisters as well, and they are managing things fine. Kai scratched his nose. And things are awkward between us, sadly. Sunny looked away. He knew what Kai had gone through during the Dreamspawn plague, but actually, Seishin had gone through the same horrid thing as well, and it was difficult to say who had been hurt by the experience more. Being tortured was definitely a terrible experience, but was it worse than having your mind stolen and torturing someone against your will? It was hard to say. The situation was only made worse by the fact that Kai had a messy relationship with the Song sisters, so it was no surprise that things were awkward between them. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then asked in a neutral tone, What about Morgan? The two of you were close. Kai shook his head. Morgan returned to Bastion, so we don't see each other much, Sunny sighed. So the fourth nightmare, you have decided then? Kai nodded. I hesitated for a long time, but eventually I made up my mind. Sunny felt both relieved and anxious. He lingered for a short while, then asked, So what made you decide? Kai chuckled. You. He leaned back and looked at Sunny with a smile. It was something you said in Ariel's game, but also. I am sorry, Sunny, but I don't think that you have an objective understanding of what the fourth nightmare is, and how abnormal you and Nephis are. That was what helped me decide. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then raised an eyebrow. What? Why am I abnormal all of a sudden? Kai chuckled and shook his head. You just never stop to consider if things are possible. No, rather, You do not understand that things that are possible for you are not possible for everyone else. You are so powerful that your entire perception of power is skewed, Sunny. One day, a long time ago, you decided to pursue strength. And in your mind, it's just a question of luck and effort, of success or failure. Sunny was confused. Of course it is. What else can it be? Kai smiled. What I am trying to say, Sunny, is that the path of ascension is not a straight road. You succeed and succeed and succeed until you fail and die. That is how you see it, but that is not how it is. For most people, success is simply not an option. Their paths are shorter than yours. Most awakened will never become masters, and most masters will never become saints. And among the saints, almost no one will ever become supreme. Not for the lack of effort, but simply because it's not in their nature. He looked into the concert hall, where the audience was slowly flowing toward the exits. You once mentioned that even in ancient times, supremes were exceedingly rare, so much so that the emergence of a new supreme completely changed the hierarchy of all mortal realms. But we, children of the age of the nightmare spell, are spoiled. Our world has already given birth to 8 supremes, and we are preparing to create more. Sunny frowned. I still don't understand what you are getting at, Kai. Kai's smile dimmed a little. I am saying that the pool of people who even have a chance to become supreme is limited, Sunny, and more than that, it is almost exhausted. There's barely a handful of those who are qualified to try left, and there won't be more. If humanity survives long enough to have a new generation, that generation will be weaker than ours, not stronger. So, Kai shrugged. The mere fact that I am one of those who have a chance is reason enough to try. In fact, it's imperative that I try. I wouldn't be able to live with myself, knowing that I wasted my potential despite how scarce potential is. His smile disappeared. Plus, I tasted enough powerlessness in my life, Sunny. I want to be powerful too. I want to reshape the world according to what I want it to be. I dare to try. He laughed quietly. The world and I, we need to have a conversation. I am going to scold the world for being so heartless, and for that, I need to become someone whom the world will listen to. So, the 4th nightmare. I've decided to abandon objectivity and be abnormal too. Sunny studied him for a while, then let out a quiet scoff. Buddy, you should have just said that you want to be like me. I mean, who can blame you? I am pretty awesome after all. Even I want to be like me, all 7 of me, no less. Kai closed his eyes for a moment, shook his head, and then rose from his seat. The scariest thing is that I know that you are telling the truth. You always do. So, I think I am going to go see Gale now. Thank you for coming with me, though. Chapter 30, 17 Stronghold of Humanity. Sunny fled the waking world and escaped the unbearable pressure of its draconian laws. At the same time, a different incarnation of him moved from shadow to shadow, slowly scaling the walls of the castle. There were thousands of excited people crowding its many courtyards, and the sun was high in the sky, illuminating the sprawling vista of Bastion. Bastion had always been the most prominent human settlement in the dream realm. It had been the first foothold humanity had established in the frightening world of the nightmare spell, connecting the isolated citadels located in its heartland both to each other and to the storm sea. And even if the basin of the River of Tears developed swiftly later on, Bastion never lost its exalted status. After Godgrave, it became the seat of Immortal Flame's power as well. But it was only today that Sunny felt that he was looking at the greatest stronghold of humanity, at its beating heart. The ivory tower drifted among the clouds above the Mirror Lake. Some distance away, on the other side of the castle, the night garden cast a shadow on its battlements, and somewhere far away, the brilliant Dream Gate towered above the lively streets. Today was a special day when the Dream Gate connected Bastion to Ravenheart. People could travel freely between the 2 great citadels, ostensibly turning them into one colossal city. Mundane people, awakened, echoes, enthralled nightmare creatures, all of them flooded the streets, serving as an unmistakable reminder of how powerful humanity had grown. The 4GR. Each citadels seemed to have become one, lending their immense weight to that feeling of strength. Looking at it, one could just believe that humanity could really withstand the apocalypse. Oh, damn it. On top of the main keep of the castle, Effie was standing alone on a secluded rampart, her tall figure contoured beautifully against the brilliant sky. When Sunny arrived, she was engaged in a strange ritual. There was a scattering of small white balls on the stones in front of her, and she was holding an odd alloy weapon in her hand, not quite a war hammer, but not quite a mace either. As Sunny emerged from the shadows, she swung the weapon in a graceful arc and sent one of the balls flying into the sky with a thunderclap. The ball glistened like a tiny meteor and disappeared into the distance, never to be seen again. Sunny stared at all that with a confused expression. Who are you trying to kill, and why are you using such a strange method? Effie inhaled deeply, then turned to him and smiled. Hey, Sunny. She used her odd weapon to roll another ball into position and looked into the distance. I am not trying to kill anyone, just trying to relax. This here is an ancient ceremony from before the dark times, something called golf. I read in a book that people performed it to relax. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Really? So what's the purpose of this ceremony? Effie hesitated. To get the ball into a small hole, I guess. Wait. She opened her mouth, her eyes glinting with mischievous light, but then just sighed. Ah, forget it. There are no golf holes in Bastion, so I am trying to get the balls into the storm sea instead. Sunny looked into the distance. There are hundreds of kilometers between Bastion and the storm sea. Effie grinned. Exactly. With that, she swung her club again, producing another thunderclap. The ball disappeared behind the horizon. Effie watched it fly away, then shrugged. Honestly, I sort of get it. I don't think that the goal even matters. It just feels nice to give something a good whack sometimes. Wait. She opened her mouth again, but then just shook her head again. Wanna try? Sunny considered it for a moment. Could he get the ball into the storm sea? Honestly, it was not impossible. He had bombarded the winter beast with heavy javelins from at least 20 kilometers away as a saint. He wasn't a saint anymore, and the golf balls were way lighter than those javelins had been. So there was no telling how far they would fly. They would undoubtedly fly over Rivergate, though, which meant that he did not run the risk of killing someone by accident. Sure, why not? Sunny took the golf club from Effie, chose a ball, prepared for a few moments, and whacked it with all his titanic strength. The ball disintegrated with a loud boom, and the club exploded into a cloud of metal shrapnel. Effie laughed. Oh right, I forgot to say, the fun part is trying to find the right balance between a forceful whack and I think I'll stop here. Anyway, it's a good exercise for learning how to precisely control your strength. In fact, I stumbled onto this whole thing when coming up with ways to train Dumpling, back when he couldn't control his transcendent strength yet. Sunny stared at Effie somberly for a while, then asked in a dark tone, What's wrong with you? Effie blinked a couple of times. What do you mean? He shook his head. That was what, at least 4 flawless openings for a dirty joke, and you just ignored them completely. Where is the real Effie, and what have you done to her? Effie remained silent for a little while, then looked away. The real Effie just wants to whack some balls in peace. Sunny smiled. Sorry for breaking your club, then. She gave him a long look and chuckled. Are you joking? I did mention that I made this for little Ling, did I not? I had 400 of them made, and he only destroyed half of them. With that, Effie leaned down and pulled another club from a storage memory. Now then, let's get the next one into the storm sea, for sure. She sent another ball into the sky and sighed in satisfaction, looking at the sprawling city below them. Hey, Sunny, did you know that Bastion is larger than NQSC now? Effie leaned on the club. NQSC has a way larger population, but it is also built vertically. Most buildings have countless floors both above and below ground. Bastion, however, is mostly horizontal, so it covers much more ground, an immense amount of ground, really. She pointed southward. And despite our tram system, the bicycles, the eco-rickshaws, and the ferries, traveling from one part of the city to another still takes too much time. Around half of the people living in the south have never been to the northern reaches of Bastion. In fact, they have not even been to every district in the south. And despite the fact that a constant torrent of settlers is leaving Bastion for Oth, our citadel cities, the population is still growing, which brings its own swarm of problems. Effie looked down. What I am trying to say is that we are at capacity. We are way past it, actually, and there are still billions of people who need to be settled somewhere in the dream realm. That's pretty bad. Sunny lingered for a short while. Yeah, I know, of course I do, but why are you telling me this now? Effie shrugged. Just to illustrate why I am here swinging a club. This is the kind of problem we are facing today. Effie sighed and rolled the next ball into position. So, challenging the nightmare seems trivial in comparison, doesn't it? She raised the club, remained motionless for a moment, and then lowered it with a heavy sigh. It should seem trivial, but it doesn't. Chapter 30, 18, Oh Children. Sunny studied Effie for a short while. She had long recovered from the harrowing starvation forced upon her by the dream spawn, looking as hale and brimming with vitality as ever. Her figure was just as outstanding as it had always been. Her skin was dewy and supple, and her eyes were bright and clear. However, there was a shadow hiding in their depths, one that had not been there before. Sunny hesitated, then manifested a similar kind of club to hers. Walking over to stand over one of the balls, he asked, "Shall we compete to see who can hit a ball further?" Effie gave him a dubious look. "There's no way to see where they fall, though. How are we going to judge the winner?" Sonny scratched the back of his head. Even the vast reach of his shadow sense was not enough for that purpose. He could potentially send one of his incarnations or shadows to the shores of the storm sea, but that felt like too much hassle. Whatever, let's just whack some balls then. He remembered how Effie had done it and swung the club. This time, it did not shatter, sadly, the ball still exploded. Sonny sighed. "Damn." Effie laughed and swung hers, then watched her ball streak across the sky with satisfaction. Sonny spoke in a neutral tone. "Everyone seems inclined to talk about the fourth nightmare today. Jet Kai, now you too." Effie shrugged. "Well, today is Remembrance Day. It has been a year since the end of the plague, and the immediate fires caused by it have been put out. Now, for the first time, we have time to look to the future instead of focusing on how to deal with the fallout of the past. So it's only natural that everyone is thinking about the nightmare." Sonny lingered a bit. "You seem to be in a bad mood." She shook her head. "Not bad, just, there's a lot to consider, I guess." Effie studied the vista of the Bastion. "Do you know that people in Bastion almost never have nightmares? Not in the past year, at least. As a result, we are doing much better than all other cities. Crime is down, productivity is up. The same goes for most other parameters. That's how important good sleep is, I guess, especially when the entire species is dealing with a recent trauma." She glanced at Sunny and smiled a little. "And it's all because of that horse of yours. Ever since it settled in the real Bastion, things like that keep happening. That's the impact one supreme creature can make. So, how can I not be thinking about the fourth nightmare?" Sunny remained silent for a long while, considering his words carefully. In the end, he said, "No one is forcing you to challenge it, Effie. You don't have to do it if you don't want to." She chuckled and looked at him with humorous sparks glistening in her hazel eyes. "Sunny, did you ever want to challenge a nightmare?" He could not help but scoff. "What, of course not. It was just that the circumstances forced me to, still forcing me, actually. I would much rather live somewhere comfortably without the need to risk getting killed." Effie sent another ball flying with a loud thunderclap. "There you go, then. The world is ending, Sunny, and I have a lot to lose. So I am quite motivated to grow as powerful as I can and prevent it from falling apart completely. It's deeply ironic, don't you think? As Sunny shrugged, unsure what to say, Effie sighed. She stared at the scattered balls for a while, then spoke in a quiet tone. Sunny, you were 7 when your mother died, weren't you? He was surprised by the question. After looking at her silently for a while, Sunny nodded. Yes, why are you asking? Effie grimaced and rolled another ball closer to herself. Ling is 7. Actually, he's turning 8 soon, so that's why. How long are we going to spend in the nightmare? A year, maybe? 2 years? Nobody knows. And while I have no intention of dying, there's a distinct possibility that I will. So I might miss a huge chunk of his childhood, or even all of it, if worst comes to worst. She swung her club, only to see it snap in half. Effie grimaced, tossed the bent handle down, and cursed quietly. Sunny Studi. D her for a few moments, then sighed and looked away. He struck a ball, finally managing to send it flying without destroying either it or the club. The corner of his lip twisted upward in satisfaction. Little Ling and I are completely different. Sunny looked at Effie and smiled. I was all alone, while he is surrounded by a swarm of people who love him and care about him. So, there's no comparison at all. Effie exhaled slowly. I know, don't misunderstand me, Sunny. I am not hesitating. In truth, I have already decided to go into the nightmare during our odd adventure in Mirage City. You see, missing a part of his childhood feels terrible, but I have to make sure that he even gets to have a childhood first, unlike the two of us who barely got to be children. She looked at the city below and raised a hand, as if trying to hold it in her palm. There are countless children in Bastion, Sunny. I want to make sure that none of them has to be in a rush to grow up. Effie paused for a moment and then chuckled. Actually, I'm not worried about my dumpling that much. If anything, I worry about his dad more. How is he going to handle a transcendent rascal alone? You'll have to help him a lot while I'm gone, doofus. Sunny smiled. He wondered how far his ball had already reached. That's Uncle Doofus, thank you very much. How is that guy doing, by the way? Effie hesitated for a moment. He doesn't remember what happened, so he's fine. Actually, he's not fine. He saw what state I was in back then, and I think that left a mark on him. So he's completely focused on achieving natural ascension now. He and Aiko have a competition to see who can become a master first. Crazy times we live in, right? Natural ascension, who could have thought? She smiled. Hey, Sunny, do you remember, back on the Forgotten Shore, I once told you that the dream realm is a paradise? He nodded. I do, I mean, how could I have forgotten something so nonsensical? Effie chuckled, then inhaled deeply. Now I don't think that it's a paradise. It's not a paradise yet. She picked up another club and rolled a ball closer. But I think we can make it into one if we really try. We will probably fail, but we won't know unless we try, will we? Sunny opened his mouth to answer, but at that moment, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear. It said, You have slain a fallen monster, undetectable forest moor. He froze for a moment, then glanced at his club. Noticing his expression, Effie raised an eyebrow. What? Sunny remained silent for a moment, then smiled. Oh, I think I won our competition, that's all. Chapter 30, 19 Science. 3019 Science. Effie sighed. Damn cheater. As she did, the two of them heard the sound of hurried steps rushing toward the secluded rampart. She winced and kicked one of the balls lightly. I guess that's my cue. I'm supposed to be at the waterfront in a short while, welcoming the gathered crowd and warming them up before Nephi's takes the stage. My subordinates love nothing more than parading me in front of people, something about making their blood flow faster. She glanced at Sunny and asked, Did you find me just to chat, or did you want something? Sunny shrugged. No real reason. I guess I wanted to know if you were joining me for Cassie's thing. If so, I would have caught a ride in your shadow. Getting there by myself is a hassle, considering how thorough the defensive array is." Effie shook her head. "What's the point of my going there? It's not exactly my field of expertise." Sunny grinned. "Fast-flowing blood is a bit of a universal advantage, though." He grimaced and then took a step into the shadows. "Well, see you later then. Oh, this ceremony, golf, I liked it. Hit me up if you ever want a rematch." Just a moment before Effie's attendant appeared on the rampart, Sunny dissolved into the shadows. He traveled through their dark embrace and appeared in the grove of ancient trees that rustled quietly in celestial winds. The Ivory Island had been turned into a sorcerous fortress in the past year, its components intertwined with a layered defensive array to prevent anyone from entering the Tower of Hope uninvited, or leaving it without the permission of its master. So Sunny could not use Shadow Step freely here anymore. Still, it did not take him long to make it to where he wanted to go. He simply hid in the shadow of a scholar hurrying across the emerald grass and followed him into a spacious chamber inside the ivory tower. There a group of people was gathered, standing in the shadows along the wall. They were men and women from all walks of life, both mundane and awakened, sorcerers, engineers, linguists. The few remaining spellsmiths of the fallen clan Valor were here, as well as the most prominent spelltech pioneers. Sunny even noticed a couple of river people, easily recognizable by their garments. "You are here." Cassie was standing in the middle of the chamber, in front of a complicated runic circle. Bright sunlight poured through the windows and illuminated her breathtaking figure, her hair glistening like liquid gold. Hiding in the shadows in the corners of the chamber, Sunny answered with a thought. "I am." He hesitated, then asked in a curious tone. "Why are you doing this today, though? Everyone else is taking a break." Ahead of him, Cassie sighed and raised her head. "Because getting all these people into one room was far easier today." Sunny gave her a mental nod. That was a good enough reason as far as he was concerned. In the center of the room, Cassie inhaled deeply and then addressed the gathered luminaries. "Thank you all for attending. You already know what is about to happen and why, so I won't repeat myself. Be alert. I don't know how long my essence will last, so every moment is precious." After the hum of whispers died down, she turned to the runic circle and placed her hand on the hilt of the quiet dancer. A cold wind blew across the chamber, and by the time it ceased, there was a man standing in the runic circle. Sunny studied him with keen interest. The man was of a modest stature, his posture slightly bent. He wore a strange garment woven out of green fabric, while his wrists and ankles were adorned with golden bracelets. His skin was dark, and his hair was hidden under an embroidered head covering. He was leaning on an iron staff, looking around with intelligent, penetrating eyes. Cassie bowed slightly. "Welcome, I am Cassia, Song of the Fallen." The gaze of the man lingered for a moment on the dark corner where Sunny was hiding, then shifted to Cassie. He spoke in a low, curious tone. "How peculiar, a beautiful blind goddess is visiting my dream, or am I visiting her dream?" The spell translated his words, but Sunny could tell that he was talking in an odd and unfamiliar dialect. It was difficult to understand, but not impossible, not that there was a need to. The man turned his head, looking at the blue sky beyond the windows. His eyes narrowed slightly. "I am not dreaming of Mictlan then." Indeed, the man was a native of Godgrave, one of the many memories of whom Cassie had inherited when she received her aspect legacy. Cassie nodded. "Nor are you dreaming. I have summoned the memory of you from the depths of time, and once our bargain is over, you will cease to exist, becoming a memory once more." The man chuckled. "If that is the case, you have nothing to bargain with, Lady Cassia, Song of the Fallen. After all, if all that awaits me is oblivion, then there is nothing I would want." Cassie slowly shook her head. "Not oblivion, remembrance." She hesitated for a moment, then added, I do not think that a man like you cares about being remembered, though. However, what about curiosity? The man raised an eyebrow. Curiosity. Cassie smiled faintly. If you agree to my demands, I will satiate your curiosity. Inti of Mictlan, child of the sun. Thousands of years have passed since the time you were born in the bones of the Sun Killer, after all. Aren't you interested in learning what happened in those years? What sorceries have been created, and what feats we of the flame have performed? He smiled. Sounds enticing, indeed, but the bargain depends on what you want from me. What can a humble transcendent offer a mighty supreme? Cassie studied him intently and then said in a quiet tone, "You are the sorcerer who created the Asuras, the enchanted suits of armor that the awakened of Mictlan wore to battle beings far more powerful than them. That is what my people require as well." She inhaled deeply. "I want you to teach me how to build Asuras." Chapter 30, 20 Legendary Guests. Cassie's supreme ability was as powerful as it was versatile. It was not, perhaps, as powerful as the ability to make all warriors of humanity many times more difficult to kill, creating a vast quasi-immortal army, or an ability to raise an ever-expanding legion of undying shadows. But it could enhance the power of humanity in other, more subtle ways. It could grant humanity knowledge. And knowledge was the origin of power, after all. Over the past year, Cassie had used her aspect to manifest a number of prominent saints of the ancient past into reality. She was relying on the memories granted to her by her aspect legacy to remember them, so there were plenty of outstanding candidates to choose from. Sadly, her reserves of essence were not endless, so she could not maintain the manifestation for too long. Depending on the being she was manifesting, the summoning could persist from a day to just several hours. After that, she had to spend days slowly recovering her spirit essence. Not all of the individuals she manifested were willing to cooperate either. In fact, most of them were not, at least during the first few summonings. Cassie had an unlimited number of opportunities to try convincing them, though only constrained by time and resource commitment. Sometimes, she managed to convince the legendary heroes of the past to share their knowledge. Sometimes, they proved to be too stubborn, prompting her to shift her focus to a different memory. There was, of course, a third option. She could simply force her way into their minds and reap all the knowledge she wanted there, leaving devastation in her wake. But Cassie chose not to abandon diplomacy in favor of violence and coercion, not only because of her values, but also because she was wary of eroding her moral boundaries, one act of tyranny at a time. Cassie was afraid to wake up one day and realize that she had become no different from torment. Even more than that, she was afraid of not even being capable of realizing what she had become. That was the curse of those who were demigods. At that level of power, identity ceased to be something one simply possessed and became a fragile resource that had to be meticulously guarded. It was too easy to lose oneself to power, to be corrupted by it, becoming something unrecognizable. So Cassie had to adhere to rules and principles she had formulated for herself, staying within the bounds of what she deemed right. Even then, her efforts had brought a wealth of new knowledge and skills to humanity. Most of the legendary figures she manifested were unwilling to share their secrets, but some were, and what they taught her was invaluable. Humanity had made a leap in its understanding of various mystical disciplines, especially runic sorcery and forging. There was a lot of knowledge that could have helped the human domain augment its civil engineering efforts in the dream realm, thus allowing more settlers to arrive across the realm boundary. But mostly, Cassie focused on learning knowledge tied to warfare. After all, humanity was swiftly barreling toward the apocalypse. Soon enough, the waking world was going to be destroyed, and all the citadel cities in the dream realm were going to be besieged by endless tides of nightmare creatures. Humanity had to use every opportunity there was to grow as strong as possible, as soon as possible. The secret knowledge Cassie delivered to the brightest minds of humanity, combined with the knowledge the river people shared with them freely, caused a quiet explosion of progress and innovation. Even though not many people realized it yet, there was a true scientific revolution happening behind the curtain. If sorcery and mysticism could be called science, of course. That mystical revolution was simply hidden behind a far more evident and widespread flood of innovation caused by the mass exodus from the waking world, with millions of people working day and night to rebuild civilization in the dire reaches of the dream realm. That was why various luminaries, sorcerers, scientists, and engineers had gathered in the ivory tower today, and why Inti of Mictlan was standing in the runic circle at the moment. As for the runic circle itself, its purpose was to protect the audience from the manifested legends of the past. After all, not all of those Cassis summoned responded well to finding themselves in an unfamiliar world, away from everything they knew, and to learning that they were not themselves, but instead a manifested memory of a long-dead person. Luckily, Inti of Mictlan seemed to be different, which was a great boon, since learning how to build the Asuras was an issue of great importance for the human domain. That secret alone could amplify its battle power twofold or even more, depending on how difficult they were to build. Hearing Cassie's request, he chuckled. "Are the Asuras? Why, you are correct in suggesting that I am a very curious man, dream goddess. However, you are mistaken if you think that it was I who created the Asuras. I merely perfected them." He shook his head with a wistful sigh. The Asuras were originally created by the Ash nomads, those few who traveled the Sea of Ash, hiding from the white abyss in its depths. Eventually, all their tribes and clans were wiped out, and the scattered survivors found shelter in Mictlan. My mother was of the Ash, so I inherited some knowledge from her, enough to understand the crude art of building the Asuras, at least, and develop an ambition to improve upon their design. Sunny listened to his words with interest, wondering if the Asuras could really be replicated. The ones he had fought were as powerful as great abominations, but that was because they had spent thousands of years being consumed by corruption. The original Asuras could not have been that powerful. But even if they allowed Awakened to wield the power of masters, or allow mundane people to wield the power of Awakened, that alone would be an inconceivable boon. Inti sighed. The original Asuras helped the Ash nomads survive in the Sea of Ash. They were golems that granted them power well beyond what they were supposed to possess. However, golems do not possess a soul, and they cannot wield the will, unlike all living things. So, how could a soulless golem help someone fight against the corrupted? Hidden in the shadows, Sunny nodded mentally. Humans possessed similar technologies, as well the MWPs, the powered suits of armor the military used. However, these war machines lost their effectiveness when facing nightmare creatures above the Awakened rank. Inti shook his head solemnly. The Ash nomads solved that problem in a crude but effective way: human sacrifice. They killed their own people and trapped the sacrificial spirits in the soulless stone. Their design was flawed since it could not be scaled, not without harming the collective power of Mictlan at least. So I endeavored to replace the sacrificial spirit with a living controller. Of course, that created its own problem, since the power of the Asura would only be as great as the will of the pilot, defeating the purpose. Unless, he continued the explanation, everyone gathered in the chamber listening to it with rapt attention. Sunny listened as well. Beyond the walls of the ivory tower, the sun was slowly rising above Bastion. And far away, a different sun was rising above the misty waters of the storm sea. Sunny was listening to someone there as well. Chapter 30, 21, Web. There were numerous citadels scattered across the storm sea, hidden in its eerie and unpredictable waters. Some had been ruled by the House of Night for decades. Some were conquered recently as a result of Mordred infiltrating the Great Clan in preparation for the Domain War. A year ago, one of them was ceded to the River People after they escaped the Tomb of Ariel, so that they had a home in the new and unfamiliar world Anank had brought them to. That citadel had been known as the Black Obelisk before. It was a gargantuan stone spire rising from the water and pointing at the sky as an accusing finger. In fact, it was a finger, a tip of one. If one dove deep into the turbulent waters and followed the obelisk into the depths of the storm sea, they would eventually discover that it connected to an immense hand carved from black stone, with four more fingers protruding from it at an angle. The structure was overgrown by enormous barnacles, seaweed, and algae, with myriad nightmare creatures nesting in the underwater jungle, but its form was still recognizable. That hand seemed like it belonged to a human, but there was something eerie and unnervingly wrong about it. And if one dove even further into the crushing darkness of extreme depths, they could trace the hand to the arm, eventually reaching the colossal head of the inconceivable statue. No one knew what its face looked like, though, because everyone who had dared to gaze upon it either died or went mad, eventually losing their lives to the agony of violent delirium. So people did not dive that deep near the black obelisk, and none of them had ever dived deeper than the hidden face of the drowned statue. The citadel itself was not very populous, considering that there was not a lot of surface here for people to live on. It was located close to the shores of the storm sea, though in relatively safe waters. Safe meant stable in the storm sea, having nothing to do with how many abominations inhabited the region. More importantly, it was the closest citadel to the estuary of the River of Tears, which made it an important way station for the ships traveling from the far reaches of the storm sea or from the east. So, the population of the Black Obelisk had been small and largely transient. That was how it had been before, at least. Today, the Black Obelisk was unrecognizable. Standing at its highest point, Sunny glanced down with a sense of wonder. Below him, a city sprawled above the waves. Bright sunlight poured from the azure sky, illuminating its vibrant expanse. The Black Obelisk was not black anymore, having turned entirely silver from the myriad strings of essence silk wrapped around it. Powerful cables of silk stretched outward from the silver spire, supporting vast platforms that swayed lightly on the water. These island ships were built from manifested essence, as well, supporting ornate residences, verdant gardens, and lush fields. Arched bridges connected them to each other, and myriad gondolas were moving in the channels between them. The streets were full of people, and on the outer edges of the floating city, new islands were being built by crews of busy workers. Dozens of graceful ships with silvery sails were moored to the long piers, and awakened warriors patrolled the waters around the city on swift boats or aquatic echoes. And all of it, the gardens, the fields, the people, emanated the sense of overflowing health and vitality. That was because everything in the floating city bore the blessing of its ruler, Anank of Weave. The Silk Weaver. That was the title the river people had given Anank after emerging from the Ark amulets and learning the story of how she carried them across eternity to the vast skies of a new world. As for the name of the city itself, after hearing it for the first time, Sunny was relieved to learn that his wasn't the most unsophisticated naming sense in the world. Come to think of it, the river people were quite straightforward with giving things names, as well: Weave, Verge, Twilight, Ark. The new city they had built in the storm sea was called Web. This was where most of the river people lived. There was also an enclave of them in the vast city at the estuary of the River of Tears that Moonville ruled, as well as a dozen crews scattered across the storm sea, helping people of the human domain expand the settlements surrounding other marine citadels. Now, a year after arriving in the Dream Realm, the river people were somewhat settled into their new lives. Still, there were myriad things that needed to be done, and it was going to take many years before they were truly accustomed to life outside the tomb of Ariel. It's a marvelous sight. Sunny was being sincere. Well, of course he was. He couldn't lie after all. Webb was quite tiny compared to the behemoths of human settlements like NQSC, Bastion, or Ravenheart. However, seeing it thrive tugged on his heartstrings. There was something about seeing the river people build a city that made Sunny feel like there was hope for all of them. It was a soothing feeling. Standing next to him, Anank smiled. It is, isn't it? She paused for a moment, then chuckled. Do you know, Lord Sunless, When we first began building this city, we almost built the houses of youth out of habit. It was only later that we realized that we would never need them again. People age differently in your world, after all. Sunny glanced at her, remained silent for a while, and then smiled darkly. This is not my world, Anank. He turned around to the radiant vista of the floating city and added in a neutral tone, "This is not my world yet." She nodded politely. After a few moments of silence, Anank added, "We still built a house of youth, though, as well as a house of parting. They serve a different purpose than in the tomb of Ariel, but, although the purpose is new, its essence is the same, like all other things in this new, peculiar world." Chapter 30:22, Outside Perspective. Sunny grimaced, glanced at the sun, and then took a step back to stand in the shadow. The storm sea was usually covered in mist and quite somber. Why did it have to be so bright every time he crawled out of the shadows to take a proper look at the growing city? "I see that the unfinished island ships survived the recent storm. That's good." Anank nodded. The river people know a lot about storms, and according to the people whom you call the House of Night, the storms here are much weaker than they are deeper into the sea, having exhausted all their fury. Sunny studied her for a moment, then said in a curious tone, "You seem to be adapting well. It has been a year since you and your people escaped the tomb of Ariel, hasn't it? So, how is it? What do you think about the world beyond its walls?" Anank hesitated for a bit. "It is a wondrous place, Lord Sunless." She paused for a moment and then added with a smile, "And incredibly bizarre. Things are easier for me since I had a long, long time to grow accustomed to the stillness of the great river, but my people have only known it for a short while, so it is difficult for them to adapt to the dream realm." Anank glanced at Sunny. "As for me personally, I am still a little stunned." He raised an eyebrow. "By what?" Anank lingered, choosing her words carefully. "By the scale of the vast world outside the walls of Ariel's tomb, and by the scope of your people as well." She shook her head. "I simply did not know that there could be that many people living in the world. Even at its peak, the population of the river people was merely a fraction of the inconceivable immensity of the war realm's population. All of my people can probably fit into one of those harrowing human hives in the place you call the siege capital, NQSC." Anank shivered. "NQSC, what a peculiar name. Visiting it shocked me the most, no doubt. Honestly, I was a bit terrified." Sunny let out a chuckle. "Terrified? What can terrify a supreme?" She shifted uncomfortably. "The solidity of it all. Nothing moves, nothing flows. There's no water anywhere, only solid ground, and an endless mass of metal looming over me. A suffocating number of people, too many of them to fathom, locked inside metal hives, hidden underground. Gods, for a moment I thought that I was in hell." Sunny glanced at her incredulously. "Hey, that was a respectable district close to the city center. You should have seen the place I grew up in. It's 10 times worse." Anank let out a nervous laugh. "The way you experience time is also very strange, Lord Sunless. I couldn't quite wrap my head around how a civilization can just exist, despite everyone knowing that time is slowly devouring them, no matter what they do and having no control over their lifespans. Bizarre, it's simply bizarre. Just thinking about it gave me a headache, not to mention that there's simply nothing above us, just a vast, boundless emptiness. That's a frightening thing to imagine." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "Well, now you know how I felt in the tomb of Ariel." She smiled. "And speaking of that." Anank reached into the folds of her nebulous mantle and produced a booklet printed on synthetic paper. On its cover, a few words were arranged into a neat title, "Exploration Report on Everything by Nobody." She glanced at it with a complicated expression. It felt really peculiar to read about the Great River and myself, despite having no memory of that version of me, of Weave being destroyed by a mad titan, the Serpent King ruling a great city. Life is sure full of surprises, especially when you are involved, my lord. Anank chuckled. Oh, but there were great things as well. I quite like the city you call Bastion, even if it is imposingly enormous. Then, the place called Ravenheart. That was the first time I saw snow. Snow is a lovely thing, Lord Sunless, and there is the Garden of Repose as well, truly a wondrous vessel, one worthy of carrying a god. Over the past year, Anank had visited several places, both in the dream realm and in the waking world. The latter repelled her with as much force as it did Sunny and Nephi's, but she still stayed for a few days, exploring the alloy jungle of NQSC and meeting various champions of the human domain. Her people, too, visited Earth with the help of the Saints of Night. They needed to establish tethers there, after all, to be able to travel between the worlds and rapidly relocate resources. It seemed that the river people did not have a good impression of the waking world, perceiving it in the same vein as its people would perceive a death zone. And who could blame them? Toxic air, overcrowded siege capitals, hordes of nightmare creatures wandering the desolate expanse of deadly wastelands. If Sunny had not been born on Earth, he would have seen it as some kind of hell too. Anank fell silent, lingered for a while, and then sighed. But mostly, it's exactly the same. Sunny frowned slightly. Exactly the same. She nodded. There might not be a defilement in the dream realm, but there are seeds of nightmare. People still live in fear of the corrupted, fighting a losing battle against them in order to survive. The future is bleak and terrifying, but everyone has blinded themselves to the truth, because that is the only way to live on without drowning in despair. She sighed. That was how it was in the tomb of Ariel, as well, shortly before the end. Anank remained silent for a moment, and then smiled faintly. But beneath all that despair, there is still hope, and people find the strength to live because that single ray of hope does not allow them to give up. She glanced at Sunny. My people did not give up, and because of that, they found salvation. I am sure that all of us will find salvation as well as long as we do not give up hope. Chapter 30:23, A New Student. Not long after, Sunny and Anank were in a spacious chamber, seated at a table. A beam of brilliant sunlight fell through a tall window, illuminating its weathered surface. There were several items laid out on the table, glistening in the light. A silver bell, an ordinary-looking rock, a beautiful glass bottle, a needle emanating a faint golden glow, a folded mantle woven out of sublime black silk, and a small lantern carved out of stone. They were, of course, Sunny's memories. Are you ready? Anank nodded, inhaled deeply, and then summoned a memory of her own. A black wooden mask obscured her enchanting face, replacing it with a ferocious visage of a snarling demon. It was Weaver's mask, a lesser replica of it that priests and priestesses of the nightmare spell had worn once, thousands of years ago. Anank had inherited it from her mother, and now Sunny had used his own skill as a sorcerer to modify its elegant weave. It had taken him a long while, and as a result, they were going to have their first lesson today. Sunny gestured to the silver bell. Can you see it? Anank peered at the small bell, deep darkness nestling in the eyes of her mask. But then, it seemed as if a faint glimmer of gold ignited in their depths. I do. Sunny smiled in satisfaction. The enchantment he had woven into Anank's mask served a simple purpose and was inspired by the "Where is my eye?" enchantment of the real Weaver's mask. It did not allow her to gaze upon the great tapestry of fate, but it did allow to see the intricate spellweave of memories. The purpose of the enchantment was simple, but the enchantment itself was anything but. There was a reason why it had taken Sunny close to a year to successfully implement it, after all. Granting people abilities similar to his own was not easy. In the past year, Sunny had spent countless hours trying to create an enchantment that would allow others to see spellweaves, but all his attempts ended in failure. Over and over and over again, months spent in researching and experimenting with no result at all. In the end, he had to change his approach entirely in order to succeed. and in the process, elevate his own mastery of weaving further by accident. The minor breakthrough Sunny has made expanded on the principles he had already known, but never considered deeply. Funnily enough, it had nothing to do with creating a spell weave. Instead, it concerned the materials from which the memory was made. He knew, of course, that only materials of sublime quality could sustain the burden of powerful enchantments. One needed something like blessed steel to forge a transcendent blade, for example. Mundane alloy would simply crumble under the strain of potent sorcery. He also knew that materials had innate qualities that responded well to certain kinds of enchantments and were inefficient with the rest. One could make a lethally sharp wooden sword with a bit of effort, for example, but forging it out of metal would be far more effective. By exploring this relationship further, Sunny discovered that there were enchantments that required highly specific kinds of mediums to take hold, refusing to function with any other. And in the case of the enchantment that could grant someone the ability to see spellweave, there simply did not seem to exist a medium like that. That was what Sunny had thought, at least, before taking a look at Anank's mask. After studying it for a while, he was surprised to discover that it was highly suitable to serve as a medium for the enchantment he had in mind. So suitable, in fact, that it almost seemed as if the mask had been created for that exact purpose. He even found sections of its spellweave that were designed to serve as a foundation for an additional enchantment, the potential shape of which was very close to his own design. It made sense, really. Sunny knew that there had been weavers among the priests of the nightmare spell, even if only a few. They had to have a means of perceiving spellweaves, so he theorized that those with talent for weaver's sorcery were granted special kinds of masks that allowed them to do just that. It was just that Anank's mask was not one of those. It hadn't been, rather, until Sunny completed the enchantment. And so, Anank gained the ability to perceive spellweaves. That was only one requirement for becoming a weaver. The second was the ability to touch and manipulate essence strings. Sunny suspected that those who practiced weaver's sorcery in the ancient past possessed tools that allowed them to do that, but Anank didn't need any. Her aspect already allowed her to both create and manipulate essence silk, which could be turned into essence strings with just a little bit of practice. Therefore, Sunny was excited to know that there would be a second weaver in the world soon, if everything went well. He pointed to the silver bell. This is the first memory I received, and the first one I modified as well. Its weave is relatively simple. He pointed to the shadow lantern next. Compare it to a divine memory. This one's weave is almost infinitely complex. Even I can't fathom it, let alone replicate it. So, one would think that starting to study sorcery with the silver bell as the example would be a smart decision. Sunny chuckled. But they would be wrong. Only a fool would start with the silver bell, like I did, unless they had no other choice. Because even if it is a weak and simple memory, it is still a memory created by the nightmare spell. And the nightmare spell is the greatest weaver in existence. There is infinite skill hidden in the deceptive simplicity of its designs. He shook his head and smiled, then pointed to the folded mantle. No, if one really wanted to understand weaving, they would start with this, because, unlike the silver bell, this memory was created by a mortal. Chapter 30:24, Weaving 101. Sunny leaned back and sighed. But let us not rush to studying spellweaves. First, we need to define the terms. What is a memory, for example? Well, the answer seems to be simple. He gestured to the items displayed on the table. A memory is a magical item created with the help of weaving, but that is not entirely correct, because while all memories are woven, not all woven items are memories. I once enchanted an entire mountain, for example, but that did not make it a memory. Anank tilted her head a little. You've enchanted a mountain, Lord S. Unless. He nodded. As with most of my incredible feats, it was done out of desperation. I had to fight a cursed nightmare creature, you see, as well as its pack of great abominations. So I enchanted a mountain to absorb the impact of the cursed one's blows and then blew it up. Ah, the detonation was quite spectacular. Sunny remembered his short tenure as an academy lecturer as he continued. But let's not get distracted. What is a memory? A memory is a woven artifact imbued with a number of specific rudimentary enchantments, one that allows it to be stored within the soul of its master in the form of essence, one that allows it to be reassembled from essence into matter, one that allows it to repair itself when dismissed, and a few more. A combination of these rudimentary enchantments constitutes a memory, and by memorizing their patterns, you will be able to create memories of your own. Sunny rubbed his neck. The first memory I created was a slave collar. I lost my head as a result, but hey, it worked. He paused for a moment and then added in a somber tone. These foundational enchantments, I call them rudimentary, but of course they are anything but. Storing items within the soul is something that only Supremes can do, and yet memories grant that ability to all awakened. Turning soul essence into matter, well, I don't have to explain how stunning that power is to you. Infinite self-repair is an astonishing quality as well. In short, the fundamental enchantments that make memories what they are staggering from the point of view of sorcery. Anank nodded. Indeed, that was why the nightmare spell was so alluring to many in the era of the Doom War. Being able to wield memories was a great advantage to all people back then. Sunny was inclined to agree. Creating such powerful enchantments and making their spellweave so simple that even an untrained awakened like me could replicate them. That is a level of skill in creating sorcery that even I can't imagine. Which leads me to believe that it was Weaver's own design. The nightmare spell merely inherited the principles Weaver had instilled into it. He sighed. The problem, of course, is that Weaver was obsessed with secrets and knowledge. They believed that knowledge was power and therefore surrounded themselves with countless lies. That devious demon never shared what they knew, so naturally, they never bothered to make their personal sorcery accessible to everyone, unlike Hope, who bestowed writing and runic sorcery to all people. Sunny scratched the tip of his nose. The only weavers of the past eras were those who received the ability to perceive, manipulate, and create spellweaves from the demon of fate. We don't know how they received that power, so we'll have to invent our own ways. He looked at Anank and smiled. That mask of yours, coupled with your aspect, is already a good start. You possess all the tools to master weaving now. All that remains is to accumulate knowledge and skill. He pushed the folded mantle closer to her. So let's start with this. First, you will need to develop a sense of where the distinct patterns of the spellweave are and how they are connected to each other. The lesson continued. Anank was an amazing student, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. Well, it was no surprise. She was a demigod after all, so concepts that took Sunny years to comprehend and master were like a light appetizer for her supreme mind. Additionally, Anank possessed an innate affinity to weaving due to her aspect. In fact, she was a born sorcerer. It was just that the inaccessible nature of weaving had prevented her from ever mastering its art. So the lesson progressed swiftly. By the end of it, she was already capable of turning mundane items into memories. Sunny pushes a small object, a pebble of manifested shadows, toward her, placing a dormant soul shard nearby. Now we will move to practice. You will have to recreate the basic pattern of the summoning enchantment, anchor it in this soul shard, and then fuse it into this pebble. But first, you will have to create essence strings. Try to manifest a string of essence silk, but stop just shy of turning it into solid matter. As Anank tentatively attempted to follow his instructions, Sunny could not help but imagine the future. He had no doubt that Anank would become a proficient sorcerer soon. He also believed that she would take pupils of her own one day, finding a way to share her newly granted ability to perceive spellweaves with them. So would there be dozens of weavers walking the vast expanse of the dream realm one day, perfecting each other's craft, competing, sharing ideas. It was a nice thing to imagine. Sunny liked the idea of not being the lone weaver in existence. Not only would it potentially lead to his own improvement as a sorcerer, but it would also boost the power of humanity, no doubt. He smiled. Ah, the future is bright. There was not a lot of the future left, considering that the world was ending, but the little time they still had was bound to be bright. Just like the storm sea was bright today, ready to fall back into the embrace of twilight. Enjoying the time he got to spend with Anank, Sunny allowed his mind to wander and focused on a different incarnation. That one was enjoying life as well. Chapter 30, 25, True Peace. Back in Bastion, one of Sunny's incarnations was listening to the conversation between Cassie and the forgotten saint of Mictlan, Inti. There were two more avatars of Sunny in Bastion, though one of them was with Nephis, while the other had just delivered Rain and her cohort to the Ivory Island. Their minds had to be cleansed of the remnant traces of the plague, if there were any, but they could not meet Cassie at the moment. All they could do was make themselves comfortable and wait. That did not mean that Sunny had to wait with them, though, so he quietly sneaked away and returned to the city below, eventually finding his way to the quiet street where the brilliant emporium once stood. The cozy brick cottage was gone, yet the land where it had once stood was still vacant, facing the glistening lake. The owner was officially dead, but Aiko had managed to purchase the deed to the land under a false identity, so it still belonged to Sunny. Since the empty lot was private and secluded, he liked to come here from time to rest his weary mind and relax. Now, too, Sunny sprawled on the grass, hidden from view by the slope of the shore and the shadows of tall trees. All of his other incarnations were busy conversing with people or performing important tasks, but this one had an opportunity to do something truly incredible. To do nothing. Enjoying the wonderful feeling of being absolutely useless, Sunny spent some time in solitude. The warm breeze, the murmur of water, the rustle of leaves, and the hum of the city in the distance washed over him like a gentle tide, making him feel at peace. 1/7 of him was at peace, at least, and that was already enough. Slowly, he cast his shadow sense outward, allowing his consciousness to dissolve in the endless movements of the city. He could feel countless people around him, all rushing to live their lives, men and women, mundane and awakened, old and young. Absorbed by the titanic kaleidoscope of their existence, Sunny felt his own self disappearing for a short while, and that was a sense of peace that no mundane feeling could compare to. This was true peace, the peace of non-existence. These days, that was more or less the only thing that made Sunny feel truly relaxed, removed from all his worries and duties. Being a demigod, he required a special kind of downtime. I wonder when I'll get some time to myself again. Probably only after the end of the world. Sprawled on the grass, Sunny smiled. He spent a long time enjoying the nothingness of it all. Eventually, however, a couple of the shadows he felt in the city reminded him that there were still things he had to do. With a sigh, Sunny rose from the grass, dusted himself off, and stepped into the shadows. He exited them in the private study of a manor that stood within the inner circle of the castle's walls. Sunlight poured through a tall window, and a woman was standing in front of it, her silhouette contoured by the light. Sensing his presence, she turned around and pierced him with a stern gaze. The woman was wearing jeans and a white t-shirt, her hair like a cascade of liquid gold. She studied him for a few moments and then acknowledged him with a curt nod. Sunless. It was, of course, Sky Tide, the ruler of the Chained Island and the matriarch of the White Feather clan. Sunny stared at her with wide eyes for a moment, which prompted her to frown. He coughed. Sorry, I think it's my first time seeing you in casual clothes, Saint Tyrus. I need time to adjust. Her frown deepened, and she scoffed. I'm pretty sure that you saw me half dead and wearing nothing but a hospital gown in Antarctica, so there's no need for that reaction. Sunny cleared his throat. Well, yes, that's true as well. Tyrus was one of the few saints of the human domain who knew that Sunny was still alive. However, it was not because Sunny had revealed himself to her on purpose. A year ago, he had thought long and hard about whom to contact. Sky Tide and Roan were high up on the list, but in the end, he decided against approaching them. He liked the Saints of White Feather quite a bit, but there was simply no practical reason for them to know that the Lord of Shadows still walked the world. He could continue to like them from a distance, even if that would make him feel wistful from time to time. So Sunny had kept the fact of his continuous existence a secret from Tyrus and Roan. It was just that Tyrus had other ideas. After her daughter disappeared into a nightmare gate with a cohort of awakened from outside the White Feather clan, Tyrus naturally wanted to know more about who these people were. A routine background check would not have revealed anything, since their public identities were forged quite thoroughly. Sky Tide turned out to be more thorough, though. She did something that no one else had been able to do yet. She uncovered the existence of the Shadow Clan. So one day, Sunny had to hurry to a dark alley in NQSC, where one of his agents was being strangled as Sky Tide calmly asked him questions, holding him in the air with one hand. Needless to say, his reunion with Saint Tyrus was not quite as sentimental as he had imagined, but very memorable nevertheless. The Shadow Clan had to rework its entirely covert procedure as a result. Tyrus studied Sunny for a while, her already stern gaze turning colder and colder by the moment. In the end, she asked, "So what is it this time? Did someone awaken a slumbering titan near the Chained Islands? A swarm of cursed beasts barreling toward Bastion as we speak? A resurgence of the plague threatening to destroy NQSC?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. What would make you think? Actually, never mind. But I must say, I'm a little hurt. It's like you're insinuating that I only come to see you when something has gone horribly wrong. Tyrus gave him a dubious glance. Sunny shifted uncomfortably under her gaze and then smiled. "Well, it hasn't this time. I bring good news instead. Congratulations, there is a new master in the White Feather clan. Tell is back from the nightmare, safe and sound. Her return will be announced officially after she meets Cassie." Tyrus stared at him for a few moments, then looked down and let out a quiet sigh. After that, she straightened and headed for the door. "I'll go get Roan's." Just before leaving the room, she paused for a moment, then pointed to a cabinet behind her desk. "You get the glasses and the bottle." Sunny grinned. That sounded quite enticing. Chapter 30:26, all over again. Sometime later, Sunny left the Bastion Manor of the White Feather clan in lifted spirits. It felt good to be the bearer of good news for once. Perhaps I do only speak with Tyrus when something awful has happened. Sunny pondered his habits for a few moments. But then he couldn't quite imagine just visiting Sky Tide casually. A social call to Sky Tide, how would that even look like? Sunny remained motionless for a while, then shook his head and continued walking. "Plus, it's awkward because everyone else thinks I'm dead." Being both dead and a demigod limited Sunny's opportunities to socialize quite a bit. On the bright side, that only made him appreciate the few relationships he did have so much more. And speaking of those, the speech was going to start soon, so he had to hurry. Reaching a deep shadow cast onto the ground by the wall of the castle, Sunny stepped into it and emerged in the corridor of a tall building that stood in one of the lakeshore neighborhoods of Bastion. He knocked on it, waited for a bit, and knocked once more. A moment later, a familiar voice resounded from behind the door. "Come in." Sunny walked inside and smiled. "I was in Bastion, so I decided to pay a visit." There was an old man with disheveled hair and eyebrows that seemed to have a life of their own inside the room. He glanced at him and grinned. "Sunny, my boy." Then he froze for a moment, covered his mouth, and whispered, "Oh, I'm sorry, Sunny, my boy." Closing the door behind him, Sunny chuckled. "Thank you for your understanding, Teacher Julius." Julius was one of the few people Sunny had revealed himself to after returning from the tomb of Ariel. Back then, the moment he walked through the door, the old man joyfully welcomed him in this exact manner. He did not seem shocked, by the fact that one of his students had magically risen from the dead at all. In fact, Sunny had been a little disappointed back then. Looking at the old man, he hesitated for a moment and then asked, "You don't seem surprised to see me, teacher." Julius chuckled. "I might be old, but I am not feeble-minded yet." With that, he opened a drawer and pulled out a copy of the exploration report on everything. The old man patted its cover lovingly. "Sonny, do you know how people sometimes say that they would want nothing more than to forget a book they love, just to be able to read it for the first time all over again? Well, who could have known that it would actually happen to me?" He chuckled. "The first few weeks after my memory was wiped and everyone else's were quite hectic, but then I discovered this paper and, by the dead gods, it was like I turned into a little kid again, having received the best gift of my life. Not only was the paper riveting, but I also couldn't help but recognize my own students' writing style. Each true explorer has their own approach, you know." Julius shook his head and pulled something else from the drawer. It was a familiar-looking letter. "And then I found this. You almost made this old man cry, Sonny." He looked at the letter for a while, then put it down. "To think that when we met, you could barely write." Sonny frowned. "What are you talking about, teacher? I was perfectly literate, thank you very much. The fact that I wasn't fluent in a bunch of dead languages does not mean that I couldn't write." Julius waved a hand and turned back to the exploration report once more. "And now the river people are actually back. Real natives of the dream realm, Sonny. Do you even understand? Well, of course you do. You had something to do with them emerging from the tomb of Ariel, I bet." He laughed. "As expected of my student." Sonny shook his head and sat down, pointing to the exploration report with a wry smile. "You don't even know the half of it, teacher. I did not remain idle after writing that, you know. In fact, I spent a bit of time in an actual pre-dark times society, reached the bottom of the storm sea and raided. Explored a mystical city built by the demon of repose, conversed with not one, but two supremes from the ancient past of the dream realm, found the original seed of nightmare, got robbed by a terror who had once stolen Weaver's eye." He paused for a moment. "Oh, and I also met the wandering Archon. Granted, we didn't get a chance to speak." Sonny fell silent, remained silent for a while, and then grinned. "So, how many contribution points do you think we can get?" That was almost a year ago, and today, Teacher Julius was finishing the work on the annotated commentary and addendum to the exploration report of everything. In the free time he had left after fulfilling his duties as the architect of the new education system, tutoring little Ling, and being one of the people responsible for diplomatic relations with the river people. The old man liked to stay busy, it seemed. Sonny sat down and glanced around, trying to guess what Teacher Julius was working on now. "Are you not going to see the speech today?" Julius chuckled. "Of course I am going. It is a historic event, after all, quite possibly one of the last few historic events we have left. However, there are too many people in Bastion, and too few of them can get close enough to Lady Nephis to make the experience memorable. So in a short while, I will depart for the waking world and listen to the speech on the screen of my communicator. That will be far more convenient." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "Surely you could get a good spot if you wanted to, considering your status." Teacher Julius smiled. "These old bones are more comfortable on my sofa at the Awakened Academy. Let the young and the restless compete for a glimpse at the shining goddess of humanity. I'd rather surrender my spot to them." He paused for a moment and chuckled. "Plus, I have an audience with Lady Nephis in a week, so why would I compete at all?" Then Teacher Julius gave Sonny a wry look and asked, "But did you really just happen to come by, Sonny, or was there something you wanted?" Sonny sighed. "Oh well, actually, I have something for you." When he produced a printed booklet and handed it to Julius, the old man's eyes lit up. "You did it." There was a title on the booklet as well, reading, "Observations on the Frozen Wasteland, in short. It's really cold, By Soul Reaper Jet, no one can survive there anyway, so why am I wasting my time on this? Teacher Julius glanced at the booklet, a wide smile appearing on his face. I knew that if there was anyone who could convince that murderous woman, it was you. Well done, my boy. Sunny shrugged. You are welcome, and yes, she did indeed discover where the Hollow Mountains end, which disproved the universal world wall theory posed by. The two of them dove into a lively discussion, losing track of time. So before they knew it, Teacher Julius had to depart for the gateway. And Sunny had to focus his attention elsewhere. Chapter 30:27, Sudden Realization. In a brightly lit chamber in the main keep of Mirage Castle, Nephi stood alone, surrounded by marble and lavish tapestries. The marble was white, the tapestries were white, as well, embroidered gorgeously with golden thread. The sheer curtains woven out of finest silk chiffon billowed in the wind like the wings of a celestial creature. Nephi was looking at the floor, her expression placid. She remained motionless for a few seconds, then sighed deeply and glanced up. Sunny rose from her shadow, walked over to one of the walls, and leaned on it with his arms crossed. Nervous. Nephi's would have looked like the epitome of composure to anyone else, but he could tell that she was uncomfortable. Large crows and public speaking were not exactly her element, after all. The vast tea crowd gathered outside was waiting to behold the goddess of humanity, enthralled by her lofty image. However, none of them could imagine that their goddess was actually feeling anxious and uncomfortable at the prospect of appearing in front of so many people. Nephi glanced at Sunny, hesitated for a moment, and then shrugged. A little, she sighed. It's funny, isn't it? I think I'd feel far more at ease facing a horde of powerful abominations as opposed to a crowd of people. I am a supreme now, and yet, in moments like this, I feel no different from how I felt as a young and inexperienced, ignorant youth. Sunny smiled. I wouldn't say that it is funny, possibly a little bit amusing. He shook his head and added in a reassuring tone. There's this trick I learned from Effie. When you're out there, in front of all those people, just imagine that all of them are. He felt silent for a moment. The conventional wisdom suggested that one should imagine the audience naked in order to overcome stage fright, but when Sunny thought about it, it was actually awful advice. If he did something like that, he would feel disturbed and flustered instead of calm, not to mention that going around imagining what random people looked like under their clothes was something only perverts did. Plus, that was Nephi's he was talking about. She wouldn't be disturbed or flustered. At best, she would be completely indifferent. At worst, she would start wondering why all these people were naked, and if more resources needed to be allocated to developing a more robust textile industry in the dream realm. Sunny cleared his throat. Just imagine that all of them are nightmare creatures. Nephid tilted her head, then nodded. Thank you, actually, that helped. Sunny opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, there was a knock on the door. That was the attendants informing Nephi's that her entrance was only a few minutes away. With a sigh, she walked over to the door and stopped near it. Then Nephi's glanced to the side at one of the gorgeous tapestries adorning the wall. Her expression shifted faintly. Eventually, she raised a hand and ran it across the surface of the tapestries. When did they change it? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Change what? Nephi's gestured vaguely to the surrounding chamber. The tapestries, the curtains, everything here used to be vermilion before, the color of clan valor. She studied the delicate embroidery for a while, then turned away. Someone had to commission all these and refurbish the decor of the entire main keep, of the entire castle, and I don't even know who it was and when it happened. A pale smile appeared on Neff's lips. Goes to show how vast and immense the human domain is, I guess. It's bigger than you and me, at least. Sunny sighed, pushed himself off the wall, and walked behind her. Placing his hands on her shoulders, He massaged them gently. It is, and now you need to address that immense domain of yours. Relax. I'll cook you something delicious when you're done. We can even sneak away to have a picnic. Nephise smiled. A picnic, that sounds nice. She sighed and then put her hand on the door, ready to push it open. Then, however, she halted. A few seconds passed in silence, and then Nephise said slowly, "Remembrance Day." Her voice sounded a little distant. Sonny folded his hands behind him. "What about it?" Nephise shook her head. "No, I was thinking about that name, Remembrance Day, so I glanced back to remember as well, and then it hit me." She exhaled slowly. "They are dead, all three of them. Asta Songvale, they are gone now." She stared at the door, an aloof expression on her face. I did not stop to consider that until now. It never even crossed my mind. All my life, I survived in defiance of them, so much so that myself became defined in opposition to theirs. And now that they are gone, I have forgotten to acknowledge that fact. Nephise closed her eyes for a moment and then said, "It feels like the end of something profound, the end of an era." Sonny remained silent for a moment. Then he spoke in a candid tone. "Listen, I hate to be that guy, but technically, the Dreamspawn is not dead. He's still around, albeit sealed away for all eternity." Nephise laughed quietly. "Right, how could I forget?" With that, she pushed the doors open and walked outside. Sonny collapsed into a shadow and glided across the marble floor as well, hiding in hers. Together, they entered a stone tribune that loomed above a vast courtyard, extending into it like a vast spearhead. The courtyard was flooded with innumerable people, the crowd spilling onto the lower levels of the castle, all the way to the shores of the Mirror Lake. The crowd roared in excitement, welcoming Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan to the stage. Nephise smiled, stared at the crowd for a short while, and then raised a H. "And people of the human domain." Chapter 30:28 Remembrance Day. Silenced by Neff's raised hand, the roaring crowd grew quiet. An atmosphere of reverence and anticipation suffused the air, countless people looking at the luminous figure that stood in the pouring sunlight above them. Neffs inhaled deeply and then spoke. "People of the Homan domain, I am Nephise of the Immortal Flame clan. I am Changing Star, daughter of Broken Sword and Smile of Heaven. My grandfather is long dead, my parents are gone, and my clan lies in ruin. Yet I still stand in front of you, unbroken. The edge of my sword is still sharp, and the flames of my soul are still burning. I have not bowed my head in the face of terror and annihilation." She gazed at the sea of people below, white flames dancing in her eyes, washed over by the overwhelming intensity of their myriad desires. "Humanity, all of you, is much the same. We have endured so much, we have lost so much, and we have overcome so much. And even as the terrifying forces of the hostile universe converge to destroy us, we do not bow our heads. We stand unbroken, burning with the righteous flame, the flame of desire, the desire to live, the desire to thrive, the desire to triumph over the cruel world that would see us gone." Nephise paused for a moment, her voice growing solemn. "Today is Remembrance Day. A year ago, we found salvation from a dire threat in the embrace of a terrible tragedy. Many lives were lost, and countless dreams were snuffed out, sacrificed on the bloody altar of survival. Today, we remember all that we've lost. But that is not all we must remember. We must remember more, the things that were lost, the things that were gained. We must remember it all." Nephise raised her head slightly, speaking in a clear, resonant tone. She was not shouting, but the vast crowd below could make out each word. In fact, those who had not been able to make it to the courtyard in front of the main keep could hear her clearly too. That was because Nephise had used shaping to make her voice be heard across the entire castle, easily reaching even those people who stood on its outer walls. She spoke. 57 years ago, the seeds of corruption bloomed for the first time in our world, bringing the nightmare spell with it. Back then, Earth was already dying, ravaged by the great wars and disasters brought about by our ancestors. Humanity had just regained a state of balance, and having learned the bitter lessons of the past, was slowly building a new, harmonious world from the ashes of the old one. But what we met instead was bloodshed on an unimaginable scale. Countless people fell victim to the horrors of the first nightmare, and more people still were slaughtered by the tide of nightmare creatures. The fragile balance that allowed humanity to persist was broken, and it faced extinction. Nephis paused, her voice reverberating above the mirror lake. People were looking at her, entranced by the radiant visage of the living goddess and by the dark truth contained within the words she spoke, as if experiencing the horrors of that distant time with her. But we did not go extinct. Instead, the valiant awakened of the first generation, and all those who supported them rose to the occasion, pushing back against the encroaching nightmare and mastering the very same power that had brought the world to its knees. They endured, they overcame, they triumphed. But most importantly, they learned, they remembered. That was why, when the forces of corruption grew more powerful and the nightmare gates opened to bring terrifying abominations unlike anything the awakened had faced before to Earth, they did not falter. They aimed their swords at the nightmare creatures, challenged the seeds of nightmare, and became ascended. A hint of sorrow found its way into her clear voice. Even when America fell to the dread of a great gate, humans did not succumb to hopelessness and despair. Raised by the stalwart warriors of the first generation, the awakened of the second generation took up the torch of humanity and chased the darkness away. They protected the human strongholds on Earth while launching daring crusades to subjugate the dreadful expanse of the dream realm. They built settlements in that dire new world and conquered the third nightmare to become saints. They even rose to the throne of supremacy, acquiring power that no human of the waking world had ever possessed before. And that power corrupted them. Neff's voice grew colder, and her expression turned harsh. She sighed deeply. They cowered in front of the nightmare spell, forgetting their duty. But their fall became a lesson to us all, as well. And so, by the time the third generation of awakened rose to prominence, holding up the banner of humanity, we knew how to avoid sharing in their ghastly fate. We faced the chain of nightmares and survived. We faced the Skinwalker and survived. We faced the war in Godgrave and survived. And we have survived the tragedy that stole numerous lives from us a year ago as well. Myriad perils, countless nightmare creatures, the lethal undercurrents of the world were unaware of humanity had faced it all, and only grew stronger as a result. Her voice rose slightly, brimming with a powerful emotion. Or perhaps simply with power. Today we are the strongest we have ever been. There are more awakened than there have ever been, more masters than there have ever been, more saints than there have ever been, and their number continues to grow every day. We know more than ever before and are capable of doing more than we ever could. Humanity is protected by many brave warriors, and those warriors are supported by countless valiant people, by all of you. And so. She fell silent for a moment, looking at the people below with scathing intensity. Today, above all else, I want you to remember one truth. Yes, the perils we face today are more dire than ever before. Yes, our world is being slowly devoured by the dream realm, and what lies ahead of us is more dire than anything our forefathers experienced. But humanity has never given up. Humanity has never lost its fighting spirit. We have already overcome countless challenges, drowning the dream realm in the blood of our enemies. People say that the world is ending. A world is ending, no doubt, but even when it ends, humanity will remain. She leaned forward, placing her hands on the parapet, and smiled. If more powerful abominations come, we will destroy them. If perils more terrifying than anything we have experienced before reveal themselves, we will conquer them. If fallen gods of the ancient past rise from the darkness to consume us, then we will kill the gods. Remember, that is what I, Nephis of immortal flame, promise you. And as if ignited by her words, the flames of desire burning in the souls of people below ignited with a newfound ferocity. They blazed with blinding light and incinerating heat, fusing into a sea of radiant fire. The crowd roared, infused by the desire to thrive, to triumph, to live. Chapter 30:20 Nine Scouting Expedition. On a bright day in Bastion, Nephise was promising her people that humanity would survive no matter what peril descended upon the world. And somewhere else, under the night sky, Sunny was facing the impending apocalypse, knowing that it had already begun. His expression was grim. His last, seventh incarnation was far away from Bastion. It had set out on a scouting expedition a long while ago, stealthily moving past the chain of barrows, north of the forgotten shore, and delving into the burned forest. Sunny wanted to scout the charred remains of the Heart Realm for traces of the thieving bird, hoping to dispel the feeling of unease that plagued him because of the knowledge that a mad sacred terror was out there, somewhere, doing God's knew what. The southern reaches of the burned forest were supposed to be empty, since Sunny had eradicated most of the black millipedes and chased the rest of them deeper into the charred tangle. And it was, indeed, except for the fact that he had found traces of the Barrow Wraith hunting parties having passed there some time ago. Sadly, there was no sign of the thieving bird anywhere he searched. There was no sign of the citadel it had stolen, either. It was as if the whole thing had simply vanished into thin air, leaving no clue as to where it was. Sunny did not even remember what the citadel looked like, let alone where it was located, since that knowledge as well had been stolen from his head. However, he could calculate its locations with a high level of precision by going over his memories of the campaign against the black millipedes. His calculations were undoubtedly correct, but he still failed to find the citadel. Instead, he found a vast hollow space beneath the charred tangle where the citadel was supposed to stand, but didn't. So Sunny could only conclude that the thieving bird had come to the burned forest at some point after escaping the tomb of Ariel and dragged the entire citadel away. Perhaps it had stolen the very space the citadel occupied, replacing it with emptiness. In any case, he was at a dead end. That vile thing is bound to reveal itself sooner or later. That was a certainty. The only uncertain thing was how disastrous the thieving bird's emergence would be for humanity. After failing to accomplish his self-imposed mission, Sunny had three choices as to what to do next. He could return to the forgotten shore, abandoning the scouting expedition. He could venture deeper into the burned forest, exploring the inner reaches of the vast region that he had not dared to explore before. Or he could continue heading north while staying on the periphery of the burned forest, hoping to find traces of the thieving bird there. What a choice! Sunny did not want to return. And yet, as for venturing into the depths of the burned forest, he was wary of doing that before, and he was still wary of it now. Nobody knew what kind of horrors dwelled in the burned heart of the former Heart Realm, and he did not want to risk stirring them without a good reason. Sunny was not ready to face unholy abominations yet. So he chose the third option. Leaving the southern reaches of the burned forest behind, Sunny continued to move north. Eventually, he reached the edges of the territories that had been ruled by the black millipede queens once and entered the northern outskirts of the charred wasteland, where there were still plenty of nightmare creatures around, some of them terrifying enough to threaten even his existence. If he revealed himself to fight one, more would arrive to join the frenzied battle against a supreme soul burning with the flame of divinity. Sunny would have to carve his way through the burned forest, soaking the charred wood in blood. Perhaps he would survive it. Perhaps one of his incarnations would be destroyed. Alternatively, he would end up bogged down by another lengthy campaign. Regardless, his scouting mission would become impossible to continue. So he stayed hidden in the shadows and slowly made his way north, not too different from how he had traveled as a saint. The northern reaches of the burned forest were different from the south. There was no single tribe of nightmare creatures like the black millipedes that ruled these lands, and instead, countless solitary nightmare creatures or small packs of them prowled the charred tangle, building hidden nests in its depths. To Sunny's surprise, he discovered signs of extensive battles that had happened recently in the north, far more than he had seen in the past. Countless charred trunks lay shattered and broken, creating isolated islands of devastation, and enormous carcasses sometimes revealed themselves in the ashen depths, butchered and flayed. He discovered more eerie sights, as well, bloody bestial skulls hoisted on blackened poles, strange signs arranged on the ground from broken bones, fresh embers that remained where great pyres seemed to have burned recently. The whole burned forest was on the move, disturbed by some unknown menace. Eventually, Sunny made it out of the burned forest. He continued north, walking across a frozen ocean, and made it to the distant shore, the shore he knew too well. There he found the ruins of Low 49 once more. Only they were very different this time. As he saw the familiar dome of the lunar observatory, his mind was assaulted by a subtle whisper. Sunny frowned, entered the research facility, and made his way to the center of the settlement. And there, surrounded by ice and snow, a seed of nightmare pulsed with appalling darkness, emanating waves of the call like a malignant tumor on the fabric of the world. It looked smaller than the seeds Sunny had seen before, as if it had only been born recently, but its nature was unmistakable. Sunny stared at the seed for a long while, frowning slightly. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end,
Chapter 3066, Dark Splendor. Sunny could not get used to how small and bleak his world had become without Shadow Sense, feeling exposed and uncomfortable. As they drew near the ruins, he could not tell if something was hiding behind the old stone or if danger was lying in wait. All he could tell was that the air seemed colder here and that it smelled of water. The quiet sounds in the distance told him that the river they had been searching for was close. To reach it, however, they would have to traverse the ruins and face any potential peril that hid there. Sunny glanced at Nephi's briefly, then grimaced and continued walking forward. The two of them caught up with Saint, who entered the ruins first. The settlement where the stone saints had dwelled sprawled around them, desolate and empty. They had been created by Nether, a great artisan among the demons, so their dwellings were built with stellar craftsmanship as well. Constructed from dark stone, the settlement had endured the end of the world and eons of desolation well. The buildings were tall and magnificent, imposing in their solemn beauty. Their facades were adorned with intricate decorations, sweeping colonnades and beautiful rotundas standing upon pools of black water. It must have been a place of dark splendor once. But now, it was all hollow and pointless, devoid of movement and life. The streets were drowning in dust. The walls of the building were covered by fractures and deep cracks. The reliefs and decorations had been eroded by the passage of time, and some of the dwellings had crumbled. The recent rain of shattered stone had caused more devastation, damaging many buildings and causing some of them to collapse. Saint seemed to know her way around, navigating the wide streets with measured, confident steps. Sunny gave her a curious look. He had rarely considered her life before the two of them met on the forgotten shore. Back then, Saint and her kin had already succumbed to corruption, guarding a square in the dark city against other nightmare creatures. In the end, an especially fierce clash ended their profane existence and allowed Sunny to slay the original Saint and make her a shadow. But now that he thought about it, how exactly had a war party of stone saints ended up on the forgotten shore? Had they been sent there by the demon of destiny during the war against the gods, ordered to guard the mortal realm that bordered the underworld? Or had they come there later, after the gods perished and their homeland was consumed by a flood of corruption? Sunny was more or less convinced that one of the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Stranger, the Stranger, had been one of Nether's children, and a powerful one at that. Had Saint been one of his soldiers? There was no answer. Saint herself might remember, even if the memories of her past life were no more than a distant dream now that she had died and become a shadow. But she was not very talkative, to say the least. Outside the great mirror, that was. In any case, she might have been to this settlement once, a long time ago. This could have been her home, even, albeit Sunny doubted that. If it were, she would have probably shown more of a reaction. As the three of them drew close to the central square of the ruined settlement, Nephi's shifted slightly and looked ahead. There are nightmare creatures nearby. Her voice was even, but hid a hint of wariness. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "How do you know?" She lingered for a moment before answering. "I can sense their corruption." Her sensitivity to the presence of nightmare creatures seemed to have become greater after she mastered the knowledge of corruption. Nightmare creatures. At this point, encountering a nightmare creature was almost a relief. Nightmare creatures were often terrifying and deadly opponents, and those who dwelled in the underworld were bound to be especially so, but at least they were a familiar foe. Sunny knew how to slay nightmare creatures, but eerie things born from true darkness or nothingness were beyond his field of expertise. True darkness and nothing. In fact, now that he thought about it, was it really a coincidence that there were only two powers that existed outside the framework of universal laws established by the gods, and Nether had come to wield both of them? Was there a hidden reason why the demon of destiny had established his domain in the Hollow Mountains, of all places, after his falling out with Storm God? The youngest demons always had a rebellious streak, it seems. Just then, they finally reached the central square. It was vast and austere, surrounded on all sides by a stream of flowing water. 4 bridges connected the settlement to the square, and at its center, a great steel pierced the darkness like a sharp blade. There were deep, strangely familiar runes carved into the weathered surface of the steel, but at that moment, Sunny paid them no attention. Are acute. Aumlaut and Armenian, Huinus, letter FF42, epsilon, letter 1d640. Instead, his attention was drawn to a circle of statues that surrounded the steel, facing outward as if to watch over the settlement. There were 7 of them. The statues were towering, almost as tall as Saint, each carved from stone with sublime mastery. They were statues of stone knights whose armor shared a similar design to Saint's fearsome suit of armor, and to the jade mantle, even if theirs was simpler and less imposing. Their weapons, however, were different. The largest statue was leaning on an enormous greatsword, its head lowered, the plume of its helmet moving slightly in the wind. "Ah, damn it." Sunny's expression fell. Obviously, a stone plume could not move, which meant that these statues were no statues at all. As 7 towering stone knights moved slowly, turning their heads in Saint's direction, he muttered a quiet curse. They were the nightmare creatures. They were corrupted stone saints. Chapter 3067, Fallen Saints. Despite having spent more than a decade fighting side by side with Saint, Sunny did not have a reference for how powerful the children of Nether were. Saint was merely one member of that fallen race. After all, judging all her kin based on her personal prowess would have been akin to evaluating the strength of an ordinary human based on what someone like Sunny could do. But he suspected that the children of Nether had been quite formidable. Just a handful of them had been able to withstand all the horrors of the Forgotten Shore for thousands of years, before finally being defeated and destroyed by other nightmare creatures. Even then, Sunny personally witnessed Saint slaying 2 abominations of a higher rank. That was something of a habit for him and the rest of the cohort, which skewed his perception a bit, but most awakened were different. So, he had known from the very start that Saint was exceptional. And she had been a mere awakened monster. The 7 towering knights in front of them, though, were all abominations of the great rank. 6 of them were demons, while the one wielding a greatsword was a devil. He did not know whether these fallen stone saints had all been supreme once, or if they had risen in rank over eons of defending the ruined settlement from the tides of darkness, but one thing was certain. They were dangerous. Dangerous enough for the creature of darkness that had attacked Sunny and Nephi's at the pinnacle of the mountain to avoid disturbing these ancient warriors, at least. Damn it. Sunny prepared for a fight. Nephi's tensed as well, regarding the stone-like abominations somberly. Saint, meanwhile, raised her shield. This time, too, she struck its rim twice, the solemn ringing echoing across the desolate square. A few moments later, for the first time, her challenge, or perhaps her call, was answered. The 7 great ones remained motionless for a heartbeat, then moved their weapons in unison. Those who wielded shields struck their rims, while others struck their breastplates. Once, twice, the deep ringing sounded like thunder, banishing the silence that enveloped the ruined settlement. Only the great devil remained still, observing Saint with a dull gaze. There was nothing but deep, impenetrable darkness hiding behind the visor of his helmet, slowly igniting with chilling malice. Nephi's. I know. Knowing that just a few moments later there would be no time to say anything, Sunny wanted to remind her of the nature of the finely crafted armaments that the stone saints wielded. He was not sure if Saint's other traits were shared by her fallen kin, but he was pretty confident that they possessed an immensely high resistance to elemental attacks, including to fire. Saint's resistance to elemental attacks could only be compared to her physical defenses, which were simply unmatched. Additionally, she was immune to mental and soul attacks, and while that might have been her personal trait, these abominations would be at least highly resistant to those kinds of blows. Stone saints were resilient beings, and Neph's flames were not going to damage them easily. However, she already knew that, after all, she could and had read Saint's runes. As for what precisely these abominations could do. Luckily, they had Cassie, and unlike the creature of darkness, the fallen stone saints were like an open book to her. It was just that relaying the information she glimpsed was going to take a few moments. Prepare to... Before Sunny could finish the sentence, he staggered. A debilitating feeling of powerlessness suddenly overwhelmed him, making him feel like his soul had been thrown into a deep and dark well. He knew the feeling well. It was the same feeling he experienced every time he entered Saint's field of annulment, and his powers were suppressed as a result. Only, this time, it was even more powerful. Oh, come on. He was already more or less robbed of his aspect. Was there really a need to hit him with? The power of nothingness on top of that, too. Beside him, Nephi's seemed affected as well, her brilliant radiance dimming. The sphere of light she emanated shrank, plunging the steel and the 7 abominations surrounding it into impenetrable darkness. A split second later, the world quaked and exploded in a conflagration of violence as they moved to attack the invaders in unison. Sunny had been ready to face the 2 elements Saint commanded, elemental darkness and nothingness. But what assaulted them instead was a destructive combination of powers that enveloped them like a raging storm. In a brilliant flash of explosion, he glimpsed the fallen stone saints rushing forward to attack, their towering figures obscured by Saint's own. Behind the visor of one of them, orange flames danced, as if wishing to devour the world. A chilling mist flowed from beneath the armor of another, the stones around him becoming covered by a layer of ice. The third had turned into a towering wave, rushing forward like a devastating flood. The fourth commanded the stone plates of the square itself, turning them into a deadly mire. One more seemed to have pierced space itself, appearing behind Sunny and Nephi's in the blink of an eye. And at the same moment, one of the children of Nether had already reached Saint, as if time was flowing differently for him. What? Each of the fallen stone saints wielded their own unique set of powers, relying on different source elements to destroy the enemy. But only one of them seemed to embody nothingness. It was the great devil who wielded the greatsword, the only one of the 7 abominations who had not moved yet. Fighting these abominations was no different from fighting Awakened, each wielding a powerful aspect despite their classes. And although those aspects alone were deadly, it was the physical might and martial prowess of the children of Nether that had made them truly terrifying. In the next moment, 6 of them descended upon Sunny, Nephi's, and Saint in an obliterating whirlwind of stone-like metal.